shocking admissions.
James Lipton.
A pimp is somebody who exploits the women who work for him. I was a tour guide. I would say, you want to see some sex?
Shit-faced buffoonery.
E-Rock drank all the Patron.
Everything is blurry.
And whatever this is.
Well, normally I like a couple fingers up my ass.
What the fuck happened? Relive 6 months of ONA in just one short week. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
Welcome to the show. It's the worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony show. Opie and Anthony are on vacation, but I'm Sam Roberts, and this week I'm bringing to you the worst, meaning best moments that 2013 has supplied us thus far. Listen to what I have for you today. All kinds of great guests. Crispin Glover, David Lee Roth, Dwight Gooden. We're going to hear from Chip, the bus tour, Slabo. Everything is going down, but what we're going to start with is a fantastic Opie story that went down in 2013. Opie found a wallet. Now, Opie is not known for building bridges. He's known for burning bridges. He's known for not being the most compassionate person of all time. However, he showed some compassion, and he wanted to return this wallet to its rightful owner. He got in a cab. He found the guy's address. He went to return it. And here's what happened.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
So babysitter shows up, and I'm sitting there, and she goes, she's young too. I think she's like 20. I don't know. She could be anywhere from 20 to 22. And she goes, this wallet was in the cab. So I'm like, well, let's go through the wallet. Give me that fucking thing. I have no problem going through someone's wallet. It's kind of exciting. You get to learn about a person really quickly.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't give too much personal information, but he had a Starbucks card, like 5 credit cards. He had phone numbers just written on business cards, and looks like he's some kind of really old student at Columbia University and all this shit. No money in it. So I'm wondering if she took the money, because most people take the money before they return the wallet, right?
Yeah.
I guess they do, right?
They do.
Oh, fuck yeah, because then you go, I don't know, I found it like this. It was on the fucking curb. So I'm sitting there, and I'm like, well, let's call the building, because I know his address because of his license, and it so happens he's within a cab ride of me, and I can't find a phone number for the building. Like, your building has a phone number, right?
I'm guessing it does.
It has to.
I call down sometimes. Yeah, we do.
So, and my building has a phone number. So I'm like, all right, I'll call the building. I'll get somebody there, and then they could, alert the guy that we got his wallet.
Right.
I can't find a number for the fucking building. And then I look up his name, and he's unlisted. So I'm sitting there like, and now I'm thinking, I think it's my responsibility to return the wallet.
So you're feeling like
and these Twitter
good
assholes,
Samaritan.
and I mean that lovingly. I wish you would have told me ahead of time that I could have just dropped it in the mailbox, because I guess you could do that. I didn't know that.
What?
You just you just put the wallet in the mailbox and they figure it out.
Oh, really?
A lot of people told me that. I didn't know. I figured everything would just fall out in the mailbox.
Yeah.
But I guess you do the right thing, tape it up a little bit, and fucking throw it in the mailbox, and then they'll look up the license and they'll mail it back.
They send it back.
The asshole.
Oh.
But I'm thinking
too.
But I'm thinking if I lost my wallet in a cab, I hope someone would return it immediately, just because of the hassle of calling all the credit card companies and all that shit. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't even care if the money was gone. I just don't want to go through the hassle.
Exactly.
So I'm looking around my house. I'm like, I think I got to go and return this wallet and be a good Samaritan. So I jump in a cab. It was a $20 cab ride, by the way.
Holy shit.
Because it was rush hour, and I can't say where
what part of the city?
Upper West Side, but way up. Way Upper West Side. 100? Yes.
After 110?
Yes. Right around that area.
Wow, you're brave. You went into Harlem, okay.
I don't know. I laugh at Harlem. I bike around Harlem. I laugh at it. Well,
Harlem.
As long as the sun's up.
Yeah,
I don't laugh too much if it's getting
Not
dark.
as cocky after
dark.
Oh,
fuck no. No.
Opie and I Am Legend.
Fuck no. I don't laugh as much. Maybe a little giggle as I'm fucking pedaling as fast as I can.
Although no one bothers you really in Harlem, unless especially during the day.
Yeah, what are you doing?
It's actually, it's great people watching up there, man. Anyway, so I'm in the cab, and I'm almost feeling good about myself. Like, wow, look at you doing something nice for once. look at you. You're a good Samaritan. So I show up at the building. It's all awkward, and there's a big fat fuck sitting in the lobby. I go, you work here? He goes, maybe. I go, well, do you or do you not? I got a question.
The doorman?
Yeah, he was an asshole, too.
Yeah.
I gave away the punchline.
Okay. No,
but anyway, he goes, what do you want? I'm like, I found blah, blah. I gave the name's wallet. And then he just picks up the phone and calls the guy.
Oh, you don't want to maybe just talk to the doorman, huh? See that episode, Seinfeld? It's hilarious. The doorman?
Right.
It's great.
But why didn't I just give the fucking wallet to him? I didn't need to meet the guy.
You could do that.
I'll tell you why, because he didn't seem like he would do the right thing with it. He was an asshole immediately. Why would I would have been weird about leaving it with him anyway.
I think part of it was, what is he going to do? Because then, he could just fucking be a bad guy and say, oh, look what this guy just handed me.
Yeah.
For some reason, I had to meet the guy. I don't even know why. Because I didn't need a thank you. I didn't need cash, but I felt like I had to, put it in his hand. So I hear the fucking, I hear him coming down the stairs, and he shows up with this look on his face, not happy, not smiling, doesn't even address me. So I go, we found your wallet in a cab, here it is. And he goes, really? Well, I just used the credit cards at a supermarket right around the corner. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. We found it in I say it again. My babysitter found it in a cab, and I came up here to return it. Well, I just used I just had my wallet around the corner in a supermarket. I'm like, I don't know. I go, I don't need your fucking money. Like, all of a sudden I lost it. I go, I don't need your fucking money. I'm just trying to give you your wallet back.
Oh, what an asshole.
So he just grabs it out of my hand. And he starts turning to walk away, and I just reach out my hand like this, forcing him to shake my hand. He doesn't say thank you, nothing.
Scumbag.
So then I leave his building like, this is why I don't do anything nice ever.
Yeah.
I'm serious. This is why when the old lady falls on the fucking sidewalk, I turn and make believe I didn't see it. 'Cause
Exactly.
as soon as you get involved, there's always a problem.
No good deed goes unpunished. That's what they say.
Scumbag.
Dude, not a thank you, not a smile, nothing. He's just being accusatory toward me. Like I'm involved in some weird fucking scam. Like, I took it out of his pocket, then I return it and make a quick 100 or something for returning his wallet?
What do you think happened with that? He just used it around the corner, and then it was in a cab. What do you think happened? Did he get pickpocketed and someone jump in a cab, or did he have it in a cab and just fucking...
Well, then I'm wondering what the fucking...
What happened to his wallet?
Then I'm wondering how the babysitter was involved. But then why would she tell me?
Right, she would. It's probably not her.
She wouldn't. Yeah, of course not.
She found it in a cab.
I go, I don't know what to tell you.
What a dick.
My babysitter found it in a cab. I came all the way up here. Just give it back to you.
You know what? You did the right thing, because even though he's a douche, it really is it's just the right thing to do. And I've had my camera returned once, and I was very thankful.
Did you go, give me it?
I did.
Yeah.
And I punched the old woman
nasty.
right in her bad legs. But sometimes you're going to get a dick. You do it for you, not for them.
My first thought as I was leaving his building, man, I was thinking to myself, man, I got to start dressing better.
Oh, yeah. If the guy thinks you're fucking running some wallet thievery scam.
I don't dress well as far as, my status in society. Like, maybe I should start dressing better.
Start dressing up a little bit.
Because this idiot thinks I'm involved in some fucking weird scam or something.
But he didn't even say thank you.
Nothing.
I can't comprehend. How old was he?
I forced him to shake my hand knowing that would bother him.
How old was he?
If I had to guess, late 40s maybe. He had gray hair-ish, in shape. Yeah, probably late 40s.
Didn't you want to say to him,
40s.
like, are you really not going to thank me from coming here from Midtown and giving you a fucking wallet at my own expense?
I didn't know what to say.
That is kind of shocking.
I was
just
just
about it.
At that point, I just wanted out of there because I'm like, you're not involved in my life. Unfortunately, these circumstances brought us together for a quick second. I just wanted out of there at that point. Fuck him.
But you know what? You were curious as to who he was and what he was like, and you realized he's just a dud.
Fucking asshole.
He's just an asshole.
But the whole time in the cat, I'm looking at the wall, like, look at you. Oh, you.
I am good.
I'm good. Look,
I'm
see?
being good.
I know I'm good.
And then you
This is
fucking
gonna
end
prove
up
I'm
going
good.
like, I'm never fucking going to do that.
It's like, I mean, I was in a cab for like 15, 20 minutes. Was stopping at every light because I was stuck in this fucking traffic.
I'll never take back a wallet again.
No, thank you card had been sent.
I didn't want money.
No.
Yeah, I guess a thank you I did want.
Of course you did. That's fair.
Yeah, sure. I couldn't believe it.
I can't believe it.
And this is why. You know, if you get involved with complete strangers, I just don't see the upside to it.
I have my friends. Everyone else is an asshole. That's how I go through life.
Did he look in the wallet when you handed it back to him?
He turned away quickly. I was able to make him shake my fucking hand. That was my way of like, fuck you. And then I'm thinking, what is he now going to call the cops because he's suspicious? Now I'm going to have to deal with that.
About what though? Like,
who the fuck
was
knows?
Money missing or?
There was no money in it. I joked on Twitter I was going to take a Starbucks card for my taste.
Should have.
You got to get your taste. So
yeah.
I figured, you know,
if you knew the guy was going to be that big an asshole, what would you have done different?
I would take.
You would not have brought it back at all? Or?
Oh, fuck. I would have threw it in the fucking garbage. Not even a question. Not even in a mailbox. If I know what I know now, fuck him.
You got Velcro. That sound.
Even though you don't bring it back, if you knew it was him, you don't take. If you knew he was a dick, you don't take the trip, but you still get it back to him because again, it's about you. It's not him. He's a cunt, but you did a good thing. So fuck him.
I would have put it on a sidewalk or something. Let someone else deal with it.
Demagnetize all his credit cards.
That's a good idea.
Do that. Send it back, and it'll be like, oh, what happened here?
Right. He had Metro cards and a Starbucks card. That would have been a nice little taste. Yeah.
Well, maybe he's losing his mind. You know what? Maybe he's kept memory loss and he can't believe this happened again. And instead of thanking you, he's like, "What's happening to me? Why I just used this and now it's gone? What is wrong with me?"
Maybe he's just mad that he lives up in Harlem.
Maybe he's got a lump in his brain and he's he realizes that he's losing his life quickly.
Yeah, don't try to make him a nice guy. He was just an asshole.
Oh, I know. I'm just kind of put a spin on it. A lump on the brain.
A lump on the positive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets worse. More of Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Coming up. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues right now. Now.
Welcome back, highlighting all the fantastic moments that have already gone down this year. This is Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Opie and Anthony are on vacation, so me, Sam Roberts, I will be bringing this special to you as I've been doing all week long. David Lee Roth is officially a friend of the show as of 2013. He stopped by for the second time to talk all kinds of shit. Talk about being in Van Halen, talk about being an EMT, talk about jumping and kicking and being the greatest rock star of all time. This is David Lee Roth.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Could you even fathom back in the late 70s and early 80s?
Other than spring?
Anything?
No.
Could you even fathom that you'd still be playing with Van Halen and still be in arenas and playing the music?
It was the plan, actually.
Was it really?
Yes. The idea was based on old Uncle Manny, who is still with us. He's 93 now. And, the Cafe Wha, okay?
Yep.
That history runs really deep with the Roth family. He's the patron, the godfather of the whole family, still is. And it was his, he was total bohemian. He was totally downtown. He was getting high in a bathtub with two chicks in 1961. And I can say that in Japanese. Senkyuhaku Rokujini. 1961.
Wow.
But it was always that if you do something in showbiz, you got to do it with discipline. Do it with that, no such thing as bad weather, man.
yeah. Just bad gear.
You got to have a note of that in you, as well as, okay, hey, I have a new idea. I have a crazy idea. Oh, I got a crazy new idea. That's the easiest part. Showing up and having to drive that wedge home every time you have a new idea, knowing where to place it. That's a great new idea. Now here comes the legwork. Here comes the elbow grease and all those, kinds of expressions.
How was it going back there for the? We saw the really small show there, and it's like it felt like it was a really personal and like a special thing for you to do. So was there 200 people there that night?
Tops.
And it felt like you really wanted to go that small place, and you talked about like coming down there as a kid, and it was really like a personal thing for you.
Well, my pop was just starting school, not even medical school, just college. I was an accident. Mom has since announced that. Happened a lot in the 50s. And Pop was just starting college, so every summer I would be dropped off down at the right above the Comedy Cellar. Uncle Manny had a loft, which is, the Cafe Wha and the Comedy Cellar were the same thing. In fact, you could spend the night in Comedy Cellar was a thieves market with stalls, and you could spend the night on one of the sofas or the couches in the Cafe Wha for, I think, 25 cents, something like this. And I spent the summer of, let's count, 61, 62, 63, 4, almost 5 years every summer in that loft right up above where it's still there. I don't even know the dame who lives there. And, he was the Duke of McDougal.
Right.
And my Aunt Judy, who is still with us, she's like, I don't know, she's got to be 88 years old. She's now
some good genealogy in there.
She's a complete hippie, lives in Northern California, grows her own pot,
At 88.
How was the pot? Well, she can enough to completely confuse my Uncle Dave, who's a brain surgeon from the East Coast, who can't understand that kind of shit at all in his life. So you gotta have both.
Right.
If you're gonna do what
Is she still
we
smoking
did.
pot at 88?
Oh yeah, everybody laughs. When she says it's time to go to bed, and that's you can, at the family reunions, it bears a lot of comment.
When did Cafe Wha start? What year?
Oh, late 50s, like
50s.
1958 or something like this.
So they had like Lenny Bruce and Dylan and all the guys.
He
coming
gave
through,
Bob
right?
Dylan his first job.
Yeah, I know.
When he was what was his real name?
I don't know. You mean Bob Dylan's real name?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Zimmerman. Thank you.
Bobby Zimmerman.
I know Bob mentioned Manny Dwarman in his biography because Manny had Cafe Finjon at the time or whatever, and he wouldn't put Bob Dylan on. Manny, the other Manny who ran the Comedy Cellar when I was there, and he thought Bob Dylan had no talent and he refused to put him on.
Whoops.
He actually said no to Bob Dylan.
About the Beatles after the first Ed Sullivan.
They stink.
One of those classic blunders.
It ain't the Dave Clark 5, I'm telling you. Guys, there's no saxophone.
These guys will never fly. Yeah.
Haircut, schmearcut.
Wow.
Well, Dave, you saw like Richard Pryor right back in the day at the Cafe Wha as a kid, and Joan
everybody
Rivers.
coming through there, and I remember seeing also poetry readings. There was Virgin Islands steel drums, and I said to Manny just this last family reunion, just within the last year, I said, I remember walking in the first time when I was probably 9 years old, and there was some Virgin Islands steel drums, and a guy who did poetry goes, "Oh, that's Eddie Barclay. He still lives over in Brooklyn.
Wow.
You want to do? Well, I talk to him all the time." So he still maintains. Yeah, he maintains all of his connections on the phone. Manny's a coffee drinker, like 4 cups a night, and he doesn't start till 11.
Yeah.
And the Duke of McDougal is now the Duke of swimming class at Leisure World.
Leisure.
Yeah. But with that sense of humor and that drive, he was a complete downtown guy for 50 years, 50.
And you grew up around all that. How cool is
and
that?
all the rest of my family was doctors and lawyers and Indian chiefs. My pop was a prison doctor for the last 25 years of this thing.
Wow.
Ivy League, he called it, Folsom and San Quentin. And
was there anything that happened, like a crossroads in your life, where you might have ended up as a doctor or lawyer instead of a rock and roller?
Well, we were combat hippies, back in when Life magazine first declared, the flower children or whatever in the mid '60s. I remember that like it was yesterday. We boom. We all had crew cuts. We were all in the junior ROTC doing flag, whatever, where you march with the fake rifles and go to put up the flag. And shit, the first time I was handed a rifle, I was 8 years old, and I'd still go shooting. At the same time, when we were done, we'd go sneak some Marlboro cigarettes that we had shoplifted from the Ralph's Market right around the corner and listen to somebody's older brother Brothers Jimi Hendrix records. And it was kind of in the same day. You know, we're talking about 6th and 7th grade, you know, and, you know, just as I was becoming a teenager, you know.
So you never had the ambition to want to go into a professional field like a doctor or anything like that?
No, it was always, I knew I wanted to be showbiz from the time I was really like 7 years old.
Right.
I wanted to broadcast. I wanted to talk on the radio, you know.
You seem like one of those guys, the little I know about you, that you would actually maybe go out and check out the town you're in.
I take my bicycles with me, and I still do.
Oh, okay.
You set up a mountain bike, but instead of like where you're hunched all forward, like, you know, like you're like a monkey on a football. Sometimes it looks like when you're all just right forward. It's an uncomfortable position if you're not actually in the mountains, and we're never in the mountains. So you set it up with those beach cruiser handlebars, so you can sit up straight and tall, you know, and look around
like a gentleman,
and see the world around. You go at half speed, you know, and then
just chill out.
It's kind of a low rider approach.
It's gotta be hilarious though to be like, I think I just saw David Lee Roth ride by on a bicycle.
Oh yeah,
and people would be like, you're full of shit.
Yeah,
you're high.
You can trade that, you know, easily. Easily. I've taken my bicycles all over the world. Now you can get a bicycle for $200, you know, so you can actually go to Europe and buy one there. But it used to be we'd pack them up and take them with us virtually everywhere, you know.
Man, Dave used to do that after tours. Like he'd do a big Van Halen tour for like 2 years and then go like live in a hut in Africa for like 3 months with no phone. This is in the 80s. There's no phones. There's no communication. The band's trying to track him down, and they're like, we don't know where he is. He's in some hut. He'll be back in October.
That bicycle, I've been living in Tokyo since the end of the last tour here, which was like, what, the beginning of last summer?
I'm sure you don't stand out much there.
Same bicycle. Same get around. I get around, you know.
You just decided to live in Tokyo.
Yeah, let's take a shot at that. We've been looking at it through the back window of the car for so many years touring. Let's actually take a walk around from the inside out, get to know the folks.
And do you like it?
It's one of the most interesting travel experiences. I've probably been in over 250 cities in the United States alone.
Yeah.
And on my bicycle in most of them. Come on, this is our 35th anniversary.
Holy shit.
Is it? Yeah. It's if there's anything holy about us, it is that.
Wow. 35 years.
Yeah.
What do you like about Tokyo?
It is an island. You know, that's the polite way of saying it.
Wow.
You know, everybody else is from outside. Gaijin is, you know, it's a foreigner outside, whatever. And man, the number of white boy faces that I would see in a common day on my bicycle, you can count on one hand.
Really?
The whole day. And I ride my bicycle everywhere. I go to language school almost every day. So
you must be very like if people see you, they must know you're David Lee Roth from Van Halen.
Oh yeah, I use my smile like a ray gun. There, see?
I like
all the way across, no sighting, nothing.
You're always.
Oh yeah, and I know how to really just slow the room down easy, because as soon as I walk in, people are, you can see the shoulders come up, and I know how to say, you know, right away, Nihongo ga here desu mimasen. I mean, excuse my bad Japanese. and if you're cool looking, Nihongo ga here kuso sumimasen. You know, like this. Excuse my shitty Japanese. And you know, right away they're laughing. Okay, he just made me in charge.
Right.
Yeah, he's okay. The food, you can pretty much Stevie Wonder it, you know, and I got to keep to my crocodiets. It's like crocodiles eats just birds and foliage. You know? It's pretty much just chicken and turkey and
is
whatever.
that it these days? Yeah,
whatever greens come with. But
do you eat sushi?
I do.
There's a place in Japan, the Subway, that famous guy. Have you eaten at that place?
Jiro. There's probably 25 places that serve every bit as good as that. Do you guys like sushi?
Love
you like Japanese food?
Love it.
It's really simple, and it's not based on how big is the slice. It's just how fresh it really is. Like, and that's why the guys are yelling when you come walking in. Everybody goes, "Oh, see what's happening!" It's supposed to make it seem like really immediate. You know? It's like when you hear a siren and you look and you see rollers in the rearview mirror. It's like, no, right now. No, really. If you've ever wondered,
it makes perfect sense.
It's when they're hammering and, you know, and doing like this.
Yeah.
Also, another thing, when you come into a sushi bar, old school style, and there's a couple of them around here, where you'll see old ladders, one on each side of, like, you know, behind the bar where they have the big mirror, and they'll have a couple of old ladders, and they're wrapped with ropes and stuff like this, and it looks like ornamentation. Look for it, you'll see it. You know what those are for?
No idea.
That's old school. When you get a drunken samurai who's just out of his brain on sake, which is stronger than white wine, and he's swinging around that blade, how do you actually stop him without touching him? They get two little guys with ladders.
You pin him with the ladder.
Yeah, two guys like Jim. You could actually just pin him to the wall until he gets a little tired, and you run up and put the sword out of it.
No idea. It is brilliant.
Did not know that, but now I'm going to look for those ladders.
Well, it's kind of
That's when you know you're in a good place.
I guess.
That is old school.
Hey, what's the best place to get sushi in New York?
That I wouldn't know. I've been out.
You don't know?
I came here to find out from you guys what's going on. After the first tour, you know, you knew exactly where. Okay, here's the best place for donuts. Here's the best place for Thunderfunk. Here's the best place for ribs, and here's the best place for disco. And here's the best place, and you can just go through the whole list.
Yeah. But back then, the connections to places were probably more real. Like now, it's all just this thing in the stratosphere you can pull down. But back then, there was probably much more of a real connection to each place because you could only get this here or you could only get that there. So each place meant more for a different reason.
Now you do travel. It's the same shit in everywhere
city. Is the same
it's
thing.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, you look out a window, you see the Applebee's and the Fridays,
the Starbucks and the
Starbucks and a Home Depot. Like I don't know if I'm in Seattle or
we're a block away from Times Square. It amazes me. All these people spend all this money to come to New York to hang out with everyone coming to New York, and they go to the Fridays and the Applebee's. They're not even seeing New York. They hang out in Times Square.
Like I don't think Dave goes to McDonald's in Tokyo.
He probably has.
I would go just to check it out.
A little different,
right? I would go check it out.
This is part of the fun of travel. This is a good point. Is that each McDonald's is a little bit different according to the location.
What do you get in Tokyo?
In Tokyo, you get it's a little bit of it's like a bit of a soy taste. It's called umami, and it's just a little. It's not fish. It's more like mushroom kind of a flavor.
Really?
And it's in most Japanese food, okay? It's in the miso soup that you order, you know, and a lot of the food, like in your teriyaki sauce and stuff, you just don't know it. It's in there until somebody takes it out. And then you go, wow, this is a little bland today, or whatever. And they put that in the burgers.
They put that in the burgers.
Okay? In Paris, France, you know, we all know from Tarantino,
Royale,
the burger
cheese.
Royale, whatever. But there's more sugar in the, whatchamacallit, in the ketchup. It's noticeably sweeter. And if you go down south into the Alabamas in this area like this, then the Coca-Cola has twice as much sugar easily.
Really?
So yeah, and then there's other places like a lot of salt. You know, France and Belgium, they like tons of salt all over their French fries. You know, other places, not so much. Yeah.
Do you guys seem like you're a very unstructured guy? You like to do what you want to do.
Free spirit, Jimmy.
Free spirit,
He's a
but
free spirit.
when you want to be structured, if it's something you like because you became an EMS here in New York. Like if you focus on something, you have no problem being structured and doing it. But it seems like you probably don't like being told that you have to do something.
Maybe that's why you never got married. You don't like to being told what to do.
That's a part of it. That's a big part of it. Is
I can't see you telling your wife, "Look, I'm going to friggin' Africa and live in a hut for a month.
No.
I'll see you later."
No, you can't. You know,
Ain't gonna happen.
and people will say, "There's dames out there like that." There are not.
No.
No. And as far as anybody who even got my job and kept it this long is nobody functional ever did that. Okay, nobody well-adjusted ever stayed this long in my job in show business. So, that being said, I think what was the original question?
It seems like you'll focus on something because no one likes being told what to do, but then you are able to go and become an EMS, or like you said, go to Japan because you want to learn to do this, and that's there's something to be said for that.
The EMS thing is strange. How many years did you do that?
Let me think.
And how many times did you get recognized as you're trying to sell somebody
Not many
out?
times.
People thought they were hallucinating.
Right.
Like,
Is it really?
Dave's gonna give me mouth to mouth. Some chicks like I've been wanting to kiss him since '82.
All I needed was a closed head wound.
You were all in with the EMS thing? You were out there doing it, huh?
Yeah.
For how long?
I started when I was about 46, 47, and I finished up about a total of about 6.5 years.
Really?
Yeah, I recerted 3 times. And I did my internship up in the Bronx. in the 47th precinct. Big shout out to all of you out there. And I kind of made my way around. I rolled in every neighborhood here that would have me. Bed-Stuy, Queens, East New York.
What made you want to do that? Like, what happens where, like, you're a rock star, and then all of a sudden you're like, I want to do this thing. This is what I want to do. What happened? It was a thought, or it just became this obsession?
Yeah, the obsession is with other people. Why would you want to be a singer or a broadcaster? Because you have an obsession with other people, interacting with other people. You know, whether you're getting along with or antagonizing, it's just there's other folks involved, you know, as opposed.
But it's drastically different, the two professions. That's what blows our minds, I think.
Right. Well, my first job, I can help trace it a little bit. I don't know if I can psychoanalyze myself.
Sorry.
I can try. Some strong drink.
Good luck. Good luck with that.
Sorry. It's just a question.
You have some bourbon?
Right.
I'll psychoanalyze me.
I think it's fascinating is why
Yeah, I'm very
I
curious.
bring it
I
up.
couldn't do it because I like being in front of people so much. The idea of doing something very humble like that
Is very different.
Yeah, and almost anonymously. Like, people know you, but a lot of people wouldn't, and they're injured. I don't know if I could do that.
No, nobody knew me. I was my first job out of high school was working in surgery at night in East LA, the border of East LA, in Los Angeles. In the early 70s, you did every job. The restrictions, like anything else, were way different, way relaxed. So I assisted during every kind of emergency surgery. I worked in the emergency room and pediatrics and, all over the shop there. I did that for a couple of years and always kept, for a long time in Van Halen, I was the only one who had a steady paycheck. And then I realized the girls thought it was romantic that, I worked in something like that.
Always the ulterior
combination
motive.
of those two things, those two motivating factors, always stuck with me. And I always kept my hand in. Behind the scenes, as far as, outdoor stuff, like going camping and climbing, then somebody should know what to do. So I'll take a 1 week course, or something like that. And, then a couple of things happened that really quickened my spirit for, putting on the uniform. The first, and probably the most clearly evident, was that after I finished with Van Halen, on my first album, I rebuilt the pediatrics ward where we used to hang out and put in a lifetime supply of ice cream in an industrial freezer for the kids because I used to bum ice creams off the night nurse at 2 a.m. You follow the thinking, etc.
Sure.
At some point around mid-90s, right around there, earlier 90s, it was grunge and it was Kurt Cobain. And I went from, we'll say 20,000 people to 2,000 people and playing those size venues. I never did stop playing. But, you will be doomed to wander through the Tina Turner desert for X amount of years. Love this, the Frank Sinatra, the Emptiness, all the great artists, the Rod Stewart, vastness. Everybody has to go through that if you're going to last 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah.
And I was no longer able to make a contribution, and that's the key word in my family, with my pocketbook. Well, I can still lift pretty heavy things. I still have an interest in, getting out amongst folks and that kind of energy. It was something I was familiar with, grew up around it. What kind of a kid becomes a cop? Usually one whose dad was a cop. What kind of kid runs into a burning building with a fire hat on? The one whose dad was. And, on and on, So I grew up around that element as well. And also, in the little bit towards the late 80s, somebody tried to kidnap my father with a loaded pistol.
Whoa.
And that kind of really brought into focus the combat part of being a combat hippie.
Was it random, or were they targeting him, or was it a random thing?
It was targeting, and he was going to go put him in the trunk, and he was going to give me a call, and the guy turned out to have a history. Yeah, he was going to ransom Pop, and age is an interesting thing in my family. Pop had just gotten his black belt. He was almost 58 years old. He was about as old as I am now, but he had just gotten his black belt. And a fellow walked into his office, opened up a briefcase looking very serious and everything, and said, "I'm from the state. I need to speak with you. I need you to sign some papers. There's a lawsuit or something," whatever. He went into the back room of his doctor's office in very, middle of nowhere, Southern California. California, pulled out a loaded pistol and said to him, okay, I'm going to tie you up. We're going to put you in the trunk of the car. I know that this is the back door here. Wow. Pop started talking him loose, verbal judo, we call it, the trucks, Hey, relax. Nurses come out here, burst through that door all the time. Just relax. I'll do whatever. Hit him. Oh, yeah.
he goes, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Put his lights right off and took off out the back door. Guy gets away. Pop is now at the house with bodyguards and FBI and everybody hanging around. My house now looks like the Berlin Wall, with the lights and the dogs and the guys going up and down the
walking the perimeter
walkway, exactly, which sounds like fun, but it's a little scary. These are nutcases, and this is before there's really cell phones and any kind of real interactive media. You're much more separated from
you're
each
alone.
other. Yeah. And they caught the guy. And they put him in lockup in little old Pasadena, which, keep in mind, this is the 80s, very different time and place. Because it's overbooked at the Central Jail, he stays in the drunk tank for month after month after month, right? And he's talking craziness. This guy's nutcase. He's claiming to people, that David Lee Roth is a close personal friend, but I stole his girlfriend, Elizabeth Taylor, and that I telepathically robbed his mind for lyrics, and that I now owe him telepathic money. Literally, this all came back in questionnaire form when he's moving from the police station, and in total cowboy fashion, yes, things are different today. Count back to the late 80s, 1986, 87 in there. He's being walked out by two cops from the front door of the police station, and two of his lowrider buddies bust him free at gunpoint.
Wow.
Put him in the back of a lowered whatever and go around the corner and take off. This is how it was described to me. Okay. So he's now back at large. The lights come back on. The dogs are re-rented.
Holy fuck! What a crazy ass.
Yeah, you're now confronted with, how do you protect yourself? How are you going to arm yourself?
Yeah.
Or do you go Godfather and just hire a whole bunch of strangers who are going to sleep on the job at the gate? I'm sorry, Mr. Corleone says nobody leaves the property. We'll get you your groceries now.
Go to the mattresses.
Exactly. Like this. About a month later, they caught the guy again, and he got into a gunfight with Los Angeles PD, and he died in a firefight underneath a parked car.
Losing into that, huh?
Well, now here comes the credits and the outtakes when I turn to my dad and I go, I'm thinking about taking some shooting lessons.
Yeah.
What about you? He's going, I'm thinking about carrying conceal.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about learning to shoot anything that comes in black. And he's going, me too.
Wow. What's really scary is that this crazy guy actually convinced two other people to break him out of jail. That's what's even scarier to me.
Yeah, right?
Like that he's that nuts you figured nobody would listen to him, but he had two friends that are like, all right, we'll
He
meet
found
you.
two.
Yeah.
Being that popular a guy over the course of the years, you must have had other instances where you directly were the target of some, people that might not have wanted to.
Well, you get threats and invective, and particularly on the internet, or somebody throws something over the gate, But it was those two experiences really that just says, hey, you know what? This could be a good thing. I feel a kinship with all of my instructors and everybody that I work with there. I grew up around that in the medical field as well as the martial arts field. I now have an extra desire to be part of that community after, my pop's experience, whatever. Spent extra amounts of time then, going to the shooting range.
Did you ever get a concealed carry?
Nope.
No, huh?
No, don't. But I do know how to shoot pretty much anything that comes in black.
Yeah. That's,
so maybe the guy just wanted a signed 8x10 headshot. He's a big fan.
That.
You personalize it to him.
So that led to the EMS
control.
Send him a T-shirt.
Part of it.
Yeah. Huh.
That's very interesting, man.
one thing that when I was really young, and I'll tell you 2 funny stories about Earth, Wind, and Fire. In fact, I'll tell you the first one. It's with Edward and I. You wonder where some of the conflict comes from. Is I was always pitching him, my sisters and I went through the integrated busing program. He went to the all-white schools, and I kept saying, there is a great new band. You got to hear them. They're called Earth, Wind, and Fire, and they're really popular, okay? And this was before they became a wedding band.
Huge.
Like you would hear in September, you're going to hear that at every bar mitzvah, every graduate. Exactly.
Yeah, you remember. Yeah, I like a bunch of Earth, Wind, and Fire songs.
Bingo! It is the sound of.
But you don't tell anyone you like it.
Right. Just fill it in. We would have had them if we could have afforded it. The name came up more than twice. Believe me. And they were brand new. It was like 1975. And, keep in mind what Eddie and I looked like with the hair down here, with the part in the middle and hands permanently in the pockets, boxer shorts, et cetera. Camel filters crushed up in the pocket of your Pendleton shirt. And we were the only 2 Caucasian faces in the entire forum. That's 22,000 people, 22,000 of our closest friends. Earth, Wind has just now started to break international market, but it's an all-black audience. Eddie and I sit up in the peanut gallery in the nosebleed seats. We watch the show. I think you really enjoyed this show. At that point in our career, we were talking. So we waited, because we knew traffic was going to be heavy duty. We've been to a lot of shows there for other bands. And we waited until there was just, most of the people were gone. We come walking out in the parking lot. There's almost no cars. One little, Opel Kadett station wagon. It looks like somebody drew it against the background. It's a cartoon. And as we come up, a hoodie. African-American kid with a hoodie comes on. He's got his hand in his pocket, goes, "Yo, give me your money, y'all." And I looked at Ed, and Ed looked at me, and I went, "Do we look like we have any money?" Nah. Eddie has never been to another show with me.
Like, motherfucker, what are you doing to me?
Coffee since then. I don't know if it's connected. I'd love to think it is.
Well, you should have left with the crowd. That was the mistake you made, was leaving late.
Yeah, right.
You should have filed out and just walked behind a group of black people and acted like you were talking to them and just fucking stuck in the car.
Live and learn.
Yeah, no shit.
Don't hurt yourself. An entire generation and a half launching themselves off the top of Toyota Land Cruisers, trying to touch their toes. You can hear the belts popping. Pop, pop. Like this. Well, I would come out after a show.
Yeah.
And you would invariably see there would be a pickup truck festooned with beer cans. Every single space that you could get a vertical empty beer can on. In fact, vertical empty beer can, that sounds like a band at Coachella, doesn't it? And they would have it covered, and somebody would get on the bumper. There'd be 3 gals, 3 guys, and they'd launch themselves off the was that you, Jay? Did you ever try that?
Oh, all the time.
Jump off the bumper, and try and touch their toes, and somebody go, "No, that's not how you do it." And clear off the hood, and you hear the beer cans, and you climb up and launch and land in a heap, much to the glee, of the derision and ridicule of the crowd, and somebody would do it from the top.
Yeah.
Until somebody snapped a leg, probably.
Dave told the best story on my podcast about Van Halen trying to expand the parameters. He said, like when you were a kid, you have bunk beds. Do you remember this whole thing he said?
Oh, sure.
It was amazing.
Go ahead, do it, and I'll help you along. So let's see what you remember from it.
When you're a kid, you have bunk beds. You put them a little farther apart, and you go, "Hey, let's see if we can make it this far apart from this bunk bed to that bunk bed." And then the whole band's like, "Oh, you know what? Put the bunk bed against the wall. I'm Eddie. I can do it better than Dave. I can do it better than Alex. And put it all the way across the wall. The ground is lava. If you touch the lava, you're out."
Hot lava, you call it.
Yes,
you have 2 bunk beds. People say, "Dave, why?"
Interrupt me. I'm in the middle of a really good story here. Jesus Christ. What an ingrate. Your story. I tried to get you to tell it.
I never got tired of doing that. You have 2 bunk beds. My sister slept in one, I was in the other. And you would jump across one to the other and go, "Hot lava, hot lava." And you didn't want to fall in. But, you start off with a foot in between. And then, of course, they try and up the ante. You put it 2 feet apart.
Sure.
You go, "Hot lava, hot lava." And my career has been kind of the same based on that ever since the beginning. You know, farther and farther apart. How far away can we move and still survive? What can we do musically that's going to push the advantage a little bit more? What can we try on stage? You know, what can we do on the album cover this time? That's farther and farther. Inevitably, you're going to fall into the hot lava.
To the hot lava, yeah.
And that's your best drinking story.
And the record company comes in, like, with, you know, we got ideas for this album. You guys could maybe take it in this direction. And Dave was like, no, you don't understand. We've already had the beds. They're in different rooms. We put one outside, and we jumped from the second-story window. So, move synthesizer. What the fuck are you talking about?
We're already up to out the window, off the wall, against the board.
It'd be really great if you guys could do a little more melody hooks. That'd be great. Some melody, some hooks.
The worst is yet to come. This is O&A's worst of 2013 so far. On the Opie and Anthony channel. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues right now.
Reflecting on what a great year it has already been, this is the worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony Show. I'm Sam Roberts. I'm bringing you this special because Opie and Anthony are on vacation, and I guess millionaires need to take vacations too. However, we're highlighting all of these great moments all week long, so make sure you listen to all of them. Lots of great guests have come through the studio in 2013. Dwight Gooden was one of them. This is a 3-time World Series champion, a Met, a Yankee. He came in to promote his book, in which he's talking not only about his baseball career, but about all his personal problems in his personal life, his drug stuff, his time in prison, everything. Nothing's off limits with this guy, so it was a great interview. However, we heard from David Lee Roth earlier. David Lee Roth decided to stay in studio while Dwight Gooden was there, and David Lee Roth kind of likes to make it about David Lee Roth. We struggled with it. Some people say it's gold. Some people say it's shit. David Lee Roth and Dwight Gooden on the worst of 2013 so far.
O&A's worst of 2013 so far.
The great Doc Gooden has just entered the studio. My God.
Dwight Gooden?
Wow.
Very cool.
We didn't know this was happening today. This is great. How are you, man?
Is there an occasion? What's the occasion?
That's a good
Is there
question.
a specific occasion? Is your book?
It's
brand new?
Yeah,
It's a memoir.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Memoirs, huh?
Yes,
That's of quite the career.
Are they good memories or bad memories, or are they saleable?
Oh, there's a little bit of everything in there. It's the good memories, the bad memories, the not so good memories. What was going on in my head during the times of the good memories and the bad memories.
Yeah. You start the book with a chilling, it's like really sad and frustrating story about the World Series, the parade, and the when you missed that, it's fucking heartbreaking. Even though I knew how it ended, I kept hoping like just go. You're watching this frustrating, drug addicted.
Yeah, but nevertheless, somebody once said, if somebody made a movie of your life, would a lot of people go to see it? And it sounds like a lot of people would, and that's a success story.
That's that story that I'm still alive to tell the story is amazing.
Hello.
You know,
Right.
Which is Yiddish for yo. Come on.
Definitely, because like you mentioned, missing a parade that night was like supposed to be the happiest day of my baseball career. Turned out to be the saddest day of my baseball career. You know, you end up in a project, you're doing drugs and drinking with strangers you don't even know, and you know, you're watching the parade on TV.
That was me.
You know,
that was you.
That was me. And the thing about it, you don't get to redo that.
Right. That's a one-off, man. If you miss it, that's a big one.
But talking about the people that you were getting high with, and how, like, you know, you start off the night loving these people, and it's fun, and it's camaraderie, and then by the end of the night, you're just like, I want to just get the fuck out of here. The sun is coming. Like, knowing that you're about to miss it, and it happens anyway.
Oh, it's just the worst experience you can ever imagine in your life. Because, like you said, the idea was to go there, do a little bit, and get out of there and go finish, celebrate with my teammates. Obviously, I got there, and it never ends that way. Not for me anyway, with cocaine. Normally, when I go on bench with that, it's a 3-day thing, and that's just the way it is. And cocaine's a tricky drug.
Wow.
You know,
Oh, in my rock band, getting loaded wasn't like an episode thing. It was a seasonal thing. It's like first, okay, it's summertime. Let's get loaded.
right. Oh, yeah, it's definitely. It's Tuesday. Let's get loaded.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I mean all summer.
The whole summer.
All summer, I guess.
Were you a drug guy, David Lee Roth?
No, I'm a beer and pot
That's
guy.
what I thought.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm an outdoor kind of, I got lucky. My bad habits are more like 2 chicks in a toaster oven, but I don't wanna, that's, please continue.
You stayed away from the white stuff, huh?
How old
Oh,
are you?
no, I did everything. I sampled everything. I tried everything, but I just snuck out from under it because I was going to also be a samurai warrior, and I had to be in the gym, but that's the only reason. I didn't have any self-control for about 20 years.
Were they piss testing back then in baseball? 'Cause it's amazing to me that you were able to do all that coke and still play and not get kicked out. Or
Well, it was a situation where normally they can't test you unless you've been through a program or you tested positive before or got in trouble or something like that. Up until the time where the Mets decided to test me in the spring training in 1987, I hadn't been in any trouble for it. There's a lot of there's a pattern there that could have led to that they could have saw what was going on. So actually, in spring training '87, it got to the point where obviously you missed the parade after the '86 season, get into a scuffle with the cops after the '86 season, you get to spring training, showing up late. They knew something went wrong, and one day they called me in and said, "We'd like to test you." Me not knowing the whole thing, all I knew is I enjoyed doing cocaine, not knowing how long it stayed in the system, not knowing that I had my rights that I could have refused to test. So I figured I hadn't done it at the end of the day, go ahead and test me. And by doing that, it was a good thing and a bad thing. Obviously, the test came back positive. At that point, they said, we need you to go to rehab and we'll continue to pay your salary. Or if you choose not to go to rehab, we're going to suspend you without pay. So even though I still was in denial, didn't think I had a problem, I decided I'll go to rehab, I'll count the days down, 30 days till I'm done, and I still get my pay. So obviously I went to the rehab to Smithers, which is a great program, but I didn't try to get anything out of it because I still think I had a problem.
Who even knew what rehab was in those days? That was something you sent Uncle Bob to when he was up to a court or whatever. People still thought cocaine wasn't addictive, that was rock star stuff to do. And you a lot of times you'd sign up to go into showbiz so you could do that. We decided we were going to break all the records, those included. We were going to make Elvis look like a beginner. I was going to make Keith Richards look like a freaking Boy Scout, So these days the perspective on it is very different. The reality entered into the picture, of course.
But it's totally different now, and obviously, like you said, you think it's not, addictive or whatever, and then plus the danger of it now, you don't know what's in the stuff you're taking.
Oh, man. Yeah.
What was the first sign? Because you said that you talked about when you missed the parade, but before that, the Mets there had been rumors about your drug use. And what was the first sign, or what first tipped them off to ugh?
Who are you looking at, Jim?
I think what tipped them off was, hanging out at different party spots in the city where, basically drugs are known to be at, and hanging out at those places. So obviously, Major League Baseball called myself in and questioned me as well as Darryl about, using drugs. And of course, you deny it.
Sure.
No, it's not me. And of course, Darryl said, no, it's Doc. But that happens. But, at that time, obviously I was using. And, at that point, I refused to be tested by Major League Baseball.
Where do you think this came from? Because, anybody looking in from the outside, you're at the top of your game. I mean, you're a star. World Series. I mean, where do you think that came from?
Well, I can tell you exactly where it came from. It came from all the pressure, all the expectations, not only from the media, but then the expectations I started putting on myself. For example, like 84, my rookie year when I came into the league at 19 years old, it really wasn't much expectations to after the All-Star break. Then the expectations came, and then I have my career year in 1985. So 86, everything I did was compared to 85. For example,
86 was a good year.
Yeah, 86
that was a great year.
It was 3 months shorter than most years because it was up all night, though.
Yes, yep, got you. So now, like if I won a game against, say, like Fernando Valenzuela or Hershiser, if I won 2-0, complete game shutout, but I only had 4 strikeouts, the first question would be, what happened? You only had 4 strikeouts.
Oh, wow.
So the next start, I'm going out trying to get 10 strikeouts, trying to pitch a complete game, trying to pitch a shutout. And just all expectations, just trying to live up to that. And what I started doing is medicating myself, with drugs and alcohol.
So you listen to the critics. It's athletes I know get entertainers get critics and stuff, and athletes get killed on the back page. That would affect you, what they were saying about you?
Oh, 100%. I think most players, maybe it's a 2%, maybe don't affect. But myself, obviously, unfortunately, being a people pleaser as well, I pay attention to the papers, pay attention to what's being said, and anything you see, it affected me because now I got to go out, I got to do better, and it took away the fun of the game.
And you would, it was nice to read too. You talked about your father a lot, and what an influence he was, and you were the first boy in the family, so he became obsessed with just you and baseball. And you would call him after every game and kind of share that with him.
Yeah, definitely. My dad is the one that really taught me the game. I remember as a kid sitting there watching the games on TV with him. Back then, there wasn't all the baseball networks. You just got the game a week on Saturday. Then we'll have a game on the radio, whatever the team was, local, close by at that time, and watch the games. And he taught me the game. So once I made it, after every game, we had this deal where he had the big satellite dish back then. After the game was over, before I even talked to the media, I'll call my dad. We'll talk about baseball and go over the game, what I could have done differently. Even if I pitched a shot, he'll find something that could have been done differently, just to kind of keep me humble.
Would that bother you if he criticized it, or would you actually look for his advice and counsel on what you did wrong?
I always look for it. It didn't really bother me because what he's doing is trying to, even during the 85 season, he was just trying to give me something to work on between starts where you don't just settle for having a good game.
Did he know you were in trouble with drugs at that point?
What's funny is, like I talked about a lot in the book, where in '87 when I tested positive, I had to come home and tell my parents that, I got to go to rehab. My mom, she always knew something wasn't right. I think my dad kind of looked the other way a little bit, and plus my dad, he had his drinking problem as well. So when I told him, I failed the drug test, I go to rehab, my mom basically said, well, that's great, you can get the help you need, where my dad just kind of dropped his head and never said a word.
Wow. Well, he
Really?
doesn't want the spotlight at that point in time. If he's got an issue, then, a little bit of your spotlight of that issue would get towards him. I had too many temptations. It was started off as, Jesus, the longer I stay up, the more girls we can sleep with, and the more guys we can go jam blues with, and then we can just stay up all the way until we're into the next city. And we could do that for 3 days in a row. You follow? That's why we started drinking Jack Daniels.
But the press looks at a rock band and goes
differently.
Cool, that's cool.
Oh, well, you're supported. You're
looks at a baseball player.
It's completely different
like
worlds.
Dwight, and is like, what are you doing? Yeah, you're
I don't
a
think,
bottle.
I don't think he could have been
totally different,
swigging Jack Daniels.
Right.
Yeah.
In my department,
in
my department, people get upset if you didn't party.
Right,
They
that's what I'm
said,
saying.
actually, I kind of like. I'm thinking about doing the marathon. They go, whoa, what happened to 5 in the morning, Dave?
The Mets PR
that has its own pressure on you as well.
The Mets PR wouldn't be thrilled. Doc fucked 2 girls. Get a picture out quick.
Oh, God.
It's rock stars and athletes, I think, have different expectations.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, totally different game, but
you also
I
told
definitely have a lot of
Probably
respect
the
for what
same
you guys
dealer.
do.
Oh, God.
You told a great story too in the book about your dad being shot by or shot at by your mom. So you grew up in a very interesting house.
Yeah, it's very
Say
interesting.
the least.
And as a kid, you know, unfortunately, and I'm sick it may sound, but just thought those were normal things that took place in every family.
Yeah.
Well, they kind of are.
So
Depending on what point of the map you're pointing at, it's not so unusual. There are a lot of neighborhoods that is common life and so forth. You know, please.
Yeah, so when that happened, actually, my dad was having an affair, and a lot of times he'll tell my mom that I want to go get some cookies and juice or whatever, but what he would do is ask me, you want to go to the store, which any kid would say, yes, I want to go to the store. So I'll go to the store, we'll get the cookies and juice, and then we'll go to his girlfriend's house. Her oldest daughter would come outside in the car and kind of babysit me while he's in there taking care of his business, and somehow my mom found out what was going on, and this one particular day she followed him to the house, and when him and the woman was coming out, she actually, you know, shot at him and the woman. She actually hit him in the shoulder. And she always told me the story where she was upset that she didn't get the woman as well.
Wow.
I mean, my mom was the sweetest lady, but also she could be the toughest lady.
Oh, man, a woman scorned.
We got a question from the guy in the corner.
Hey, Doc.
Jay Moore.
I'm in Harden. It's ironic to me, like, when you get high as an athlete, I don't think you guys are aware of the high you provide us on a daily basis. I was at your no-hitter at Yankee Stadium. It was just a Tuesday. That's all I remember. What most about your no-hitter, it was just a Tuesday. And that's a no-hitter. It's the craziest thing you could ever be a part of, because the Super Bowl, the World Series, the All-Star Game, you bring all your hype with you. A no-hitter, it's fucking Tuesday. And your friend goes, do you want to come? You're like, all right, you know what, I'll go. And then by the 7th inning, you can't breathe. And then you threw like 190 pitches in that game. You walked 8. It was the Mariners, and it was like Paul Sorrento, Jay Buhner.
Listen to that memory, huh?
Ken Griffey Jr. Like the last 5 guys you faced, it was like, oh my God! In the 7th inning, is he going to come out for the 8th? 8th inning, now he's got to come out for the 9th. Yeah. That was probably athletic viewing. At second place being Larry Johnson hitting the 3 in the Garden against the Pacers. Your no-hitter was like, that was the biggest high for me in the world. It's just ironic that so many athletes fall into the traps of drugs, but I guess that's what we're all doing. We're just chasing the dragon every time we go to the stadium.
At the end of a game like that, you feel as tired as the guy actually playing.
Yeah.
A game like that, yeah.
Were you high on the air? On the mound?
No, I never used
before the game or during the game or anything.
That's self-control right there.
But it was already premeditated after the game.
What about Darryl? Did he use during the game?
After the game was I was going to use either to celebrate or I was going to lose. I mean, use because I was pissed because I lost.
Right.
Was Darryl? I'm not sure what he did.
Is that the Breakfast of Champions that you're eating?
Yes. Thanks for pointing it out there, David Lee Roth. Trying to finally eat breakfast.
Hey, Doc,
multi-grain Cheerios if you need to know.
In the Bad Guys Won, there's been a bunch of Mets books about that era, and it seemed like, and I'm not asking you to air your guy out or throw your guy under the bus under any situation.
But in case you do,
you can only speak for yourself. I know that, but it seemed like once the tests started coming back, there seemed to be this sort of like, oh, you got to talk to Darryl, or Darryl would say, oh, you got to talk to Doc. This sort of like running back and forth, like it wasn't me, it was him, it wasn't him, it was me. Was that the media making that up, or was it like, I'm going to get suspended, I better...
Well, no, not at all. For me, when anytime the rumors came around with me, they would ask me, or even after when I failed my test in '87, the Mets and Major League Baseball want to know was, who was you using with? What's your teammates? You better tell us. If you don't tell us, this is what's going to happen. And I just said, well, and the truth was, I was basically used by myself. I mean, me and Darryl used together occasionally, like say in '86, but outside of 1 or 2 times, that was it. Obviously, he's been public with his troubles. I've been public with mine, but we never really partied together.
Are you sober now? Are things good now?
Yeah, 2.5 years.
Cool.
Yeah,
so everything's going well.
I like that.
Really
Let's
great.
do it.
Thank you.
I got 32 days clean and sober.
Yeah.
Not in a row.
This is a start.
Of course, not in a row.
Since January. Since January.
That's got to be weird to be at a meeting and Doc Gooden sitting across from you sharing. I'm like, I had a rough day. My barbecue didn't fire up. And you're like, well, when I won my World Series ring. You're like, wait a minute. Is this the 3 o'clock Moore Park meeting? Well, where are we?
There is a 3 o'clock Moore Park meeting. Huh?
I know.
That's right.
And a 1 o'clock.
It's amazing you say that, though. But, anytime I'm in the meetings, you know that obviously everybody's in there from different walks of life.
Yeah.
But we're all there for the same common goal.
That's right.
And that's the main, help each other stay clean and sober just for that day. And
yeah, it is.
Tomorrow do the same thing.
It is an amazing, we'll just say, a program that it really is when you walk in. Nobody gives a shit. We're all just trying to keep our lives together. It's pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
What's good about the book, too, is, and listening to you talk, we were talking about when people write something in the book, Dave and I were talking about how they don't want to talk about it on the air, and you're brutally honest. It's great. Like, that really makes people want to read a book, is like, you're not coming in going, well, I don't know, God. You're like, just fucking, this is everything that happened. Here it is. And that's what I wish everybody would do when they put out a book and they talk about their life. It's brutally honest.
Hey, if I don't see myself reflected in your eyes, I'm going to get out within 30 seconds of your story. You follow? And the stuff that attracts me most to people's stories and people's backgrounds are the flaws, the cracks in the woodwork, the fractures. Your favorite jeans are the ones that are most fucked up with the holes in the knees and the old boots that aren't polished. And that's the most interesting thing about each other as human beings.
As long as there's no hole in the back of the jeans, because you know what that means.
But that you mentioned that, for me, what kept me sick for so long is like, your sick is your secrets. And for a long time, like you mentioned, I would tell half the story. I wasn't comfortable telling the whole story. It took a while for me to admit that I have a disease. It took a long time to admit that I'm an addict. I'm an alcoholic. Those words, when I said it, I kind of stumbled over them because I was still in denial. And to me, it was like, that means you're weak. So I finally got to a point that, hey, I'm dying thinking I got this stuff under control. Because, I've been to prisons, I've been to jails, I've been to rehabs. So the only thing left for me is the cemetery if I choose to go back out there. So it was just a time in my life where I was just tired of living that lifestyle. And when you surrender, you have to surrender everything. Because I was trying to hold on to the lifestyle without the alcohol and drugs, but it doesn't work that way. So I had to come clean and just this is what happened. Like you say, this is not... who I am today, but these are things that I went through, and I can go right back to that if I was to choose to pick up or take that one drink.
And how long were you in jail for? I mean, we all remember when you went, and it's weird to see such an iconic figure go. You're like, oh my fucking God, that is what happens. Like when you keep going.
Oh, it was a horrible time. I mean, I was in jail prison actually, for 10.5 months. It's tough to go to prison at any time in your life, but to go in at 40 for the first time was horrible, especially when you have little kids, and daughters especially, where if something happens, there's nothing you can do.
Wow, yeah.
You only get a 15-minute phone call per day, and if you miss that time, Big Bubba ain't gonna give up his time.
Right.
You're done. That's just the way it is.
How did they treat you in jail? I mean, was it because you are who you are? Was that good or bad?
It was a little bit of both. When I first got there, I think it was a situation where they wanted to see how you was gonna come in, how you was gonna be just based on the name. Right away, they made it known that in here, there's no names. So
Right.
You're a number, and you're no different than the other guy. You're going to pick up the trash. You're going to do it when I tell you. You're going to shower when I tell you. You're going to wear what we tell you to wear. You're going to clean up the yard when we tell you. You're going to eat when we tell you, and you're going to eat what we tell you. So it was a whole big adjustment, but I just came in, tried to be as humble as I can, and just kept my distance from everyone. And as time went on, you start to kind of, I wouldn't say fit in is the right word, but you came to kind of adapt a little bit on certain days. But certain days you thought you was going to lose your mind.
Wow.
It's because you're coming from, I mean, for jail for anybody sucks, but coming from a place of being, like Jay said, the no-hitter, the World Series, all this great glory to come to this place, you got to wonder, like, what the fuck was I thinking? What happened?
Yeah, what happened? Exactly.
You're exactly right. And some days, to be honest with you guys, some days I will wake up and say, oh, this got to be a dream. I'm going to wake up in my bed. It's got to be a dream. And then some days you say, how am I going to make it? Not just 10 months, but how am I going to make it to the next day? How am I going to make it? You carry your food, and sometimes you got some guys that if they want your food, they're going to take it. I mean, you got 10 guys, there's nothing you can do. I mean, there's a gentleman I saw. I didn't literally see him get raped, but you're like about 5 feet from the shower, and you hear him screaming for his life in there.
Oh man.
So you wanted, am I next? You don't know. It's just a horrible way of living.
Did that guy look anything like me, the one who was being assaulted? I imagine I'd be quite popular in that setting.
I'm certain of it.
It's a horrible situation.
Doc, what was it?
I felt that way during accounting meetings, with my accountant, and when Warner Brothers signs a contract, I felt that way. I wasn't, please continue.
Two different worlds.
That's great.
What was it in that time period? Every athlete just got arrested in Tampa. Like Tampa was just where you went to get put in jail. Whether every single athlete, you just see him coming out of Tampa jail.
Well, that makes perfect sense because that's a port of entry, right? That Miami is where all the.
Well,
big
he says
partying
rape in the
starts.
shower. You say port of entry.
I don't think he wants to hear that.
I don't. This is freaking me out now.
Can
I'm
you
at Governor's
look,
11
can you
Town
look
tonight.
back on those great moments, obviously, as an athlete, and not and be able to put away the part that kind of taints that? Because it seems like it would be such a waste to have such a great career, great memories professionally, but it's always got that nagging drug problem hanging over him.
That's a great question because
of course.
I was going to ask it, but
no, you weren't.
All right.
No, because what happened was so many times when I would relapse, so many times when I go on these binges, it was because I was guilty, depressed, and upset because I was thinking what my career should have been, what others thought my career should have been, more so than me thinking that. When you hear everybody say, oh, you should have been in the Hall of Fame, or you should have won 300 games, I just beat myself up with that a lot of times and start believing that. Unfortunately, when I was in prison, the only good thing I can say came out of that was, even though I got in trouble in 2010 when I came out of prison in 2006, but when I was in prison, when you got nothing but time, nothing but time, and you're not going anywhere, I had a chance to relive my life, replay the whole tape, the good and bad, and everything that took place. And I came across the thing, and I said, you know what? When I was a kid, I remember telling my dad who was watching the game, I said, my goal is I want to make the major leagues. I want to stay healthy and play a long time. I never thought about awards, never thought about the Hall of Fame, never thought of going about, winning 300 games, World Series. You don't think about that things. I got to win every award possibly for a pitcher. I got 3 World Series rings in New York. All through the no-hitter for the Yankees. So when I look back on it, I say, look, I can't beat myself up over this stuff anymore because others' expectations of me. Because when I was 5 years old, nobody thought this guy's going to be a Hall of Fame pitcher. He's going to win 300 games. And I got to really live a career that most players would dream of living. So I had to eliminate that part because I found out also in rehab that by me beating myself over that, all I was doing was giving myself a reason to go back out and use. So I had to eliminate all that and like you say, start patting myself on the back for the career that I did.
Yeah, you could look at, I guess prison will give you time to put things in perspective.
What did you do? What did you use your time to do? Because we started off talking about chess briefly there, and I know a lot of the fellas who work at the chess clubs downtown. If you see a ton of forearm tattoos, watch out, because he's been playing chess constantly for his entire stay. Some guys read a lot. Some folks get into the Bible. What did you use your time doing in the joint?
Once I was there, and I kind of accepted that I'm going to be here for 10.5 months. I got in this thing where normally I would like they had this the track. I used to walk the track a lot. I basically stayed to myself. I didn't play any softball, so occasionally I'll play.
Oh, they must have been pissed.
Yeah,
you didn't sign for softball.
That's the movie.
You know what happened?
That had to cause problems.
He's going to play against the guards.
Right.
You know what happened? I had this guy kind of tell me when I was in the county jail before I got sent off to prison, kind of pre-warn me. He goes, when you get to prison, stay by yourself, because when you get there, they have sports. They're going to already have you on a team.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're on that team, the other team's going to be pissed.
Right.
And if you're on that team, you're not doing well, your team's going to be pissed.
Fuck.
And you don't want that.
And
So
it's
just
probably
go
going to go past just the team and the game. That's going to work its way into the actual life.
100%.
Yeah,
So when
yeah.
I got there, it's like, you're on our team. I was like, well, I can't play. My knee's bad. Which
Yeah,
it wasn't.
oh, good, yeah.
So I didn't want to know part of it. So I played a lot of horseshoe. Love horseshoe, and basically just walked the track, and that was basically all I did.
Yeah, stay in shape.
They're telling us we have to wrap with
He's
Doc.
very, very busy.
I want to plug the book.
Yes.
It's called Doc.
You got to rap. They sell $1 million for this guy.
Publicists.
That's what they told us.
This is the stop.
It's the publicist.
Yeah, what do we
There's a publicist, Darth Vader and Sons, is knocking on the door, and he's making the rounds. He's doing a round.
It's called Doc.
Doc Gooden doesn't want to leave. His people are telling him he has to leave. Right. He's been beyond honest, and I think he just sold a shitload of books because this looks like a great read.
It really
it's called
does.
Doc. It's called.
I'm serious.
It's called Doc, a memoir, and what I've read of it, honestly, it's fantastic, and it's honest, and it's open, and you talk about everything, and we interview a lot of athletes, and most times I don't enjoy it because I don't find them forthcoming, and I'm saying in all honesty, you're my favorite athlete that we've interviewed. Like this, you're fucking brutally honest about everything, and it's like that's all we asked for, and it's like this book is fucking great.
Definitely a good
I really
read.
appreciate that. It means a lot.
More awkward moments.
Can you turn your head and cough?
Epic fails.
That was a shitty joke that bombed.
And foul-mouthed rants.
Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Coming up. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Continues next. This is Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
We're spending the week highlighting all of the great moments that have happened already in 2013 on this Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far with me, Sam Roberts, and what would 2013 have been without Chip? Whether it was Dr. Steve Chipperson, Entertainment Weekly's casting of Chip, I don't know. And Chip decided to insert himself every feasible place that he could. It's only been 7 months, and I'm already burnt out on Chip this year. Here it is. The worst, and when I say worst, I don't actually mean best, meaning worst, I mean just worst, of Chip in 2013.
O&A's worst of 2013 so far.
Oh, by the way, if Justin is listening, I think you should put in a word that Chip Chipperson should make a guest appearance on the David Letterman program.
Oh, really?
Yes. I think Dave should not be made aware of who Chip is.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Justin Stangler should be the guy to put in the word.
I think that what you should do is you should go to Dave and you should go, look, Dave, and all the things I trust me. This guy is the goods.
He should use his entire relationship he's built up with Dave
and his
the time
brother
he's done until now, put his reputation on the line to
Chip.
vouch for Chip Chipperson.
And his brother.
Oh, and his brother.
Yeah. I'll just go right out there and go, like, hey, it's me. What's up, Dave?
Ladies and gentlemen, our next guest, Chip Chipperson.
And would it be a stand-up thing or just straight to the couch?
I don't know. I'll just tell him when I get there what I feel like doing.
Oh, you wouldn't?
I'll be like, you better have your finger on that button because I might say fuck. I'm going to open like that.
Really?
Yeah. I'm going to sit right down next to him. I'm going to sit down and go like, what's up, Dave? He'll go, what are you doing, Chipper? And I'll go, I hope you got your finger on that button because I might say fuck.
And the audience will go, woo!
Crowd will go nuts.
Oh, yeah.
We don't know what's going to happen.
This guy's crazy.
What would he interview you about?
Whatever he wanted. How you doing, Chip? Fucking good, Dave. Meeting chicks.
Why do you think America would be interested in seeing Chip Chipperson?
Just because they want to laugh and feel good.
There's nothing to talk to you about.
No.
Yes, there is.
Just a boring, stupid man.
He'd be like, how's things going? I'll be like, if it was any better, I'd be embarrassed.
That is pretty
like
funny.
An old showbiz answer.
so you just try to have one-liners lined up for every question.
Yeah. How am I doing? How you doing? Now Jay's leaving. What's up? What are you going to have, like this show on the Tonight Show? You want to just call it like the Dave Letterman Tonight Tomorrow Show or something, and the place could clap for me?
Do they?
Yeah.
Never clap for that one.
No, I don't think they're clapping for that.
I say, hey, you're the only guy whose name isn't Jimmy now. You got Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel. What's this, like a Jimmy conspiracy or something?
And the crowd goes wild again.
Cheer and clap like motherfuckers.
And you make reference to them as being such.
I didn't even say that.
Motherfuckers.
I'd be like, yeah, you guys know what's up. CIA. Chip in action. Chipper in action. 300 episodes, all written. Gonna show 4 new ones every Thursday.
You ready for the entertainment report?
It's terrible.
We're going to show Entertainment Weekly a thing or two, right?
Oh. Yeah. Each episode's 2.5 hours. No commercials.
4 a day?
Fuck yeah, 4 every week on Thursday. Starting 7 a.m.
Oh. It's 10 hours.
What? Oh, okay. You went with this.
I mean, that's entertainment tonight.
That's fine.
All right.
It's just entertainment, music, shit.
What's the story? I'll just riff. Star of The Office, John Krasinski is to have a cameo on the new season of Arrested Development. So I hear.
It's a talk show. It's not just, headlines.
Yeah, it's going to be a talk show.
Actually expand on that.
Catherine Zeta-Jones is back in treatment facility for bipolar disorder. She previously sought treatment in 2011. Our spies are telling us.
That's a full-form talk show. You got to expand on the
Discuss.
topics.
ABC has greenlit, Greenwood Envy? A new reality show called Sing Your Face Off, in which each week 5 celebrities will be transformed into legendary singers and perform as them, according to sources who chose to be silent. That's a ripoff of my show anyway. I wrote that show. I wrote a show called Dance Your Cunt Off, and I was putting it on the YouTubes. Dance Your Cunt Off. And I was showing footage of people who was doing all kinds of crazy dances, and then someone said, Chipper, they have epilepsy. Ronnie from the Jersey Shore is in the hospital with kidney stones.
Ow.
Too bad he didn't eat Roland. Then he would have had Rolling Stones.
Good one. Kind of like that. It's a little clever for Chip.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
This is easy.
Yeah?
Fuck yeah. Fucking Ronnie from Jersey Shore. I wonder how he got that. Probably from all the sand or something in his pizza. See, you put a little humor in. Lighten up the hard
Very
news.
little.
That one was not clever for Chip.
The 3 surviving monkeys will be going on tour together this summer. Where's the 4th one? What did he fucking fall out of a tree or something? I don't know.
No,
he died.
He's dead. He's Davy Jones. He passed away.
What happened to him?
He passed away.
How are they going to do some of the Davy Jones songs?
Those are good.
Yeah.
You had a few hits.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
My mother
Daydream
loved the
Believer.
monkeys.
I'm down. I get it.
When 2.5 Men returns this season, Angus T. Jones will be only back as a recurring role at most.
Who is that?
He's the steak.
Angus T.
He's the guitarist for AC/DC.
He's the kid that found God.
He had a problem with the show. And,
Yeah.
He found God.
Instead of 2.5 Men, they're going to have to call it 2 Men and that fucking guy who you see once in a while or something. I don't know. Change the name. You got
They
me.
should, Chip. That's good.
Yeah, well, I know. Entertainment's easy. Hey, the guy's going to be on Arrested Development, from The Office to Arrested Development. I don't give a fuck.
Well,
You gotta make believe you give a fuck.
Big fucking deal.
No, you gotta kind of.
Hey, that crazy girl married to Michael Jones, whatever his name is. Michael Douglas. She's in a hospital because she got bipolar. How come she didn't steal it?
Oh.
Double disorders, cocksucker.
Well, this is working.
I kind of like it.
Listen to this
Fuck yeah.
before I'd listen to Entertainment Weekly radio.
Yeah. She's as nutty as the fruitcake, my mother would say.
That's.
Oh, the pretty ones are always crazy, Chipper. Get yourself a nice lady with ham hock ankles. You want a lady who can carry the sofa up the stairs by herself.
Well, that's practical.
Lamar always said that my mother had a lot of cushion.
Lamar.
She fucking her?
No. Bless you. Don't sneeze in the middle of my entertainment report.
Sorry.
You already read all the story.
ABK has greenlit a new reality show
We did that one
called
already.
Sing Your Face Off.
Now, what kind of celebrities are going to be on this? 5 celebrities are transformed into legendary singers and
Fuck
performers.
yeah.
So, what kind of celebrities do you think, Chippa?
Fucking, I would say the girl who played Joe on The Facts of Life.
Oh,
she's fucking famous.
I've seen her in quite a while.
Yeah, Nancy McKeon.
That was her, yeah.
I know who it was.
Oh, so her.
The lady who played Edna Garrett on The Facts of Life.
Well, they're not going to have 2 people from The Facts of
Fuck yeah, they will. They'll just start singing.
Well, who else then?
Girl who played Blair on The Facts of Life.
No, that's 3.
It's not the
She's a fucking great celebrity.
It's not people from The Facts of Life sing their face off.
And nobody knows that show anymore.
Yeah, the fuck they do.
No, it's
not
over.
really, Chip.
Well, you still got 2 spots.
Yeah.
Left.
Yeah, who else?
Kim Fields.
What was she on?
She was the black girl from The Facts of Life.
Oh, okay.
My mother would always say, don't you ever come home with her, Chipper, or you'll be sleeping outside on a porch.
But she had Lamar.
Yeah, she was fucking black guys all the time.
No, she wasn't. She was helping members of the community get back on their feet.
And
well,
who
we got a
else?
5th celebrity, yes.
Mindy Khan.
Who's that?
Cohen, right?
I don't like to say that because my mother didn't like the Jewy people. She said, don't bring no Jewy kite burgers into this house, Chipper.
Jesus.
I said, Ma, that's not proper.
You could tell how Chip got so fucked up.
Yeah, my mother said, if you want to see how many Jewish people are somewhere, you roll a penny. She says, Chipper, they run after it and bang their heads. My mother's a very wise, special woman.
Yeah.
But Mindy Cohen.
Okay.
She was Natalie from The Facts of Life.
So is it going to be a
She's
theme?
very Rubenesque. She looks like my mother, but she smiles more than my mother would.
So the celebrities are like thematic every week. They have a new show that they.
No, they're not.
So the second week, who would you say would be on?
Probably Jennifer Anbury's from Friends.
Aniston?
Yeah.
And who else?
David Swinger.
See, you're doing a thematic cast every week.
No,
it's
I'm not.
from a different show.
Everybody's just fucking dancing.
No, they're singing their face off.
Oh, I forgot.
You
I was
mixed
thinking
it up
of my show.
What's your show?
Dance your cunt off. It's where you get a bunch of girls and they gotta do like a really hard country left and right step until that cunt falls out. And when your cunt falls out on the floor, you win a prize or something.
So it's all kinds of dances where their cunt could fall out, like river dancing, I guess.
Yeah.
Clogging,
or the hard
probably
step,
too.
like 1 and 2 and 3.
Right,
and back and
country
forth.
line dancing.
Yeah.
Not a soft shoe though. That wouldn't work.
I don't care what they got on their feet.
No, that's
that's
a type of dance.
Oh.
You're dancing your cunt off.
Dance your cunt off.
Chip, you're losing focus from the...
I was going to put it on the fucking YouTubes.
Right. You're losing focus from the entertainment show that you're supposed to
That is entertaining.
The radio show.
Everybody would watch. I wonder whose cunt's going to fall off.
It's this, Ed. It's this.
She's got a cute face, but wow.
Yeah.
That's just a turnip.
Well.
All right.
Hi.
Just people walk by the studio. Sorry.
Yeah, we're distracted
by a turnip.
all right, so that's a good conversation about that new show, Sing Your Face Off. That's pretty good. Any other stories you want to elaborate on? You gave the headlines. We're elaborating a little more now, Chippa.
3 surviving monkeys are going out on tour.
All right.
But they're not going to be no singing because the guy's dead, so they're just going to play the music.
No, there are singers.
Yeah, they'll harmonize some
Mickey
shit.
Mickey
He
Dolenz.
sang, right?
Mickey
Got a lot of
Dolenz
songs.
is pretty much the lead singer in that band there.
Oh, all right.
But now, are they going to be getting, who was the one that never really, Michael Nesmith. Michael Nesmith, he never really liked being with the Monkees.
No, he was
had the
done with that
whiteout
shit.
fortune, but I guess since the computer, the
might need
whiteout
money
fortune,
again.
yeah, he needs a little money.
Yeah.
Chippa,
that
what do you
stock
think?
is dropped by now.
Chippa, what do you think?
I don't know. But I wouldn't mind going in there and fucking playing some sick fucking Puppies tunes.
This isn't the entity. You talk about the story.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be talking about you.
The Monkees going on tour. Mike Nesmith, Mickey Dolenz, Peter Tork.
The new sick fucking Puppies song. The Devil's Circus.
How does it go?
I heard.
How does it go? I don't think you've heard this one.
yeah, I heard how
I
it
don't think
goes.
you've heard this one, Ed.
Oh, I did.
No, I don't think so.
Did a
How does it go? How does
first
it go?
performance yesterday.
Yes.
It's the Devil's Circus.
You've lost focus completely. It's your
Yeah,
demo.
yeah,
You've lost
Chippa.
focus altogether.
So it's circus music played on a guitar with a lot of fucking distortion on it.
Fucking
A lot of
Devil's
fuzz.
Circus.
But this isn't about sick fucking puppies.
I heard 2.5 Men's coming back on.
Oh, right. Now, Angus T. Jones, he had a problem with the show. He got very religious and had a problem with some of the themes of the show. He figured they were anti
He has
God.
cancer.
What? No,
he
he
doesn't.
Now you're just spreading rumors.
Oh.
No.
I just say stuff sometimes when I run out of shit to say. Just got to keep talking.
Ran over the list of
He was
stories
arrested
twice.
for rape.
No,
you
he
can't
wasn't.
say that.
Oh, he wasn't?
That
at
didn't
all.
happen.
He's just, I guess, the
Catherine Zeta-Jones is in prison.
No.
She ran over somebody with a bus. She was backing up and she hit that cunt.
Oh, Chippa. She's in the hospital for bipolar disorder, but it has nothing to do with. She never hit anyone with a bus.
Oh my God, she fucking bipolar. She hit someone with an axe.
No.
That fucking bitch is crazy. She was all fucking zooted on her medicine, running around throwing soup on people, I heard.
No, that never happened.
Yeah, she even threw fucking throat cancer at Michael Douglas and he ate it.
Jesus.
That's what happened.
He did have throat cancer,
So
but he
it kind
beat
of
it.
makes sense.
He beat
Yeah.
it.
So,
I guess that's the way you could get it. Yeah.
John Krasinski fucking left Arrested Development. He's going to start in The Office now.
No, you got it
he's
backwards.
from The Office.
You're not. Aren't you trying? You got to try, Chip.
I am trying.
It's a big opportunity for you. You got to try.
I am.
could be the voice of the station.
Yeah.
The whole
Music-
channel.
People like the music, though. You let it play for
Yeah.
a few minutes.
You talk about Ronnie from the Jersey Shore. He's got kidney stones. And then maybe talk about some of the other Jersey Shore guys and what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, you ever see Snooki get fucking punched in the face?
Yeah.
Years ago.
That was like the first season of.
5 years
Yeah,
ago.
Yeah.
they go do their laundry and shit real good. Hey, I'm going to press my shirt or something. What are you going out to get some fucking cooter? Fucking fist pump. I used to fist pump too.
Did you?
Fuck yeah.
And you got to watch the language. This isn't a. This
They
isn't
want
a
it
show.
raw. They want it real. I don't
No,
give a fuck.
no. This
No,
is,
they don't.
It's more of
This
a.
is XL shit you're
Oh.
doing.
You're going to be talking to a
Family
lot of
channel.
women. A lot of women are interested in.
I got a big fucking pecker, ladies.
No.
How'd you like it stuck where the babies fall out?
Third time running through the list of
Yeah.
stories.
How'd you like me to fill your dunce hole?
Chip. See, no, Chip. You can't curse.
I don't have
You
to
got to
curse.
stick to the stories, and you gotta elaborate on them. Just don't read the
You
headlines.
have to be conversational.
Okay. So what's up? What are you doing? Do you know, I heard Catherine Zeta-Jones was back in treatment facility for bipolar disorder. She previously saw treatment in 2011.
Well, what do you have on that, Chip?
She previously saw treatment in 2011. And all of a sudden, now she's back in a treatment facility for bipolar disorder. Catherine Zeta-Jones.
So anything you have that can maybe elaborate on this?
Yeah, she was already there 2011. That's 2 years ago. She was there, but now she got out. Now she's back in there again. And she's got bipolar disorder.
You're just rephrasing the statements in the headline.
You got to elaborate a little
elaborating.
bit. I don't think you are.
Give her a little extra.
Yeah, this is extra.
Maybe your personal opinion.
She's married to Michael Douglas.
Oh, there you go.
Good,
All right.
good.
And she was in a place in 2011 for bipolar disorder. And now she's back there.
What do you think of that?
What's that?
What do you think of that?
I think that it's been 2 years since she's been in a place for bipolar disorder. And she's gone back there.
We get it.
Catherine Zeta-Jones.
It's Zeta-Jones.
Yeah, she's in a treatment facility, by the way.
We know. You've said that before.
For bipolar disorder.
Yes, for the bipolar disorder.
You said it.
Yeah, Chip.
Yeah, but that's not the first time. F no.
That's good. You didn't curse at least.
Yeah.
But even the F thing, you could leave that out.
Okay, heck no. She was already there.
Okay, you go there.
2011.
You ever watch the entertainment shows?
That's all I do.
You ever watch like E.T. Entertainment Tonight?
That's a good movie.
Not E.T. the extraterrestrial.
My mother would always go, if he wants to phone home so much, why does he go to a phone booth, Chipper? I said, I don't know, Ma.
Did you laugh at that?
Like a crazy motherfucker.
Chip, watch you laugh.
What about Billy Bush? You know Billy. You've seen Billy Bush on TV.
Yeah, Billy Bush. What's he got, a bunch of berries on him or something?
Like a berry bush.
Yeah, it's like Billy Burr, except he's a shrub. It's a big red bush yelling at Philadelphia.
I don't think you should riff as much.
I'm good at riffing. That's what my gift is.
I don't think it's your strong suit, riffing.
My strong suit? That's a shark skin one. It's light blue in color.
Oh, God.
What's up with Big Ball Guy? Or Big Balls Guy? Does he have both balls?
Man has surgery for 134-pound scrotum.
He walks around. He's sitting on some type of bus here,
right?
And a public, bus. And he carries around a plastic milk crate, those milk crates, with a pillow. And he's got to sit on the chair, and then in between his legs, he puts the milk crate upside down with the pillow on it, and rests his gigantic 134-pound ball bag on the milk crate and pillow.
Wow, that's a huge fucking ball.
He wasn't born this way.
What a burden.
It just started growing?
For 5 painful years, Wesley Warren Jr. watched as his scrotum slowly swelled into a 134-pound mass that hung to his ankle.
All right, get Dr. Steve on
Well,
the phone.
why the fuck wouldn't he stop when it was like...
Well, maybe it'll get better.
When it was
80 pounds.
It's like if the diameter of your ball bag increases by like 1/8 of an inch, how about you go to the doctor?
But there's a lot of wiring down there. How do you take care of that?
He recalled a mid-sleep maneuver that slammed his right testicle. I felt the most enormous amount of pain that one could possibly imagine.
And then it just starts growing from that
pain
point?
Quickly subsided as if a big rig was rolling off his scrotum.
Right.
I felt like I dodged a bullet.
Oh, big rig.
The following day, the sac had stretched to the size of a soccer ball.
So did he go?
He's not saying.
I went to the ER and they treated it as though I had some kind of infection. Antibiotics. Went to other doctors. No one was able to figure out anything for me.
Oh, please.
They would refer me to other doctors because I don't have insurance or the financial means to pay for these folks on demand. The appointment would be 6 weeks away or 3 months away. Blah, blah, blah. Lives off disability.
You think?
Yeah.
Who's going to hire him?
He had help.
Quite the distraction at the workplace.
Yeah. Look at this ball bag.
Right.
Jesus.
Oh, Dr. Steve will be calling us to talk about big balls in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
All
He's
right.
just dropping his children off.
Oh, okay.
I would have said to the guy, you're nuts.
That's pretty good, Chip.
I know.
Oh,
13-hour surgery.
So what is he down
for
to now?
what? Like what
To
was?
remove the 134-pound mass.
But what was the mass? And how did he get it? Just by rolling over in his sleep?
Nah, he rolled over in the sleep, and it fucking. That's when he realized he had something going on down there.
Something ruptured. It's some kind of fluid collection.
Blood.
No, he already had something growing, and when he maneuvered in bed, it exposed it to him.
Scrotal
Yes.
lymphedema?
What is it?
Lymphedema.
Lymphedema.
Scrotal lymphedema. Scrotal lymphedema is what happens when your scrotum grows.
Buildup of fluid.
Fluid in the mass and tissue. It will knit itself into the fabric of your scrotum.
You know, those things you can't get on the show.
Yeah.
Tissue.
Tissue, I don't even know you.
Yeah.
Hey, this is what you get when you wash your neck. You get Kleenex. Dr. Steve Chipperson. Or something. Fluids or something.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's a big mass or something. You know, a bunch of people in church inside of your scrotum or something. You don't like Dr. Steve Chipperson?
No. Who would? Flad.
Yeah, a bunch of fluid.
Wow, that's. I hate those stories. You gotta grab your balls when you're hearing these stories. I don't know why. Grab yours. Ow. Ooh. I don't like that.
Yeah, bad as bag must have smelled.
Oh my God.
Oh.
What happened?
You know that feeling you get in your balls when you go in a car, and you're going over a hill, where you're going downhill and then it goes uphill really quick?
Like it sinks back into you?
What is that? I gotta ask Dr. Steve that. Why do you get a feeling in your ball bag when you go down a hill and then back up like that? What is that?
Well, it's basically it's your sinking back, and it's gravity kind of pulling you back towards the center of your own gravity, which would be where you're seated.
I don't buy that.
Yeah.
Because it's when you go up and over a hill, or when you go down and up. So you're getting the increase in G's and negative G's on your ball bag.
You don't have any H's or I's or something.
Yo, we got
it's fucking awful.
I got a mustache. That's when you have a bunch of mushes and you hide them somewhere.
We got a guy that had this in the 8th grade.
Oh, stop.
Jim in Philly. What do you got?
Big balls?
Yeah, it's called testicular torsion.
Oh.
And the same shit happened to me it was the summer of 8th grade, and I woke up one morning and
my balls do imitations. It's testicular gortion. It's an old joke.
Yeah, it's funny though.
It feels like you get hit in the balls just all fucking day, and then it gets this. Mine didn't get a soccer ball. I mean, I would definitely collect donations at that point, but I got at least to a softball.
Don't they also call that a twisted yo-yo or something?
Yeah,
your testicles in your sack, they are connected. Obviously, they don't just sit there like click clacks. They're connected with some fucking tubes and shit. And they have to be able to drop down or suck back up.
Right.
So it actually is like a little yo-yo thing. And that whole that little array of stuff that holds your balls there, it could sometimes twist and kink like a hose. Like a kinked hose.
That's exactly what they explain.
And that fucks up your fucking balls.
And yours got up to the size of a softball. What do they do for you?
Well, it was the worst part was that my grandparents were ever watching me, so I had to go to my fucking 80-year-old grandma and say, hey, I think something's wrong down there. And
I was bit by a snake, Grandma. You got to suck the poison out.
Yeah. Well, then why are you putting it in my ass? To get it ready for your mouth.
That guy just calls in to help the show out. And then he's fucking his grandma in the ass.
And then the mouth.
Doing
yes,
ATM
and then the mouth. A little
grandma.
ATM.
Great.
Yeah, exactly. Pull those teeth out.
I guess we don't care what happens to you. But do you have normal balls now?
Well, I mean, that's the shitty part. Because once they expand to a softball, I mean, they don't grow back to it's like losing a lot of weight at once. So I got some wrinkles. So I look
got
like
half a Hulk bag.
You got a lot of skin down there?
Say what?
You got a lot of skin down there?
Yeah, but
like a deflated basketball or something?
Yeah, there you go.
That fucking blows.
When someone says, slap me 5 cents, give me some skin, right? So you just throw your balls or something. I says,
Dr. Shit.
But they told you, they were like, if you didn't come to us sooner, you you would have lost. You would have not been able to have kids and shit. So yeah, they really fucking serious.
I love it.
All right, Jim. Thank you. We got the man himself on the line. Dr. Steve, we got a story of a guy, his fucking balls or his scrotum got up to 134 pounds.
Nice.
And he said he moved in the middle of the night and fucking felt incredible pain. I guess he twisted the wrong way or something, and that's what he's claiming caused this, which I doubt very much.
Yeah. Yeah, that's called massive scrotal edema.
What the fuck?
And, well, a lot of times it'll happen when the venous supply of the scrotum is blocked. So here's the thing. Veins are very compressible, thin-walled vessels, whereas arteries are muscular and hard to compress. So if you get some compression of the vein, then the arteries can still pump blood in. But
oh, man. Water fucking balloon.
Yeah, it's just a hydrostatic situation where you've got water pumping in and it can't come out, and so it just pumps this scrotum, which is already pretty loose and elastic, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. It will stop when the pressure pushing in equals the pressure pushing out, but with the scrotum, it takes a long time, and it can get huge.
Oh, my God. So when they say they removed a mass, though, is it just fluid, or is it...
It's probably stretching the shit out of stuff in there, right?
Yeah, there's... it's the testicles are still there, but they don't grow. They're inside that giant sac. There will be two, probably... atrophic little testicles.
Atrophic. Yeah, you get that if you come in second place or something. Dr. Chip.
So
I kind of like Dr. Chip.
But a lot of the tissue in there will become just sort of boggy, and there might not necessarily be a lot of free fluid, although there may well be. And one that size, he's probably got a few gallons of fluid, as well as just tissue that's boggy and enlarged,
swollen and fucking impregnated with fluid.
Yeah.
Oh, that's disgusting.
So how do you take care of this?
Surgery is the only option on that. Compression will actually make it.
Does everyone get soaked in the operating room?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, compression will do what?
Compression will just make it worse. Like, so people think, well, you got a swollen leg, you put them in a compression stocking. But compressing swollen ball bag will actually make the problem worse.
So you can't jump up and down on it?
Yeah, just fucking. Sometimes people with cancer, you can get torsion of the testicles will cause torsion of the testicles where you twist the cord of the testicle so much that it cuts off the blood supply. Now that's a surgical emergency, but usually doesn't cause a scrotum that's 14 pounds or 40 pounds or whatever you said.
You could probably lose a testicle that way if it's not receiving nourishment.
Absolutely.
Oh, Jesus.
This guy got it up to 134 pounds.
You chicks think it's fucking, your tits are a problem. Jesus Christ. Got these fucking balls hanging down.
Imagine trying to walk around with that shit hanging between your legs.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, you have to bounce on them or something.
I really think I like this one.
So much fun.
Wow, Dr. Steve, that's terrible.
You want to take ball bag questions right now?
Yeah, sure.
Because you're freaking out everybody. We got a guy, Rocco, in Jersey. He needs to talk to you immediately.
Dude, it's Rocco.
Rocco, what's up?
Dr. Steve, 44. I got big sack of varicose veins. I mean, I think for me they're big. And, they hurt when someone touches them, like my wife touches them. Maybe Chip could touch them. Anyway, what do you suggest?
Okay, I missed it.
He's got a big ball sack full of varicose veins.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you read, a lot of people will have that. There are veins around the testicles that draw the heat away. You may know that you can
can only make sperm if the testicles are 3 to 6 degrees below body temperature. And so there's like a heat exchanger, which is, this plexus of veins around the testicle that draws heat away back up into the body. And you can get varicose veins there just like you can anywhere else in the lower extremities.
Ow.
And when you reach down there and feel, it'll feel like a bag of worms.
Just can't go fishing with them now.
He went from like a chubby, bald, middle-aged looking guy to a girl with fancy hair.
Wow, that's
and he almost pulls it off when you put the wig on him.
I know.
Oh boy. Well, he puts a lot of hair in his face. A lot of hairs in his face.
Is that all he did? He just dressed up like it?
What has he got?
Much.
He has. It's not a surgery thing.
No.
He just likes.
He just
to,
walks in. I'm Dawn now, and all the workers have to say, "Okay."
He likes to. Yeah. That's the part about it that's fucked up.
Yeah.
All the workers just have to say, "All right."
You know, there was one guy from sales who just went, "I'm out.
I'm not fucking entertaining this guy's little
throws his clipboard down and bolts."
I understand we're all supposed to have more tolerance these days, but it's just rough.
It really.
If one of you guys walked in here as a fucking chick, that would be rough.
That would be really weird.
That would be rough.
It's like you're daring management to say anything. It's like right. Hey, look. One guy says he doesn't like me as Dawn. I take him to court. I'm a rich man.
Oh, my God.
It's a win-win.
He walked into his Manhattan office on Friday in a little black dress and a brunette bobbed wig and announced to colleagues that from now on he would like to be known as Dawn. I think everyone would openly just start laughing.
You
Like,
gotta
all right, that's
start
funny,
laughing.
Don.
What
That's
a great joke. What a great joke.
You're a kidder.
Yeah, why don't you
just change it completely?
Yeah, you could pick any
My
name.
name was Bob, and now I'm Cheryl. Right. Like, it doesn't have to be, I'm Bob, now I'm Barbara. like fucking a Bobette. You can fucking, believe me, you put on a wig and a dress and fucking stuff tits in there, you could go off with the name. We're not going to go, ew, he didn't even keep a close name.
Yeah,
Don't worry, the name's the easy part.
Went from Rob to Robin.
Yeah.
Right.
I was
You
Rob.
can pick any name.
Now I'm Roberta. Ah, great.
It's actually easier if we're not reminded of the dude part of it.
Yeah. Don, you used to be Don, now you're Dawn.
Donna.
It's Donna. It's like fuck that.
It's asking a lot of people to just accept it. I mean,
It really
you got to
is.
at least give us you got to give you, all right, you're shocked for a second, and then we'll get
Let
used
me
to
get
it.
it
And
out.
okay, now I'm with you, Carl.
Let me get out the laughter,
Yeah.
the shock, the fucking, oh my God,
The quick moment of what the fuck are you?
right.
Yeah, could you at least give us that?
Yeah, and then we'll work on the inclusion,
the tolerance,
diversity. All
Some
that happy
people
horse
saying
shit.
things they shouldn't say. Say, everybody, that lady has a pecker.
Chip would have so many lawsuits if he was in the workplace.
Oh, at work?
when Dawn walks in.
Mr. Chipperson, good to see you in my courtroom again. What is it this time, counsel?
I just said, hey, that lady's not a real lady. It's a guy with a bunch of stuff up in his shirt.
All right. 20,000 in damages. They just look at a fucking scale on the wall.
Yeah. We argues with somebody who's transgendered at work. Why don't you go look a bunch of peckers or something?
All right. Here's a subpoena. We'll see you in court.
Yeah.
See you next
Chip
week.
just doesn't know what to do. Fuck. Look at that. No way a faggot can lift that.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Hey, don't you wrist bend or something? What are you going to do? Go home and smell some pecker juice?
Oh, my God. No. I didn't give the promotion to the black guy. He's black. Oh, Chip.
Exactly. Why don't you eat some chicken or something?
Oh, no. Oh, Chip again. Pulling up to the court building.
Yeah. Hey, Chinese, look at your eyes. Oing chong chong.
Oh,
jeez.
Welcome to the job or something.
And he just wouldn't learn.
Yeah.
There's no teaching.
Yeah, what are you going to go to the bathroom and look for your little pecker or something?
They do learning videos on chicks' mistakes.
Yeah. Hump a nice ass, like a lot of sexual harassment.
Yeah, pretty
Thinking
girls.
that the girl would be, like, flattered.
Yeah. Hey, look at your fucking nipples are showing. You got me creaming in my pants.
Thinking it's a compliment.
Yes, it's a comment. What's the matter? I was complimenting.
I'd fucking cream all over your hand if you grabbed it. You should get a raise, like in the fucking front of my pants. Holy shit.
Chip doesn't know. He just doesn't know.
Back to human resources.
Yes, HR again. Sit down, Mr. Chipperson.
Sticks his tongue out of girls. I'll fucking make you clit dance.
Chip, can we talk to you again?
Yeah, Chip.
What the
in
fuck?
my office.
Don't make no sense.
How fast do you go through the easy? Because I drove with Chip once at the airport.
Yeah.
And he was explaining to me that you know the spikes that they put so you don't reverse.
Yeah.
I love backing over those things.
Chip, every single time that we passed one of those, which was many times.
Yeah.
He would explain to me that sometimes he likes to back up over them just to hear the sound.
Yeah. Fucking tires.
Yeah.
Right over.
So do you go through the Easy Pass fast?
Fuck
then?
yeah. Yup. I put the fucking Easy Pass right up there. I zip right through.
How fast?
Fucking 80.
80.
Yup.
Wow. Is that with the gate?
Fuck gates. Sometimes I just hear a smack and people yelling behind me. I keep going. I don't give a fuck. Tunes are cranking. I got Loverboy playing.
Loverboy.
I don't give a fuck.
Jesus.
I've driven with Chip before. He's not a good driver.
No.
He drove through Midtown at very late at night, swerving in lanes and honking.
I couldn't imagine. He'd be very good driving.
No, he's terrible.
Yeah, he tends to be aggressive at the wrong times. Too slow at other times.
It was late at night. People were sleeping. And he's driving by apartment buildings and honking.
Really loud.
Yeah.
That's right.
The worst is yet to come.
This is so fucked up, man.
This is O&A's worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony channel. Yeah, this is Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
You know, it takes real balls to do a best of the year in July. Balls and mountains of amazing content. This is the worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony show with me, Sam Roberts, as Opie and Anthony are on vacation. However, they had a lot of great moments already this year. Paul Anka was in studio, and it wasn't so much his appearance, the interview itself, that was legendary. What was even more noteworthy was what happened after. A gift box showed up to Opie here at the studio. This doesn't happen all that often. I mean, fans send things in, but guests who are on the show generally don't send thank you gifts. Was it from Paul Anka? What did it mean? Let's find out right now.
This is O&A's worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony channel.
I got a package here.
Yes, you do.
Sam.
Jesus, Sam.
Sorry.
Let's hack.
That's not what we're talking
Jesus, you're better than that. My God.
I don't know. Look at that thing.
Iraq brought in a big box. It was a little gift, and it was for me.
Oh. Who's it from? Iraq?
Well, I'm going to open it up on the air.
Is that from you, Iraq?
No.
Me and Iraq kind of know who it's from, but, you know, for the magic of radio, I'm going to do this cold.
This is going to be good.
So I got a big box. Look at these packages. They're beautiful. And the package came from Beverly Hills.
Whoa! From one of the housewives.
With a little note.
It's like a very silvery package. The wrapping paper's silver. It's a very well-to-do ribbon wrapped around it.
Yeah, beautiful.
Like the type of ribbon you save.
Yeah,
It's fabric.
I guess I could fucking take a picture of this.
Take an Instagram before and then after. And then maybe get one of those split screens going on that everybody loves so much.
Wait, I'll pull out the card. This is what I'll do. I'll pull out the card. I'll put that up there.
Well, who's the card from?
Well, they'll know online before you.
Why wouldn't you share it with the radio first?
Huh?
So you have to tune in online to figure out what the
Twitter's
big mystery
way more
is?
important than the fucking radio show. Everyone knows that by now.
I'm struggling with it.
With what?
That fact.
Why? You don't have numbers?
I got okay numbers on Twitter. I'm doing pretty well. I'm approaching 50,000.
Whoa, that's pretty good, man. It's not about the numbers.
God damn it. I keep getting everything wrong.
You think I could? All right, they'll be able to see what this is. All right, so I open up the note and it says, "Dear Greg."
Did you spell Greg right?
Yes, which is creepy.
Shit.
Because I'm a rarity. I'm a GREGG.
Yeah, I know.
Me and I think Greg Greg Allman? I think Greg Allman does it that way, and that's about it. It says, Dear Greg, what a great way to start the morning. I really loved it and look forward to the next time.
Okay.
With much respect.
It was a guest on the show, obviously.
Who sent a package, a really nice present.
But just to you?
I don't know. Maybe one's waiting for Anthony. I don't know.
Are there any more packages?
Oh, you know what? I know why Anthony doesn't get one of these.
Because he was late.
He wasn't here that day.
Oh.
So this very famous person who sent a really nice gift because he was on our radio show, that day Anthony was not here.
It's a very famous person.
Very famous, yes. I don't think we'll become like celebrity friends or anything, unfortunately.
I'm assuming it's from Kevin Pollak. But just
Kevin Pollak?
Yeah, just because he's the only famous person that listens to the show.
I love Kevin Pollak, but I can't imagine him actually sending a gift.
Just sending a gift, yeah.
Now he's going to, because now he's going to feel guilty. Kevin Pollak?
Yeah, I think Kevin Pollak should send a gift.
No, it's not Kevin Pollak.
This is interesting.
Dr. Steve.
E-Rock knows, so he's out. Travis, you want to guess? Very famous guest.
Was
who
it
had a
the
really
first time
good time.
he was on?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, it was the first time he was on? Mm-hmm. So what the fuck's he sending gifts for?
I don't know.
Will he be back?
Yeah, he sent a gift.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he'll be back.
This person will be back, yes.
Okay. This is a recent guest?
It's Guy Fieri. He sent me steak knives.
Is it Guy Fieri?
No!
Because I was about to say, that is very desperate. Yeah.
Travis, you got a guess on the big
I'm going to
gift?
guess Paul Anka, but I think Anthony was here for that interview.
Anthony was not here for the Paul Anka
Oh, then I'm going to
interview.
guess Paul Anka.
And you would be correct, sir.
Why is Paul Anka sending you gifts? He's Paul Anka.
So once again, dear Greg, what a great way to start the morning. I really loved it and look forward to the next time with much respect. And that next time is next week.
Yes.
What?
I don't know what's going on with Paul Anka. He really had a good time.
Why the fuck is Paul Anka coming back?
He was just here.
I know.
I don't know. He because when Roland said it, he goes, I go, why is Paul Anka coming back so soon? He goes, he really had a good time.
He's been in the business for 70 years.
Yeah. He hung out with Frank Sinatra, and he now wants to hang out with Opie and Anthony. And Jim Norton.
How does it make you feel? You've been talking all week about not having celebrity friends. Now Paul Anka is all on your nuts.
Imagine fast forward a couple more weeks, I can't get rid of Paul Anka.
Paul Anka.
And this becomes really creepy.
He thinks you, Ant, and Jim are the new Rat Pack.
I know. What a drop off.
Yeah, what is he
Used
doing?
to hang out with Sammy and Dean and Frank, and now it's Opie and Anthony and Jim.
Does that mean he just sits at home now? Are all his celebrity friends like dead, so he's trying to make new ones?
I don't know, man. I think it's really cool, but it's a little strange. So.
You'd think he could hang out with, like, musicians. Like, he'd still be in the scene. Like,
right.
Do you know what's in the box?
I do not. I'm thinking it could be the cologne.
That's what I would guess.
I would guess a severed head.
So Jim didn't get a gift?
You know what? I mean, not to spoil it, but I think he did send Jimmy the cologne.
Oh.
So I'm assuming this is my cologne that
Wow.
he promised me as well.
That is quite a big...
He sent you a giant bottle of cologne. It's like 2 liters.
Yeah.
What is it? It's called Cove Collection?
Cove,
maybe?
probably.
Oh, yeah, Cove.
Yeah, I don't know why Cove would be your first guess. It's spelled C-O-V-E.
I'm gonna figure out how to read eventually. You just wait.
Yeah, it's a
Of
giant...
course it's Cove. I don't know why I just said Cove.
It's a giant bottle of Cove cologne. The box is probably 9 inches tall.
It's really heavy. Like, this is
Maybe-
ridiculous. I'm not bringing this home.
It's a giant
This is really
crystal
heavy.
bottle.
You shouldn't say in there you're not bringing it home.
No, I'll bring it home because, you know.
It's Paul Anka. He's coming back anyway. We can say whatever we want.
What the fuck? Look at this thing. It's like really nice crystal. Look at this shit.
That's just the top. The
Look at
top
this.
of the bottle is wrapped separately in like a protective wrap to
Right.
make sure it doesn't get ruined.
And then and then there's another fucking package here. Oh my god, this is just the empty container.
It's just he sent you just a crystal bottle to put your Cove in.
Right. I'm gonna have to do a before and after. I got the gifts unwrapped, and then
So does that
I'll
mean
have them wrapped, a picture of them wrapped as well.
So that's the cologne, I guess, in the other box.
Yeah, what the fuck? And what, you gotta now pour the cologne into the canter?
Wait, no. That's not cologne.
What?
He sent you like a bottle and glasses. Like that's for putting whiskey in.
Wait, I don't get fucking cologne.
No, he sent you like a that's like
maybe that's why he's coming back. He's going to hand deliver it to you.
These are very nice, though. I'm
I
looking online.
see.
It's a very nice gift.
That's like when, like in Mad Men, when they had the cart
Yeah,
with like the drinks.
I got a Cove Crystal decanter. Look this shit up. Maybe we can resell it.
It's a.
Let me check it out.
It's about $100 right there.
And then okay, I get it. And then really nice crystal glasses.
Yeah, it's a drinking set.
Dude, this is a really, really nice gift.
We should save them.
I'm
for
going
when
to
he
a
comes
wedding
back.
soon. This is gonna be perfect.
Yeah, wrap that shit back
I'm
up.
gonna wrap this shit. This is like a perfect wedding gift.
Why did he send you that? It's Paul Anka.
I don't really drink. That's the problem.
See, you know what? Why this is a risk when celebrities
What
do
do you
it?
put in this decanter? It's not like a wine decanter.
I think whiskey.
Juice.
Like whiskey or gin.
Yeah.
Maybe a nice vodka.
So, but now, when Paul Anka was first coming in,
right,
the idea was, holy shit, Paul Anka's in studio with us. Now it's like, what's Paul Anka doing?
Why is he giving me gifts?
Yeah, does this make you feel like you think less of him, right?
It completely strips away his famous guy mystique.
Right. I don't think Elvis was walking around giving gifts out like this.
Or they'd be
to
weird.
Like radio nobodies.
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't sending disc jockeys decanters.
Holy fuck.
That's like, geez, Paul, relax.
Yeah, we'll have you back on.
It was a book interview.
Dude, I want to break this so bad. I'm getting that urge.
How funny would it be if
I wanna
Paul
go old
Anka came
school.
back in and you
Yeah.
could pretend it was a mistake, but you could announce you're going to do it?
Yeah.
And say, like, oh, you gave me this great Cove decanter, and then you dropped it and shattered it in front of his face.
That is fucking really nice. Now it's going to be awkward. I got to thank him and stuff when he comes in here.
Now you're gonna have to get him a gift.
He's coming in next week.
weird.
Yeah, but I wanted the cologne. That's all I wanted.
The decanter is $100.
Really?
Yes.
Taillights, brake.
Yeah.
The traffic at a little later. It's fucking
Horrendous, right?
astounding. Astounding.
Yo, if I don't get another cup of coffee, I'm going to flip some shit.
Uh-oh. Get the boss some coffee.
I'm going to throw some
my
fucking
God.
crystal.
I don't know if they're.
Paul
The
Anka.
guys get coffee. They'll make a fucking maniac out of me.
coming back.
He's coming back.
Why?
He had that good a time. If you remember, I missed that appearance.
Yes, you did.
I was ill-fated at the time.
We did all right, man, with Paul
Oh,
Anka.
yeah.
We did all right.
But
We
now
had a good time.
it's old hat to you. You guys are pals.
Right.
And now I'm going to be the guy that's like, holy shit, it's Paul Anka.
Right, and if you play it right, you might have some fucking crystal in your future.
I know, I see that.
I just wanted cologne, though.
You just wanted cologne.
It was a throwaway. Me and Jimmy go, wow, you smell really good. Me and Jimmy, we're on the same page with colognes.
Yeah.
And we love collecting the celebrity colognes that come in here.
Sure.
And we got something from D.L. Hughley.
Mm-hmm.
And then who came in here smelling really good? And Jimmy went out and got the cologne.
Ozzy.
No, someone actually gave...
left the cologne.
Was it Donald Sutherland? Actually
Right.
said, well, it's this cologne, and just gave Jimmy the rest of the bottle.
Did he come back for it? Yeah. And then he wanted it back.
He kind of wanted it back. And then I guess Paul Anka sent Jim Norton his actual cologne.
Oh, he did?
Or the cologne he uses. So I was assuming it was my cologne finally, but no, I get the crystal.
This is like one of these must be here to win prize
Yes.
thing. I don't get the prize.
He's probably bringing the cologne with him on the second trip for you.
Oh, maybe.
I sure hope so.
He sent it to Jim already.
That would
What is
be
he
wonderful.
promoting?
Nothing.
that he- no way.
Friendship.
There's no way he's just coming
He
back.
just came out with a book like 2 weeks ago when he was in
yeah,
here.
Yeah.
What could he possibly be promoting?
The book again.
But yeah, maybe he's saying you could still buy the book.
Right.
I mean, I have no,
You should go back and
I'm
listen
sure he had
to
a
the
great
interview.
time.
Right.
You should go back and listen to the interview
Yeah.
and then ask the exact same questions at
Oh
Open
my
Gym.
God. I probably wouldn't even have to listen to the interview. It would just be what I felt,
Yeah.
I would ask too. We're usually on the same fucking circuitry here. Yeah, what? Tonight Show theme. Fucking the guys get shirts. The guys get shirts. Don't make a fucking maniac out of me.
My
Talk
way.
about that. Did it my way. The Rat Pack.
Did it all, brother.
Yeah.
So I don't even know why he's
So
coming
what
back.
the fuck are we gonna talk to him
Talk about that heavy metal album he put out.
Oh yeah.
I want him to maybe
Did he
sing
do
a
that?
song for us. Would our audience appreciate that? I don't even know.
They'd have to.
We would.
I think it'd be
It's
cool.
classic.
Yeah, tell him he's
But would
got
he
to
do
perform.
that?
Okay.
How would we do? He doesn't have his band.
He can play the track.
He doesn't do
How about-
karaoke.
How about
Paul fucking Anka?
Yo, where's my coffee?
Holy shit!
Whoa.
On its way, boss.
Sway boss. You would
got
make
a
a good
certain charm.
crony.
Yeah.
He'd be a good crony.
So why don't we sing with
He's not
Paul Anka?
he's not a flunky. He's a crony or a henchman.
Oh no, he
He could be a henchman.
that dude doesn't fuck around.
No
man.
fucking way. I know. Our security guy.
Well, fuck that. I
want
want to talk about Paul Anka.
Paul Anka.
Could we sing with Paul Anka?
Dude, that would be a dream come true for me.
I would break out the golden voice for Paul Anka.
You would? People have been waiting for it.
All right.
Regrets.
I had a few.
You got to harmonize a
Then
little more.
again, too few to mention.
Or I would have to know all the words.
Yeah, that's true.
Could you write all the words down?
Could do a little studying.
You could just go, but it you know, you could do that.
Yeah.
Sing that part.
What a weird hour.
It was weird.
This is a weird
Very
hour.
strange.
Yeah, it was weird.
We got a clip from Mr. Imus's show.
Oh, Mr. Imus.
Now,
what does Mr. Imus say?
You're laughing, right?
I know. I don't know what it is.
Well, for one lousy fucking day, I thought I was special. One lousy fucking day.
Oh, no.
One lousy day, the Opster thought he was special.
I think I can guess what it is.
Turns out, oh boy, I'm not special at all. Not even close.
The stuck cards.
What?
Shut
up. Want me to just play the clip?
Please.
Okay. Just keep that in mind. For a day, I thought I was special.
So I got back to the office here in New York. First time I went in the office was, I think, on Monday. And there's a gift.
Oh boy, what's going on with Imus? We haven't heard him in a while.
It gets worse.
Really?
I went back to the office. There's a gift.
He needs air.
It's like he's, yeah, that feels like.
Fuck.
Oh, come on, Don.
A gift from Paul Anka.
Oh.
Who was a guest on a program with his book. From a place called Gary's in Beverly Hills. Paul, this devoted fan who listens to me religiously, sent me a brandy decanter.
And also said, give my regards to Charles.
Oh.
And a set of 4 double old fashions.
Imus got the exact same fucking gift as me.
Same gift.
So there was no thought in it.
It's the same thing.
It's the exact same fucking thing.
He got a bunch of these.
Which you would have got too, but you weren't here that day.
And he had them sent out to all the places that he's been pushing his book.
What an idiot I am.
Do you think the note's handwritten or someone writes it for him?
I'm betting that's his secretary.
All right.
Or photocopy machine.
I'm bringing the decanter in tomorrow. I'm fucking giving it away. Fuck Paul Anka.
Why would you give it away when you could smash it?
That's so hack.
You know what?
That's what somebody else wanted to do.
But it's hack.
It's hack
when there's
now
no
at this
reason
point.
to.
But he just...
You have a reason now.
I really thought I got a special gift from Paul Anka with a handwritten note, and it turns out he gave these things all over the place.
When do we analyze it?
Huh?
Do you want us to call Imus and see if you guys could talk about your gifts?
Sure.
What did he do wrong when you think about it? He just gave 2 gifts to people. You know, you guys aren't dating him.
It's the exact same gift.
Who cares? He didn't buy you the same roses he bought Imus.
That's the same fucking gift. And he probably got a whole bunch of them for other people that we don't even know about yet.
Yeah.
I don't feel special. I want to feel special for one fucking day.
And a set of 4 double old fashions.
And know what's sad? He's laughing at the gift.
He's laughing at the gift.
I felt like fucking good.
Yeah.
He's laughing.
He's laughing at the gift, thinking it's completely
Yeah.
ridiculous. I didn't think it was ridiculous when I opened mine.
Fuck yeah, man. I laughed at mine, too.
I felt great.
My cologne.
You got cologne.
I did.
Do you
And I
think
was-
maybe like fucking McGurk got some cologne?
No.
No?
No, why would you give McGurk cologne? He fucking sits in that weird little area like a fucking creature. No, because we asked about it.
Didn't we? We both asked for his cologne. You got the cologne. I didn't get the cologne.
I put everyone's name in the email. So this is who was in studio that day. And blah 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 blah. The only reason I gave my address was because I was afraid if it went through corporate here, they would open it or something would fucking happen to it.
Yeah.
So he only sent one cologne to you?
Yeah.
Jesus.
The next day, I get something for Kevin Pollak. Kevin Pollak sent me a gift too.
That's a good Imus, man. Fuck, man.
Oh, he's fucking wheezing, though.
You got to change your Imus impression again.
It's like every month or so, you got to change it a little.
Oh,
what was he going through? What kind of cancer did he have?
He had
What
the
was it?
prostate, right?
Oh, prostate. Okay.
But
you
I
think
don't
that's from
know.
the chemo or no?
Something's going. No, last
Is
time.
he over it?
Look, man. I think we said it already, so fuck it. Last time I talked to Imus off the air, he said he wasn't fucking going through the traditional treatment.
Oh, okay.
He said he was just going to ride it out.
Yeah.
Didn't he say that? I think you were
that's
there
right.
for that one, right?
Wow.
I'm sorry
maybe,
I said that.
Maybe he changed his mind. I don't know.
Yeah, because that's such a fucking. That's what Steve Jobs did. He went the natural route like an idiot, and he should be alive today. He absolutely could have beaten that cancer.
But no Coke spoon?
Yeah, exactly right.
So I was going to bring it in and smash it with a sledgehammer. But my wife wouldn't let me because, let me.
Because I'm pussy whipped.
She's gonna. You know how funny it would be to see Imus smashing something with a sledgehammer on Fox Business?
He wouldn't be able to lift it up over his shoulder. How is he going to smash it?
Just an old. He's just a jerk.
He is a jerk.
Why do you want to smash it?
Yeah, look, there's a different reaction. I felt like $1 million that day, and he right away knew it was a stupid fucking gift.
Did he have a bad appearance
soft.
on Imus?
No, but later on in the clip, you'll hear.
All right, let's keep going.
He knew he.
Well, let me. She pointed out how dangerous it would be to smash a crystal decanter and 4 cheesy glasses with flying glass all over the studio, and she's right. So
Letting that do it. That is pretty funny. Yeah, exactly. That is pretty
No,
funny.
you should take him to the ranch and use him for target practice, like shoot a pistol at him.
That would be fun.
God, what a great idea.
Oh man, that'd be awesome.
The value of the... Because I looked it up.
Wow, he might really be my father.
This is exactly what you did.
He jokes about this, has over the years.
Yes.
He might actually be my father. He does the same shit.
Wow.
After this.
Huh?
He does another thing that you do.
Really?
Yeah, just
Oh my God, this is so funny.
This is weird.
I love it.
That's why I pulled so much of it.
Because I looked it up, or Megan did, was $160. So, had it been worth, say 1,000, which would have been appropriate, but a cheesy, cheap, crummy crystal decanter for $160 is not exactly what I had in mind. But it does establish a precedent.
Yeah.
And that is, if you have a book and you're appearing on the program, let's pony up a gift for the iMan. But
Wow.
make it something I might be able to use.
Way to go, Dad. Way to go. Fuck
Holy
yeah.
shit. A cheesy gift. $1,000
Which
should be
would have been
appropriate.
appropriate.
It makes me laugh.
Oh, that's hilarious. Fuck. Fuck. That gift is useless.
Yep.
It's taking up space in my getting smaller apartment.
It's like spam, his gift. That's what you got. You got something that he gave no thought to. He sent it out to everybody that he's done an appearance on. I want to find out if there's anyone else.
You think like Scott Shannon has one?
He was on the show.
Yeah.
And did they get that crystal decanter?
Yeah, let's do this.
Who that we could talk to?
Right.
Has he been on? Check that out. Someone look into that.
So I'll save the handwritten note, even though I don't believe that's even.
I want to thank
right.
Paul Anka for appearing on PMG TV, and especially for this wonderful crystal decanter.
Fuck. For one day, I was feeling good.
You thought he
one lousy day.
You know what? I liked that show. I liked that guy.
Yep.
We had a good time. I'm going to get him a gift.
Yep.
No, it was Send a gift out to every single.
No. It was send the gift out.
Send the gift.
He had nothing to
Send
do with
that,
it.
The gift.
The gift that everyone gets.
He didn't even say that. His people already know at this point that.
Oh, he probably has no idea.
That they have to send the gift after Paul Anka comes through.
Yeah, you'll be. Hey, Paul, thank you for the decanter. What?
I bet she doesn't even know.
Yeah.
Second appearance, the gift goes up.
His peeps.
Fuck.
He's just a classy guy. That's an old school thing to
It's
do.
not classy if it's only $160.
Well, yeah,
Imus
but
makes a great point.
Just a little something.
It looked like it was way more expensive. I started getting bummed out when we did look up the price.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a lot more.
$400 or $500, and
well, my friend,
I saw the price too.
Kevin Pollak's
it was
more
under
expensive.
$200.
Yeah,
my friend works for Tiffany's, and she had texted me and said that's the most basic, fucking thoughtless gift you can give.
What, the Tiffany one from Kevin Pollak?
Was that from Kevin? Yeah.
No.
Hold on. Yeah. Hold on.
Jimmy, you just threw Kevin Pollak under the bus.
I didn't mean to.
Look, man, this is the best day ever. I'm bringing in these shitty gifts tomorrow. I'll give them to the listeners. They probably have a wedding they have to go to soon.
Oh,
I don't have it here.
Both gifts are being given away tomorrow.
But Kevin's a fan of the show. He's
sorry,
sincere.
Kevin. I thought that was the other one.
The most insincere garbage gift you could give. Oh, Kevin.
Oh, Kevin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets worse.
This is hilariously bad.
More of Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far, coming up. Must-hear moments from the past 6 months. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues.
All week long, we are making it count by playing for you the best things that have happened this year so far and calling it the worst of 2013 so far, right here on the Opie and Anthony channel with me, Sam Roberts. It's always magical, you know, when Opie and Anthony have a cast member from Back to the Future in studio. And of those cast members, who could possibly be more magical than Crispin Glover? Yes, a very fantastical, very bearded Crispin Glover came in to talk about his theories, to talk about his opinions on the film industry in general, to talk about his time with Back to the Future. Why didn't he come back for part 2? And how did the lawsuit go? He talks about everything. Very strange man, but very, very interesting. It's Crispin Glover here on the worst of 2013 so far.
The worst of 2013 so far. The Opie and Anthony Show.
You know, it was actually very informative to me in some of the things that I'm talking about in terms of propaganda. I know it's a very beloved film, but I was only in the first film. There was they had taken the molds of my face from the old age makeup from the original film and put another actor into prosthetics that were made from my face, and then interspliced a very small amount of footage of me from the original film in order to fool audiences into believing that I was in the movie. Because of my lawsuit, there are rules in the Screen Actors Guild that make it so producers can never do something like that again. I'm proud of the lawsuit, but the reason I bring it up is because the reason that I didn't end up being in the film, it's more complex than this, but I was asking questions that the producer's director didn't like.
Right.
I actually did work again with Robert Zemeckis, strangely enough, when I did Beowulf, and had a very good working relationship with him. But there was a different end in the original draft that I read for the screenplay. When I auditioned for the part, I was only given what are called sides, the scene. Yep. So I got the part. I was 20 years old. I got the role. My agent told me I'd gotten this part, and I didn't really know everything about it, and I said, well, maybe I only knew that there was this other part that I was the scene I was doing the scene with. I said, well, should I go in for this other part? That seems like that could be a good part. He said, no, you don't understand. This is a really interesting role. You're going to be playing the older versions of this character in a different time period. And I thought, wow, I said, that's fantastic. Mm-hmm. I said, yeah, great. Let's close the deal. You know, it's this big Universal Studios produced by Steven Spielberg and directed by Robert Zemeckis. So great. So, but I was a serious actor as well. So when I started actually analyzing the screenplay, once we were involved in the project, I had questions about things, and there was a different end. I won't go into so many details about it, but I had questions about it, and it did get changed. And I think there are other people that had questions because there are things in it that could, particularly in this day, be thought of as, well, offensive. And those changes happened. It had to do with money and what people were doing, the characters were doing with money. But I didn't stop with it. I said to Robert Zemeckis, I thought, it was not a good idea for our characters to have a monetary reward, because it basically makes the moral of the film be that money equals happiness. And by having there were various things that were doing it, but by having the son character cheer by having a truck in the garage, what I was arguing for was that the characters should be in love, and that the love should be the reward. By having any kind of monetary element as a reward, it makes it into a reward. I still feel the same way. I would like the film a lot better if there was no monetary, there could be signs of maybe monetary change would happen, but it was more important that the characters were in love. I would feel much better about the film, but by having those monetary rewards in it, it was a propaganda. And Zemeckis got really mad at me when I said this, and
he yelled at you.
He yelled. Yeah, he was,
wow. It's kind of odd discussing a film that old at this point, but didn't you see at the end the characters, they were more in love? I think, especially your character and the wife, they did seem to be.
But my argument is that part was good. I was all for it, but I think it pollutes it.
Do you think the money could have been a peripheral effect of the happiness that they had? I
think it's a bad message.
Really?
I do. I think because that's propaganda. That says to people, go out and borrow money for banks. This is a big part of why the film was successful, because the corporations knew that it had that moral element in it. Mm-hmm. Maybe. I would also argue, that's only because they knew that was in there, therefore they can feel comfortable in funding it and putting a lot of money into distributing it. Maybe if that wasn't in there, Zemeckis and Bob Gale would have not been able to sell it as readily. I don't know. But what I would still argue is that if that wasn't in there, and the only part that was in there was that they were in love, and that film still did get distributed as highly as it had, and have as much money behind it, I still think the film would be loved, and it would be, personally, I think it would have a better moral.
Why do you feel, since the character in there wasn't Crispin Glover, it was George McFly, do you feel you have to inject part of your
well, I was 20 years old.
Okay.
I was a young idealist. I wouldn't do that now. I wouldn't do that.
You wouldn't?
Well, at that time, I didn't even know. It was like I'd been in a few films, but not that many films. Mm-hmm. And I'd been in acting class where we did improvisations. I came up with scenes and thoughts. So I thought it was okay to be asking questions like that. Right. Now I understand very specifically that, there's a lot of money and people have gone through a certain amount of troubles. And Zemeckis, I'm sure,
this kid's asking us goddamn questions. We're losing money here by the day.
Right. Well, to be fair, I wasn't stopping production.
Sure,
we were having a discussion during the time, but it's still. I wouldn't do that now. I fund my films with working in corporate movies. I wouldn't. I know how things work at this point. Why I was bring it up, it was because it was informative to my thought process as to how propaganda does work, because I had this very early experience, and I was, it caused me to not be in the sequels on some level. I'm sure it's complicated, but and then there was a lawsuit. It was very specifically not a legal thing. I mean, you can just say it's not a nice thing, but it's not a legal thing to do either. So this informed me that if you question propaganda, it has serious consequences.
Can I ask you when you mentioned Robert Zemeckis, when you talked to Zemeckis about what you thought that should have happened, how long into your explanation did you realize he was not happy? Like, did he hear you out, or did he interrupt you and go, look?
Well, it's a long time ago now. I remember the one conversation very specifically, but what I am forgetting is that there might have been two parts to the conversation, because there was some part that I'm not going into the detail about that was changed. And it might be that then I continued on because they changed one thing, and I said, but there's still this monetary aspect. And so he probably was not happy about it. Right, they'd already done a change, and I think, but I'm forgetting now. It was that part was a while back. But it's also, there's also a part when you're working on a film that, on some level, it doesn't happen every day, but you do become passionate about things that you want to get done. It's normal for actors and directors, not all the time, but it's relatively normal to say, look, this is really important. You speak it out passionately, they speak it out passionately, and then you say, okay, that's fine. Then you shake hands and go. But you can have passionate conversations, and it doesn't mean necessarily that it's going to turn into some terrible thing years later. I mean, and my experience in the business has been good. That would be the one real exception. That wasn't good. That was not a pleasant thing to have happen, because people still believe that was me. And the reason I had the lawsuit, it was the primary reason that I had it was I just wanted people to know that I wasn't in that. That wasn't me, because I didn't. If I had played that part, I would have played it differently. Right. I didn't like the way that guy played it, and people think that's me. I didn't either. Well, I mean, it still gets to me that there's that confusion, and what way is there to let it be known other than do that? So even still, that's why whenever the issue, anything about that's brought up, now I do talk about it. I'm talking about it more also because there's one fellow, he might have even been on your show, I'm not sure, Bob Gale.
Yeah, Bob Gale was on.
Yeah, I think I listened to it, and on your show, he lied. He lied about some. Yeah, and you guys automatically believed what he said.
Oh, man, reconcile it, please.
Well, what he said was that I had... let me just be specific and let me think. He said that I had asked for the same amount of money that Michael J. Fox was getting in the film. It's total fabrication. The reason that he's doing this is because he wants to throw the track off of the conversation of that what they had done was illegal. So he's trying to justify as to why it was good for them to do this illegal thing. And so then people automatically believe, I remember what he said specifically was that then I had called back after the thing was in production saying, oh, I want to do it or something. Oh, right. And somebody corroborated and went, oops, or something like that. It was like, I didn't do that. I actually did work on a different film at the time, a John Borman film. But what happened in the negotiation was I actually wanted to be in the film, but the offer was less than half of what Leah Thompson and Tom Wilson, who had similar-sized roles. Sure, yeah. And it wasn't fair. My agents didn't think it was fair, and it was a sequel. I got paid the same amount or more than what I was being offered for Back to the Future to do this other film. So it was just like a monetary, and of course this was a gigantically well-grossing film. Huge, but it's also why did they do that? It's because I read a great book I recommend anybody read called How to Win Friends and Influence People by Dale Carnegie. I only read it like in the 2000s. I wish I'd read it when I was like a teenager. But one of the things that he really illustrates well is don't prove people wrong. And that's essentially what I was doing when I was having that argument with Zemeckis about that there was a moral issue here. I was just thinking I was being like this, it was a good moral of what I was arguing for, and I thought they'd see my point, But I realized on some level that I was, and especially with a lawsuit, I proved people wrong. When you do something like that, then they come on the Opie and Anthony show and make lies up about you.
And make up things. Oh, my God.
Well, we just assumed he was telling the truth.
Yeah.
Which I think a lot of people
I thought
do.
he was lying, but you guys were like, no, it sounds truthful to me. I'm like, all right.
Shut it, Jim. Never said that.
I didn't buy it for a second, though. These guys are very gullible.
What do you think of Steven Spielberg?
Well, first off, Robert Zemeckis, I think, can make interesting films. The second film that I did with him, Beowulf, which was written by Neil Gaiman and Roger Avary, I thought had very good moral elements in it. It was about lies, which I have a lot of interest in, and they did something very interesting with that film. I think Zemeckis can get into a dark comedic territory that's very interesting. I liked what Death Becomes Her, and he can be interesting. I tend toward feeling like Steven Spielberg really does work very much in propaganda, and it's very well hidden. Like I was saying a little bit about kind of war. If you analyze Steven Spielberg's films about war, they're essentially pro-war films, and I don't think that's good at this point in time to do. You look at a great war film like All Quiet's on the Western Front, or Paths of Glory by Kubrick, or Full Metal Jacket by Kubrick. They all are questioned. It's obviously not proper, happy ideas about war. These are highly questioned. War is not there's no question. War is a horrible thing. And you look at something like Saving Private Ryan, which is a very well-liked film, but essentially it's arguing that there's such a thing as a moral war or a good war. And maybe you can make that argument. I just think it's a bad argument to make, especially at this point in time. I don't think I wouldn't want to do that. I don't understand why somebody in a power situation like that is making films that are saying it's good to be going to war. Why do that? Why?
Right.
I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of people,
and
veterans and things that. My father's a veteran. My father was in the Korean War, but it was like he explained very clearly to me when the Vietnam War was going on. I was a kid. I saw those awful images. My father said to me, war was horrible. It's like he didn't have any like glory stories about being in the war, and he was in bad situations. So, I maybe I'm a bleeding heart pacifist, but I just think it's not good to be making pro-war films. So I question. And
Spielberg is a powerful man that doesn't need the money. So I think your point is he could take all that power and do a more positive message.
People could argue that Private Ryan, though, was it did show a lot of the horrors of war.
Yeah, but still when you analyze it, somehow there's a positive element about aspects of the war, and I don't think it's a good message to put out. Which is my similar argument with Back to the Future.
Sure, yeah.
There are interesting elements in Back to the Future. The structure is excellent. It's part of why I had strong arguments, because I could see what that moral element was, and I knew it would have effect within the culture, or I felt it would.
Yeah.
And so when you analyze those things, it's like, you've got a lot of money, you've got a lot of power. Do something that's going to genuinely affect the culture at large in a very positive way. And I suppose, I'm sure, I would assume Steven Spielberg feels like he was doing something positive. I would argue that it would be much more positive if there was a clear anti-war message.
You ever think, though, sometimes that there are, there's filet mignon, and then there's a steak-em from your freezer. Like, some things are just made to be
you can argue
consumed.
but
consumed.
I think
really tasting it.
I can't help but be analytical. It's just my nature.
Yeah, obviously.
And when you look overall at our culture, it's easy to study something like Soviet Russia or Nazi Germany and condemn those things, rightfully so. But terrible things went on in those cultures with propaganda. But it's more difficult for our culture to analyze our own propaganda, especially in the media. But I think it's important to do it, and because I think our culture's media is much more well-oiled than even Soviet Russia or Nazi Germany, because people don't notice it. And so things like saying, well, it's just, this is a fun movie or all that. You know, there is, I enjoy movies that I'm sure would be strong propaganda as well. Just because something's propaganda doesn't mean it's not a good movie. But I think it's really important to have the discussion so that people are aware of this. And I don't really see the discussion happening in our, specifically about film, which is what I'm most passionate about.
Yeah.
It happens in other areas a little bit about politics and things like that, but you know, I just again, as this young idealist, when I was 16, I wanted to be a part of this industry that was questioning things. I'd like it to come back.
Now, do you think there's a director out there kind of in the mainstream that's doing it right?
I think there are a lot of directors that are passionate and want to do it. And
any films that were pretty popular that you're like, yes, they're doing it right. That's a positive message for our culture.
Maybe I hesitate to point to things, but there are I can tell there's some directors working in the corporate industry that are striving really hard, and every once in a while there is a film that'll come out and that asks questions for real and is artful, and anytime a director is stuck with it and done it, I stand up and applaud. I mean,
you don't want to mention one though?
Amazing feat.
Do you want to mention one?
Well, the ones I more think of are not big popular films. I very much like Gaspar Noé's Enter the Void, but that's not, you know, a big, huge popular film. I thought that was a really well-made film. I see things that happen in the corporate films that there are some very good directors that I'd love to work with, but it's I get nervous about getting into putting examples, because then people can easily say, well, this film did this and this, and I might agree with them. So because I can see that even when somebody's really striving hard, maybe there are reasons why it didn't go as hard as it could have gone.
Understand.
But I mean, again, I'm so glad to be a part of the industry, and I want to work with people. I don't want to be. It's difficult for me to talk like this, because I feel like so many people are friends with Spielberg or Zemeckis, and they think I'll never work with this guy. He's a jerk. I'm sure
nobody in this room is friends with those guys. Believe me.
Well, but like Bob Gale was on the show, so it's like it does happen, and I.
You set the record straight today. I'm glad.
No,
I'm glad. And we apologize for that. You know,
it's not your fault.
We didn't have your phone number.
It's not. I mean, why wouldn't people think something's true? But the reason I point to it specifically is he was involved in something that, you know, I've seen, even when I use the word illegal, that people go, oh, drama queen. But very specifically, I saw somebody write those words.
I have them tattooed over my ass.
But very specifically, you know, it was illegal, and so and he was a prime architect of that illegal activity. So there's a motive to make something seem, you know, like it was justified to do this, and that's why he's saying these things.
Should have just looked at him and just said, "Now don't con me, Bob." See,
yeah, I mean, he's the guy. He's said a lot of things. It's not just that. There are negative things that have been said to me, and then about me on the Blu-rays that are not true. And
a commentary, really?
Yeah. He said things that are like. I mean, I haven't listened to it all in completion myself, but I've had people come up and say, "Did this, and this?" I said, "Where did you hear that?" And they said, "On the commentary on the Blu-ray for Back to the Future," and it's always from him. It's not from Robert Zemeckis. It's not. I mean, Steven Spielberg doesn't comment at all.
No.
but
moved on.
Anything. Bob Gale still is. That's his main career at this point as well. He doesn't really write films anymore. Is not involved in the industry other than having to do with things having to do with Back to the Future. So I think the fact that there was this lawsuit and he has a lot of focus specifically on that film series. He has a lot going on in his mind about it, specifically that there was an illegal action, and it's in the public record. So he has to justify it.
It is just an odd thing that the movie did become so beloved in American
Well, and part of it is part of it is that there are good structural elements, there are interesting things in it, and unfortunately, that element. There are other movies that in the history of U.S. filmmaking that do similar elements with their structure, where it seems as though it's about love, but there's a monetary reward, and they're very popular films.
I think a lot of people see it though as, boy, who wouldn't want to go back in time and change things
really
for the better when you then come back and you're like, wow, I fixed it.
That part's great. That part that's a big part of why it's and that's what's also was my argument about it. It's like all of this stuff is great. Why do you need to put this monetary reward in it? It would make it such a more pure message of love instead of dirtying it up with a messy element.
You'd have rather seen a '67 Falcon in that garage.
I would have rather not. That didn't happen. I would have just rather that there was, and the scene was also reshot. There was a different actor playing the part originally. Eric Stoltz originally played the part, and then Michael J. Fox replaced him. We had already shot the sequence that I'm talking about, the alternate future, and I had played it slightly differently. And then they fired back to Eric Stoltz, and I thought I was going to get fired as well. But Robert Zemeckis made it very clear that he wanted me to play it quite relatively different than I had played it originally. And at the point that we shot the alternate future the second time, when we shot that scene, I would call it acting from the spinal cord. I was afraid. I was genuinely afraid.
Really?
Oh yeah, I thought I was going to get fired if I didn't do exactly what they said. I didn't want. I was 20. I didn't want to get fired. I wasn't looking for controversy. I wanted to do a good job.
How would you have liked to have seen that ending play out? If you had say,
the only thing was that I didn't think that there should have been monetary the kind of clothes we were wearing.
That's what I was getting into. So when they walk in, they've been playing tennis, and they have nice clothes on. Yeah. Like all that was.
I thought it all pointed toward this idea that happiness was about wealth. It made me really uncomfortable. What I was wearing, holding a tennis racket, I did it because I thought I was going to get fired. But I vocalized that I didn't think this was a good idea. And I think there's even might be some commentary on the Blu-ray about where they said, "Oh, Crispin didn't like his clothes." I didn't care about the clothes. It was like I cared about the message, and so that was a very specific message. I didn't write. I wouldn't do it now.
Obviously,
I wouldn't make that complaint now. I would have looked at the whole screenplay. I would have analyzed what was going on. I would have known, okay, there's this element of propaganda, and maybe I'll say something, and if they don't want to do it, fine. But I was 20 years old is really quite young.
I hear you. You just don't understand how compelling this is for me to ask you this.
Sure, I'm glad to talk about it.
I was just wondering, because I think the happiness and how do you show success? He went from being, the goofy kind of loser guy to being very successful because of what happened in that moment.
Well,
how do you show the success part?
There's a million ways you can do it. But we're not. It could take days to really sit and figure out exactly what it is. It's not something that I'm prepared to say exactly what the illustration of it would be. I'm sure there would be a cinematic illustration of love and success that would work, and I don't have that answer at this moment.
And was it odd that Biff would be around the house at all, seeing what he did?
Well, see, that's part of what the change was from what I originally read in the screenplay. There were different people. It wasn't Biff that was the servant to the family, and I had questions about it, and it did get.
Do they have slaves or something?
I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but
that's the first thing I thought of when you said that.
I know. Well, I don't want to go into a lot. I am actually in the. I'll write it down in a book at some point.
I'd love to read it, Crispin.
Oh Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets worse.
Let's get some asshole sniffing going. Let's cut this place up into a mood of fun and festivity.
More of Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Coming up. 6 months worth of shows. More than 500 hours of audio. Trimmed down to just 1 week of essential listening. What's that? That's 20 hours of mind-blowing radio. Translation, we wasted well over 450 hours of your time already this year. Sorry. This is Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
We call it the worst, we mean the best. It's the worst of 2013 so far on the Opie and Anthony channel with me, Sam Roberts, as Opie and Anthony are on vacation. Doesn't mean I'm on vacation. You're probably not on vacation either. So let's play something that will entertain us. It wasn't just about guests in 2013. Well, it hasn't been so far anyway, I should say. The year is not even over and we're already celebrating. It hasn't been just guest, bits. It's also concepts, talking points. The bus tour was a big theme in 2013. Lots of talk about the bus tour. The original plan, and we were supposed to have already done it, was to get the show on a bus and head across this great land of ours. Take the show from city to city, making stops wherever we damn well please, and broadcast the whole thing. Unfortunately, with a mission that's as big as that, management has to get involved. And when management gets involved, you can be fairly well assured that things are going to go horribly wrong. Let's look at the progress we made on the bus tour in 2013. Well, so far.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far.
We were going through Branson, Missouri videos the other night and just laughing at how horrible Branson, Missouri is.
Well,
horrible.
Let me bring this to the discussion.
Oh,
they want us to do a bus tour, right?
Yes.
And E-Rock came up with a pretty good idea when we were all talking. These guys down the hall want us to do the same old.
Yeah.
Bus tour. No offense, because we love these areas, but we've been there a million times. They want us to basically go,
yeah,
Boston, New York,
all the markets
Philly,
done already.
Washington, maybe squeeze up to Cleveland.
Right.
Love all those places, and we'll be back.
Yeah.
And E-Rock's like, why don't we go to places we've never been, and maybe we go just to Branson?
Oh, my God, I would love that.
Can you imagine broadcasting from Branson, Missouri?
Yeah, I want to go to Branson. Troy wants to go to Dollywood.
We go Dollywood, we go
Branson.
Could you do that in the same trip?
Sure,
Do you know what Branson has? Remember a little act in Vegas called Siegfried and Roy?
Sure.
With the tigers and stuff?
Sure.
They have a guy just as good named Kirby. And he's got a tiger, and he does a fucking tiger show. Kirby.
All right, let's go see Kirby.
Fucking Kirby. Hey, you want music?
Yeah.
How about Pierce Arrow?
What?
Exactly.
What's Pierce Arrow?
They're apparently a very big band down there. Look at Kirby.
Kirby! Oh, Kirby, Jesus.
We were watching videos of the hotels around Branson.
Yeah.
And you know what they were, the highlights they were highlighting and putting little text on the bottom? They were like, covered entrance.
Nice.
And so you pull up and there's a covered entrance to the hotel.
Very
and then they'd be
nice.
like, the lobby.
Nice.
And then they showed the rooms.
Yeah.
They literally showed the hairdryer on the wall 3 times during the thing because it's such a special.
But that's nice, though, instead of getting it out of the closet.
Oh, yeah. Do you know there's a Titanic replica?
Really?
In there where you go on to an actual replica of the Titanic.
All right, that's
It's half
nice.
the Titanic.
Well, why not the whole Titanic?
I don't think they could afford it.
Or the other half's in the water, and that's probably what they're trying to say.
Maybe. Maybe. There's a Hollywood Wax Museum in Branson.
Yeah.
I wonder how good it is.
Go.
Wow, look at
Kirby has
Kirby's
his own
theater.
place?
Oh, yeah.
They all have their own place. The Yakov Dinner Adventure, that's its own place, too.
Can't we have our own place in
I
Branson?
would imagine Opie and Anthony go to Branson.
They have gambling there, too, right?
Do they? No. They're a dry town, too.
So why don't we do Dollywood, Branson, and
I thought they did card gambling there.
I don't know. And then
You got to go to the liquor store and buy your booze or something in another town, and then you could take it there and drink. But all these clubs, all these horrible places to see, like Kirby, you can't drink in there. You got to see Kirby stone fucking sober.
He's the Prince of Magic, though.
He is the Prince of Magic.
Just get all fucked up in a bus.
Yeah, that's true.
How-
Get fucked up in the bus.
Stumble into Kirby's
Get
place.
off and see Kirby.
Look down there for an answer. How many hours from New York City to Branson? Someone out there knows.
How many hours from New York to Branson, Missouri?
I will guess.
I'm going to say it's pretty far. It's like in the middle of the country.
It is.
It's a little further east than west, but it's probably pretty fucking far.
Is it pushed in the middle of the country?
Yeah, it's pretty close to.
So that's a week.
Yeah.
How far?
How far is it?
8, Eric.
What?
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 18 hours.
18 hours?
Well, we could sleep.
driving?
bro. We don't have
We
to
could
drive.
fly to St. Louis and meet the bus.
Whoa, now you're talking.
Wow.
You're kidding, man. You fly out, you grab the bus in Branson, Missouri, and then we make our way
Missouri,
home.
Tennessee.
We could hit up Kentucky. We
You
could
know?
hit up to Tennessee.
I did.
Got to go to West Virginia.
I did notice on the videos there is a brand new airport in Branson too.
All right. All right.
So I don't know what kind of plane's flying in there. Maybe the one that William Devane is flying in his Gold commercial.
I'll get a ride from
Bill Devane is a show off. He really is. Oh look, I got a plane. I got gold. I'm by a big tree. I ride horses.
All right.
Hate Bill Devane.
Why don't we get a ride from Mr. Lee Abrams?
Oh,
I'm sure he's
he
still flying
flies
out there.
Oh, boy, remember when he had something to do with this whole mess?
I miss Lee Abrams. All the creative people.
Kirby
were shown the door or left his place years ago. Years ago.
Years ago.
Everything that was a cliche in radio, he would come over and yell at you to stop doing.
Yeah, stop doing it. It's like, but wait, what if I do it ironically?
Yeah, we learned a lot from him.
A hipster.
I don't know if he liked us at first, though.
Probably not. I don't think he got
He
it.
ended up liking us, though.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't like us when they first meet us.
Or after.
Or during.
During.
Yeah. That's why I think I'm reaching out to Jim Chandler.
That is nice of you.
I think that's
by the
where I
way.
made my mistake.
Yeah.
When I was 18, I should have played it differently.
Hey, where is he broadcast from?
Nashville.
Nashville? You know what?
Well,
how far is Nashville?
Would he welcome us
that
into
was-
his studio to do our radio show
You know,
alongside his radio show?
Tennessee actually shares a tiny bit of border with Missouri.
Missouri.
Yes.
Where's the
And-
Nashville
Yes, sir.
part, though? I don't even know.
XM has studios in Nashville.
I know, but
man.
why would we go there?
Jim Chandler's there, that's why.
Where's Nashville? I know Tennessee, but what part? I have no idea. Is it the middle of the state? Is it where?
I always get confused between Memphis and Nashville, where they are in the state.
Yeah, right in the middle.
It's right in the middle?
Nashville's in the middle. Memphis is way.
All right, then we could squeeze through Kentucky. I hear we have a lot of fans in Kentucky.
We could meet up with Dr. Steve.
Could do a little
Dr. Steve's in Kentucky.
We could get our prostates checked.
I
know this has been a while.
Flood. Pierce Arrow. Oh, God. The Pierce Arrow Theater. They all have their own theaters.
I gotta
and
hear
they're
one-
all lumps of shit.
Can we
the
hear-
theaters are all like these fucking horrible looking places.
Can we hear one Pierce Arrow song?
Oh, get some Pierce Arrow on there.
Please.
Let's hear some Pierce Arrow. This is what we'd hear if we went to Branson, Missouri.
I would guess there's some kind of Christian rock band.
I
with a
don't
name
know
like
what
that.
Banner of Liberty. They're
no,
here it is.
patriotic.
Hold on. Pause it for a second.
All right, hold on.
What happens in Branson, by the way?
Stays in
it's
Branson?
very yes. Fortunately, they stay there
because you don't want to tell
no,
anybody.
you don't want it anywhere
You're
else.
too embarrassed.
They're very patriotic. It's this over the top, horrid, fake patriotism. A lot of flag waving. A lot of USA. Yakov does this whole tribute to being, an immigrant and coming over here and
making good.
And the dream, yes, it is dinner theater. And I guess Pierce Arrow performs Banner of Liberty. Let's hear what the Pierce Arrow from Branson, Missouri sounds like. Oh my God, this stinks already.
Look at this horrible stage.
Ew.
In a Midwestern South, children form a parade.
You'd have to listen to this for 2 hours. It's a 2-hour show. These guys are the king of Branson.
There's farmers and teachers, the old and the young.
Farmers, teachers, the old and the young. Here they come. Bring it on home. All of them now.
I pledge my allegiance
Harmony.
But they're not singing together.
I pledge my allegiance to the grand old flag, and they all start applauding. This is like a cult. Branson's a cult.
But they're not in sync.
No, they really sound horrible. Pierce Arrow. It doesn't matter how they sound, Opie. They got pink lame jackets on.
What's even creepier? Someone decided they needed to fucking tape this and put it on YouTube.
Yes. Well, the
Pierce Arrow fans.
The testimonials I've heard about Branson and Pierce Arrow have been wonderful.
Can we find that video?
Pierce Arrow sang at a Sarah Palin rally.
Of course they did.
Remember
that
her?
makes perfect sense.
Of course you don't.
Victory in Missouri.
Well, could I want to hear the fans talking about Pierce.
Put some Pierce Arrow testimonials.
Testimonials. All right.
Testicles.
Put in testes just for the fun of it.
Testosterone. Testimonial. Anything? Any people talking about it?
No one.
No?
I mean, no one.
I know, like Branson testimonials. People talk about how great Branson is.
Is it on YouTube?
We love it. We went.
Yeah, that's not.
We saw Pierce Arrow. Then we saw Yaakov's Dinner Adventure, which was just so fun.
You got to go.
Then we went back to the motel, which, by the way, has a covered entrance and a lobby. The kids had hours of fun playing with the hair dryer.
They're advertised. They have a lobby.
A lobby.
Wow.
And then there was a communal dining area that was as big as a walk-in closet.
Really?
Yeah, terrible.
That's why we got to go.
Awful. We really
Fuck
do
Vegas
have to go.
when you can go to Branson.
Is the Brady Brunch still there?
I hope so.
Remember Greg Brady was in Branson doing the Brady Brunch?
He's in that other theater right next to Yakov.
So that means he has to live down there.
Fun things to do in Branson.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
Stand by Branson might not have been on your radar before.
3 lakes, by the way. 3 lakes. Count them. Count them.
Been developing.
There's a new airport.
They have a Hilton.
They're trying to make it sound exciting.
They say Missouri is the show me state.
Yeah, show me the way out of here.
Let us show you how Branson can now meet your needs
A lot
better
of tight
than
shots.
ever before.
That's
A lot of tight shots.
That's never good.
Oh, they love those fountains and flames by their lake. Golf course. The duck tour. They got the duck boats.
Yeah.
It's a hoot.
A water park.
But this is something you could find in any state. You don't have to leave your state to get a water park or something. Pierce Arrow. Look at all the fun people are having.
Looks like Universal.
Now you book a trip to Branson, Missouri.
Yeah.
How long does it take before you realize you made a horrible mistake? We've all done that with vacations where it looks good on the internet or whatever.
Yes, and
you
you're
get there and you're like, and you still keep an open mind, and then like by the first night you're so depressed.
Yes.
Like, what the fuck?
Do you know they were showing a video of things to do, and they showed shopping,
right?
And their video for shopping was a strip mall where there was a dress barn. It was a dress barn.
God.
Could you imagine, like, well, me and the girls went shopping. Well, we found a dress barn. Era, comment?
They're not just, a dress barn. They're the outlet stores.
Oh, the outlet stores.
But their big video about how great Branson, Missouri is, they just did a long piece on their airport.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Well, it is brandy
As long
new.
as you don't fucking crash, you're fine.
You used to not be able to fly right into Branson.
Oh, that's why it's a big deal?
Oh, yeah.
Branson,
Okay.
one-of-a-kind independent properties.
Oh, that looks great.
Seems like they're coaxing you into timeshare.
Yeah. Look at these fucking shitty hotels.
These are all the hotels on the Long Island Expressway.
Yes.
And they keep going back to the same shots that they already used in
Same
the
shot,
intro.
right.
Because there's only 3 things there.
Play here.
Oh.
This is the
When
play
booking
here.
the defense lawyers, I need a destination that offers plenty of live entertainment.
We're there in the live music show.
We're
capital
there.
of the
That's
world.
their big thing.
You
We're
can
there.
discover more than 100 different shows in 50 state-of-the-art theaters, ranging from small venues to 3,000
Oh,
seat
a Blues
theatrical
Brothers show.
Yeah.
Variety is the star of the show in Branson.
Oh, there was Yakov.
Every era, every style, every musical
Look at
taste.
these
It's
shitty
here.
shows.
Performed morning
I
to
would be
night by
fucking
newcomers and
horrified.
Oh, it looked like there was some kind of Beatles thing happening there.
Andy Williams and Glenn Campbell. One's dead, one has Alzheimer's.
And they need great golf.
Oh,
we're there.
We're there. Oh, we're there playing golf.
That's their thing. Branson, we're there. Yeah.
Did you say Murder
And
Rock?
200 holes.
Murder Rock?
Yeah.
Sounds
Boating,
dangerous.
hiking, rock climbing,
3 lakes, by the way.
or even fishing.
Count 'em.
Your adventure awaits.
I think you'd mentioned that earlier.
Can you go fly fishing?
What about shopping?
What about
There's
it?
a dietetic association.
Here it is.
Mostly women. and
Wait,
they
I bet they're
have
there.
To have great shopping.
We're there.
Ugh.
Fire, fountains, and fun. Complement upscale shopping and dining.
Look at their
the Branson
shopping.
There's a
Landing.
lids.
Branson Landing Cruises has charters available.
Can you pause this?
If you're longing for
You know they had a
something-
meeting in a boardroom somewhere, and they're like, "We needed a slogan."
Yeah.
And then some idiot just goes, "We're there." Oh God, that's brilliant. Let's go with it.
Let's go with the first one someone just blurts out.
Right. That's
go.
That would be the first
Yes.
one. All right, put it up. Put it up on everything.
We're there.
Put it everywhere.
How about you're here? No.
No.
I don't like that
That's
one.
stupid. You're here.
How about, sir, we're there?
We're there. Think about it.
Putting it up. How about have some of mine? Is that what he said? What's Troy's fucking
Here's some of mine. And here's some of mine.
And here's some of mine.
Branson, and here's some of mine.
And you bend over and fucking
Branson, and here's some of mine. Get some Branson shit under your nose.
How great would that be if the video is just going, and then some guy just jumps into the shot, and here's some of mine. And
here's some of mine.
Wags his asshole finger under his nose.
Branson.
People want us to know that Dollywood's even worse. We know that.
Yes.
We have never been to either place, but we are pretty certain that Dollywood is way worse than Branson. Can we go back to the Branson video?
See what's going on.
Travel video?
We're there.
We're there?
Historic downtown Branson offer nostalgia. And we're just scratching the surface.
Oh, great.
Branson boasts 3 factory outlet centers, numerous
Factory
specialty
outlets.
shops, and art galleries.
Yeah.
No wonder Branson's one
I
of
buy
the
my
leading
art
shopping
in
destinations
Branson.
in the Midwest.
At the outlet center.
All my groups bring kids to the convention,
Kids?
so I have to consider what there is for families to do.
We're there.
Oh!
More than 30 rides. Working craftsmen.
Oh,
great
let your
shopping
kid play in a water park and get
and
fucking explosive diarrhea from
making
some
this
virus.
a must-see.
It's a shitty fucking amusement
It's a shitty amusement park. Oh, there's shows for the kids.
Private events. Another spectacular
Oh,
venue
Titanic.
that's perfect for progressive dinners is the Titanic.
They made an attraction out of a fucking nightmare.
Disaster.
Yeah, that's their jump on board the Titanic.
Yeah, that
How
sounds
about
great.
no?
In Branson, the whole city's the Titanic.
And I've been tricked into that old train thing.
Yeah.
They got one of those old trains.
Oh.
Where's the old train go? Well, it goes over there.
It goes over there.
And then if you want, you stay on the train. It comes back over here.
Comes back. We allow you to be on the train for a total of 4 toots.
Right. Nothing worse than the old train that doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, be other slogans coming in for Branson. Branson, why? That's a good one.
Why when you could go to Vegas?
Why? Yeah, Branson, because you can't afford Vegas.
What are you doing here?
Yeah, what? Branson, what are you doing here?
You see the zoom out of the shopping area?
Yeah.
It was such a tight zoom out. It
Yeah.
was zooming out. Usually when they zoom out, they go from one street to like 10.
Giant.
But it was one street and then like a couple trees.
That's all they had.
Get to the
That's all
next
they
shot.
had.
Branson.
Meet here.
Oh.
It's meeting
Well, I think
Branson.
anybody who is in the business of planning conventions, you're looking for value.
Could you imagine
Branson
how...
is
No, you're looking for hookers.
How pissed you'd be if you fucking, hey guys, we got our big convention this year,
Right.
and you're thinking, oh, Vegas.
It's going to be
fucking-
Vegas
This is
year.
going to be
It's gonna
great.
be Vegas. I know it. I know it. I know
Holy
it.
shit.
Even like Florida,
I
the
know
warm
it.
weather.
We're going to go. Oh my God! You know what? I was talking with management about Atlantis down in the Bahamas.
Oh, right.
I bet
Perfect.
it's the fucking Bahamas.
And we already did Orlando, so we can't be going back to Florida.
Guys, I'll give you a little hint. We're there. And then you're sitting there like, wait.
What do you mean? No,
What do you mean?
No,
We're
all of a
doing
sudden
it
he pulls his dress shirt to reveal the "We're There" fucking T-shirt.
The We're There T-shirt with the Branson logo.
And then every coworker responds to him by giving him, and here's some of mine.
And here's some of mine. We're there.
We're there.
Mm.
That doesn't say a lot.
No. We're
yeah,
there.
It says
Good.
nothing. Like, why would I go there? I mean, we're here. You mean,
Yeah, look, we're here.
we're there.
We're here. What are you gonna? It's like we're here. What are you gonna do?
We're just
let's make the
kinda-
best of it.
That's what happened. They were in the meeting and they were like, "Well, what is Branson?" And some guy was like, "I don't know. We're just kind of there."
We're there.
Yeah, it's just kind of one of those
We're there
places. You
They
know?
took the word. They took the word "stuck" out. We're stuck there.
We have a little of everything, but nothing's really spectacular.
No,
We're just kind of there, I guess.
No.
We got the golf, but the course isn't that great.
Yeah.
It wasn't designed by any PGA guys.
3
or
lakes.
anything.
No.
We got the 3 lakes, but
yeah,
can't really,
cold most of the time.
It's really cold and rocky.
Come to the Yakov Smirnoff designed golf course. Like Yakov designed it. Yeah.
Let's get to the end of this video. Dan Soder is
providing
waiting.
that value. It's relatively inexpensive.
I bet they're there.
There's phenomenal options available for off-site tours for your attendees. And so that variety, in addition to the value,
value.
You never want to hear
You don't want to hear value.
People on the street, to the tourism department, to the hotels and the restaurants, all were glad we were here.
I bet
made
they
us feel
were.
welcome from the moment we arrived until the moment we left. And that's why we come back every year.
It's a relaxed setting. It's a place where it's not just you come and there's lots of things to do, but you can come and be relaxed and lots of things.
You don't want to.
You think they're?
if I look back at
You think they're holding these people's kids hostage?
Yeah, right off camera. There's fucking like jihad people, Branson jihadists with machine guns to their heads. It's great. We love Branson.
All right, you can have your kid back. We got what we needed. 18,000 guest rooms, 250 restaurants,
52 theaters,
100 shows.
200 holes of golf. It's a
Wow.
long day.
New airport.
They love their new airport. We're there.
Are you here yet? No.
It's we're there. Are you here yet?
No.
No, apparently I'm not.
You know the city's got nothing going on when they're bragging about how many holes of golf they have, not how many golf courses.
Literally, they're counting the holes on the golf course.
Yeah, that would be about 11 golf courses.
Well, guys, I got to tell you, I'm sold. Let's go.
But we
I'm
should
there.
go. Oh, you know
Yes,
what?
we should.
We should just go.
We should go.
How great would that be if we were just in front of a Branson crowd and got to yell out, "We're there!" and everybody goes,
"Whoa! Show us your tits."
that show us your tits. Branson, show us your tits.
If we go to Branson, we can't do it on the up and up because they'll get excited. They'll
They
set
will,
us up
I
in a
know.
nice spot, and then we'll
Yes.
fucking ruin everything.
So you're thinking we just drive the bus down there and do the event in a parking lot somewhere?
I don't know. We'll find some place.
Maybe we'll just invite all our fans to Yakov's Dinner Theater.
I want to go see Yakov's Dinner Theater.
Because you get a meal, and your meal is not going to spill.
You get chicken cordon bleu, by the way.
Right.
You get a vegetable medley.
Nice.
A dessert.
I'd get so pissed off because I hate using plastic utensils.
No. Real silverware.
Wow.
Real linen napkins.
Linen? What?
Linen. Yes. No paper for Yakov. And the tray is magnetic. So it sticks on the movie theater seat you're sitting in with your family when you got to talk to each other and you got to go lean forward and go, "Hey, 5 fucking people down. Let me talk to you in this nice dinner atmosphere."
Well, wouldn't you rather have paper towels over linen napkins?
Of course.
That
much more
linen shit
absorbent.
just smears everything on your
Doesn't
face.
absorb.
It doesn't absorb shit.
Well, Yakov thinks differently, and he knows.
Wow.
Vegetable medley? Come on.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like a good vegetable
Fashion
medley?
over function.
Yeah, exactly.
The original slogan was... Hold on, man. Let me see. Hi to Jim. Jim, go ahead. What was the original slogan?
Jim Chandler?
The original slogan, which they passed on because they thought it was too much of a tongue twister, was "We're where?" with a question mark.
We're where? Branson. Sorry. A little controversy.
Is there?
During the little break, huh? Well, I'm talking a little bit about the bus trip. The bus trip that it looks like perhaps September. Is that what we're gunning for here, people?
Yep, they have a date in September that they've hammered.
Hammering.
Saying this is the
Our
date.
solid date. Of course, the Opie and Anthony program and all of its cronies, flunkies, and henchmen will be hopping on 2 luxury buses headed south for the destination of Austin, Texas. But on the way down, we will be stopping in various cities and landmarks and just crappy podunk towns.
Barry Williams Driveway, for example.
In Branson, Missouri.
Right.
We are going to be going to Branson. And we will be stopping along the way, just every so often to do a show, to fucking hang out, meet some people, things like that. Kenny? Kenny?
Anthony, please.
Oh, there you
Anthony, please don't put the cart before the horse.
What happened?
I don't know. Let's see what happens now with this bus trip.
Why? What do you mean?
We can't put the cart before the horse.
Is that what you're being told?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means I could have this trip done in a week, but you can't put the cart before the horse.
Controversy.
I hear you. I know. It's always there's a lot of controversy when we try to do something here at Sirius XM Satellite Radio. And Kenny is one of the best road managers ever. He dealt with the Andrew Dice Clay. He knows the ups and downs, ins and outs of a topsy-turvy world of hardcore rock and roll touring.
Yeah, didn't Dice do a bus tour?
We did several bus tours.
Several bus tours.
Private jets, everything.
Private jets, everything.
Yeah.
And so Kenny, throwing in his vast knowledge of this, logistics and whatnot, he's made some suggestions. And I gather the response has been, don't put the cart before the horse.
Yes.
All right. So, E-Rock, get behind the cart. See?
You almost went the whole day.
I know. It was very close. What seems to be one of the issues here? Are they getting it together?
I'm low man on the totem pole. Perhaps you should consult somebody.
They're very territorial, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And things are, I mean, Kenny talking like this on the air is not going to bode well for him. There's going to be another.
It's probably going to be shit, right?
There'll be another. He's in for at least another conversation or two.
Oh no, I'm late. I'm waiting now. I'm laying back, and I'm just my assistance is offered when they're ready to offer it.
Yeah,
accept it. They would accept you.
Yeah.
And well, they should. You, like I said, a vast knowledge of being on the road with an actual touring celebrity, not
More than one.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's not forget the infamous Jim Norton.
Of course.
Bus tour. Because that's all I can sell out is a bus.
Oh, you're talking about the actual
I perform
bus.
on them. 50 tickets to go on the bus.
No, Jimmy.
Fucking, I have a Captain America outfit with a Z on it for Zilch. Captain Zilcho.
Captain Zilch?
With a hyphen. No Zilcho.
Oh, no. Oh, Jimmy. Well, you're at the Stress Factor.
Yeah, good. Good
Get
for me.
down there. Get down there, peoples.
It'll be a good showing.
I'm sure it'll be terrific. 732-545 ha.
Yeah.
Mr. Relevant showing up.
Oh my
And save money for merchandise after the show.
Sure.
Don't put the cart before the horse.
Yeah. You're putting
Exactly.
the cart before the horse again.
Yeah. Don't put the empty cart before the horse's ass on stage.
Well, this bus trip apparently is going to happen. How well it runs, how smoothly.
Retard bus.
How smoothly it runs is to be seen.
Yeah, smooth as silk, right, Ken?
I hear you.
But there is something that's been going on here. I've overheard something.
More controversy. Holy shit. How could there be this much drama for a bus trip? It's May. It's not scheduled till September.
Yeah.
And there's already this much drama?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Well, there are going to be two buses. First, could we have something like an early morning wake-up kind of music for this? First, we have the bus of Greg Opie Hughes. This will be kind of laid back, to say, right? Chill. Kind of just there for the ride. Casual conversation. I'm sure Opie will be in there. Kenny's going to be resting.
Mellow, man.
In there. Mellow. Maybe some soft music playing on the bus.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Hanging out.
Maybe even do some
orange juice.
Some of that meditation.
Meditation
Yoga.
would be good. Some meditation. Yeah, some juicing going on for some veggie drinks.
Yeah.
Things like that. I think that'd be nice. That's one bus. But the controversy is not aboard the Greg Opie Hughes bus.
Everybody's okay with the meditation?
Right. The second bus is the Anthony Cumia bus.
Yeah!
Now this bus is not going to stop partying. Non-fucking stop. I fully intend to be way back into drinking by then. We're going to have the likes of Troy Kwan on the bus. I believe Roland, who we know is a party animal, is going to be on the bus. I know E-Rock. He likes a good party.
Yeah.
E-Rock. Travis, what do you think?
Oh, yeah, I'll be
You're going to be hanging out. And, of course, Sam Roberts, who doesn't drink. Get the fuck on the Chippa bus. Chippa, yeah.
I'll be on that fucking bus.
Yeah, you'll be partying.
Be rocking so hard, you'll all be pebbles.
Barely sleeping, just hanging out, party, maybe some fucking impromptu poker games going on
Troy
on the
will be
drive
there.
down, whatever. Troy's going to be on that bus.
Chip's looking at Troy's dick again.
Weird. Yeah, but here's the controversy. We've been talking about the bitches.
Yeah.
Now, this is a bus. We're going to be fucking going halfway across the country there, down to Texas.
If it's a bunch of dudes drinking and listening to Andrew WK, it doesn't sound like a fun buzz.
It doesn't, right?
No.
Till you add the bitches.
The bitches!
Bitches!
Yeah!
Yeah. And, of course, we know with a guy like Troy Kwan, there will be bitches.
He brings the bitches.
One thing I must say, when you look at his Instagram or anything like that, everywhere he goes, bitches.
He's just DJing. He's just playing the tunes, and some bitch has her finger up his ass.
Doesn't matter, right? Literally.
You know?
Fingers up his ass.
Is that a true story?
It is a true story.
Bitches.
That's what I'm saying.
Now, of course, we stop at various cities and towns, and we are a national program. There will be fans. If any of these fans are bitches, they're cordially invited to hang out with us.
Absolutely.
For a little bit. We're not going to be there long, but we'll be there,
Yep.
you know, to hang out. Well, I overheard something that led me to believe that there could be an issue with the bitches.
What?
I don't know. Let's just say...
What do you mean?
That someone, and again, this is like the IRS and the Department of Justice and the Benghazi fucking shit. It's all this, who knows who it is, what, where, who signed this, who talked, who said.
If you guys are just partying with each other and no bitches, the meditation actually sounds cooler.
See? But I'm hearing tell that there has been an effort to kind of keep this bitches thing out of the realm of possibility during this fucking trip.
Someone's trying to curtail the bitches?
No bitches. And you know what I say? Fuck that!
Yeah!
Bitches!
Yeah!
I ain't having no fucking homo tell me I can't party with fucking bitches.
Yeah!
Got it? Faggot? There will be bitches on the bus. There will be bitches. Don't make a fucking maniac out of me. The guys get bitches. The guys get bitches. And that's from Paul Anka. I ain't gonna fucking... Them guys down the hall think they're curtailing our bitches?
Uh-oh.
And you know what?
What?
He won't be on the bitches bus.
What?
Nope.
There will be a representative from management on...
No, not on my bus.
You won't have it?
Not on my watch.
Oh, no.
Not on my watch.
Why, you gotta make room for bitches?
I'll cut off your Shylock nose and shove it up your fucking ass. Not on my watch.
It's got to be a married and an unmarried bus.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, everybody that's married.
Oh, shit, Sam Roberts.
I mean, I'm okay
Married
with it.
to professional wrestling.
That's right.
It's his first love.
My first love.
His first love.
Because I don't think anybody with a wife would want their significant other partying on a bus with
bitches. Exactly.
Let me ask you, who doesn't want bitches, though?
That's a great question.
Obviously, a homo who wouldn't want bitches.
Wait, who's saying no women?
It's Kenny. Is it you, Kenny?
Is it old Chrome Dome?
Oh. Well, is it Kenny?
I plead the fifth.
Oh, that's a very popular thing to do these days.
I know, that's why I said that.
Yeah, but you made a statement beforehand.
I know.
Now you're in trouble.
I know, because I
call
put
you
the
back
cart
in
before the horse.
Yes, you put the cart before the horse.
That leads me to
again.
believe it's not Kenny's rule.
It's not Kenny's rule. It's actually Radio Wizard.
Oh.
He's the radio wizard. He's got to be a fruit. The radio wizard. Oh.
He don't wear no suits.
Well,
yes, he does.
Oh, God. Chipper.
Wait, why is he saying no girls?
I would assume it's probably this, again, very overly cautious liability thing, which I don't even understand. It's like if fans are there and they just want to hang out for a little bit until we're off to the next town, whatever.
No women on the bus.
Bitches.
No. Fuck that. Fuck that. We'll videotape everything, even the fucking rancid sex.
Can fans say there are hot bitches that are fans? Can they get on the bus and come with us to the next stop?
I'm saying yes right now. Yes, they can. Yes! Bitches! Yeah! Yeah!
Everybody!
And we're talking about shots of cum in the face.
Yeah.
Right.
For whoever.
For whoever. But the bitches.
Oh.
I can't
I
believe.
thought there were no bitches allowed.
We don't need bitches. We don't need bitches on the bus. Who are these bitches? Are they signed bitch releases?
And it's not a responsibility once they get to the other city of how they get to where they're going. I mean, they're adults, right? I mean,
barely slow the bus down. You kick them the fuck out and pick up new bitches. Right? Right, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shots,
said no bitches?
shots. No bitches. You know who wouldn't want bitches on a bus?
No, who?
A fucking homo. That's who. A fucking homo.
Oh.
Well, we ain't fucking homos.
No.
We like bitches. Yeah. Roland, what are you thinking? Bitches or no bitches? Step up.
Titties, ass, and booze.
Yes!
Yeah.
All right, so E-Rock's on.
There's some controversy on which bus Roland will be. But see, if there's a married and unmarried bus, it's clear that he's on our bus.
Right. Why? You would want to be like Mello?
No, I'll bring booze. I get company who sends booze and everything.
He said, though, that he might prefer the quieter bus.
But not...
Yeah, you have.
I'll go on the unmarried bus.
I'll tell you one thing also.
booze,
There ain't
snacks?
no fucking enjoying the party and then, I need to go crash out on the other bus. If you're fucking in for it, you're in for the long haul.
But as it stands, only Troy and Roland can be on the bus with you guys. It's Troy, Roland, Ant, and Jim.
That's
And the bitches!
Yeah.
Bitches!
4 guys and a bunch of things with cunts running up and down the aisle.
That sounds fine to me.
Exactly.
I mean, why are you going to bring a married guy on the bus and ruin the fun for everybody?
Absolutely. Me, Ant, and Roland can just watch Troy fuck all the hot girls. Jerk each other off on a cracker.
I'd be in on that.
We can watch all the girls. We can watch all the girls look over our shoulder as we're kissing their necks. What are you looking at? Nothing.
And you know what?
I'll lose out again.
That's also checking for, wedding rings.
Yeah.
That's how you keep management off the bus. They're all married.
Oh.
Good call.
That's a good little loophole.
Married to the job, right?
It's not to the bitches, I guess.
If we had to get stuck with one person from management, though, who would it be? If you could choose.
It's obvious. Yeah, it's Rob.
I'd have to go with Rob,
I don't think
definitely.
he's even going.
Really?
It's not so obvious then.
Who would I want from management? Eric Logan?
Yeah, that's a good choice right there.
From Oprah's management?
Yes.
Who are the choices? Who's going?
I mean, it would probably be Gary, possibly Steve. That might be it.
Maybe Ross. Ross has been at our other events.
Yeah.
He's probably the least stiff.
Yeah.
I think Gary would just curl up like a cat in the luggage rack and doze off. I can picture him just sleeping.
Yeah, but it'd be great to get Gary on your bus and then make him party.
He's not. It's just there's no party there.
No?
No.
There would be this underlying I'm watching for any problems thing.
We're
I
having
don't
a good
need
time,
someone
but-
yeah, we're having some fun. We could have some fun, guys. We could let our hair down. Oh, well. But we could, like, have some fun. And then not that kind of fun.
Something happens. Look, he glares out of the corner of his eye, just looking at you like.
And you're like, oh, fuck.
Oh, and listening to the bitches talk like, fucking, who's that guy? He's creeping me out. Oh, he's looking at me. He's
Whose
fucking-
dad's here? Yes.
Yeah, right? Who's fucking this whole thing up?
I've seen that guy in the movies. Isn't that Nosferatu or something?
They'd get the vibe that he didn't want the bitches there in the first place.
They'd pick up the vibe. He's cock blocking us just by being there.
Yeah.
So he's not invited, you guys are
We
saying?
don't need that on our bus, right?
Yeah. Be like hanging out with the fucking dog from Davy and Goliath.
Yeah.
Just poking his head in.
What are you doing with the bitches?
Yeah.
Wait, so the one bus is Ant, Jim, Troy, and Roland.
Yeah.
And then the other bus is
everyone else.
Opie, Sam, Travis, Eric, Kenny, management, just everyone.
Yes.
Everyone.
That's right.
Yes. if
what's
they
the
don't want to
problem?
play the game, sorry.
Yeah, and
right.
nobody fucking twisted your guys' arms to get married.
Absolutely. Bunch of hot girls running around on our bus. Perhaps a couple of girls people aren't quite sure.
Right. The price of admission on our bus, the ability to have fun.
Right.
And the ability to not fucking stop other people from having fun. So that gets you on the bus. If you can't do that, move it along.
Get your
Move it
ass out the
along.
kitchen.
Next bus down, my friend.
Right.
Right.
There's a whole bunch of no fun going on down
No
there.
fun over there.
I think Lady Di should be on your bus. She likes to have
Oh.
fun.
She's not married.
Yeah, she's not married and she likes to have fun.
And she's a bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Yeah, just
That
throw
is
her in
not
the
what
back
I
of the.
mean.
Like, we could charge admission to see her. We could put up a sign that says for 25 cents, meet the talking slug lady.
Not a slug lady.
Yeah.
Oh, of course you're not.
That'd be a great way to turn it around, though, to be like, okay, well, there's a whole bunch of freaks that listen to this show that are not married. They're all going on your bus.
Oh, boy. No.
No, there's got to be a rule. No dude fans.
Yeah.
What the?
No dude fans.
That's because the whole
No
entire
dude fans.
Everybody would be on the fucking bus.
No dude fans on the bus. Just bitches.
Yeah, you guys
No.
got to take Bobo.
No.
Oh, no way.
He likes to party.
No way.
So the only men on your bus would be the four of you.
Yep.
Right.
That sounds great.
It is. It's
fucking
perfect.
great.
It's perfect.
All right.
And the bitches.
And plenty of bitch. Now, I thought bitches were not allowed.
Only if you're a homo. If that Mo down the hall wants to quay off and queeb with his friends, that's one thing. Ain't happening on my watch.
Absolutely. Hey, come
Ain't
on,
happening
guys.
on my watch. I'll cut your fucking uncircumcised cock off and stick it up your nose.
That's right. Come on, guys. We can all just hang out and talk and turtle wax our heads.
Right. Ain't gonna happen. Not on the bitch bus.
So all the queering out is going to happen on my no fun bus?
You quay, queeb, and mow off all you want on your homo bus. But me?
The Queer Bait Express?
Me? It's all about the bitches!
How many bitches are you going to try to have on your bus?
At which stop?
No, are you in charge of the bitches, Troy?
I mean, Anthony, am I officially the in charge of the bitcher?
You could be in
guy?
charge of the bitches. You could be in charge of the bitches. I would say a minimum of 4 bitches because it's 4 guys. We don't need any hard feelings.
Right.
And we don't need any, any fucking major competition going on.
Yeah,
I like
what if all of a sudden Troy is with two girls?
No,
Then we'll need 5. Then we
You
need
be a
5.
gentleman?
Then we
That's
need
not gonna
5
happen.
bitches.
That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Then we'll need 5
No
bitches.
fatties.
Of course, the host would be obviously they're first taken care of.
No
in the
big
bitch bus.
fatties.
No, I don't need any. I don't need any fucking sympathy or
No,
charity.
I do.
I'll be fine.
No big fatties.
You don't want fatties?
No, none of you fucking fat message board girls.
What if she wants?
None of you.
What if she wants to show a big fat tits and wants
Then
to
show
stick
'em-
your dick between
Then
them?
show them outside the bus.
Yeah?
Show your fat, dumb message board girl tits outside the bus, and then beat it. You fan elephant.
Sometimes fat chicks are fun. Fat chicks give more.
Some fat chicks.
I think the priority should be on making sure that Roland gets some bitches.
I think it depends on where we are in the country too. The further south we go, I think the more acceptable fat girls are.
Some of them corn-fed bitches?
Yeah, some of them corn-fed bitches.
Yeah.
They got a cute southern accent. I mean, it's like
There you go.
you
Oh
look
my
past.
god! Yeah, shit like that.
I've been waiting for y'all to come down.
Well,
all right, Porky, eat
it's
this.
on.
Good.
It's on.
Yeah, but what about the no bitches rule?
I don't know who made that.
I thought you said
Exactly.
Gary.
Well, I don't know. You know, it's fucking. No, I'm saying I don't know. If he made it, he
Wait,
doesn't have that say.
Did old Oscar Mayer truckhead make that rule?
Yes, old torpedo dome. He fucking.
Excuse me, Rivet Skull. I want to talk to you for just a second.
Yes, he did say that, and yeah. Well, the bitches are on.
Oh, great.
We're gonna have them on the bus.
Great.
I don't fucking care. What do you think? What do you think I'm signing on for? A homo bus tour?
That wasn't part of the deal initially, anyway.
No.
No, these aren't like pink, frilly, sequined
what is
Liberace
this?
buses.
Yeah.
This is the type of bus you pull up and some bitches will be like, I want to be on that bus.
It'll be rocking. Girls gonna be looking, going, I wonder what's going on in there. But there's a party fucking.
Music's
going
gonna
on
be
in there.
bumping.
Yeah.
Lots of songs with N-words in them.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Get some
Yeah, I wanna
Drake
hear
going.
Yeah, we got some bitches on the bus, nigga. Hey, we're gonna get more bitches on the bus, nigga. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Telling you, man.
Are you going to be DJing on your bus?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Good.
There's a guy with a chrome dome. He's on Opie's bus, nigga. He gonna keep him on Opie's bus, nigga.
He's not invited onto your bus?
No. Fuck
Can
it.
we Skype in to watch the party?
Oh, that's a good question.
Maybe select scenes.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'd rather not.
Should have a sign like that for fucking kids that are too small at rides. You have to be this fun to enter bus.
You have to be this married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the theme song can be the Rod Stewart. We're having a party on the radio.
I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe Jim will be on actually my bus.
Yeah. I think maybe
With
we're losing
suggestions,
Jim
yeah.
now. What the fuck?
You don't think that should be the theme
I
song?
don't think so. Yeah. I'm thinking some 80s hairband rock too. Tour bus thing, very Motley Crue-ish.
Are you going to get a pole on the bus?
Oh man. Well, there's the little pole that they got to turn, when you hold in the little thing when you get on the bus.
Oh, yeah.
You could just dance on that.
Exactly.
You can get portable poles, though. You know that, right?
Oh man, for bitches.
For bitches. No men on the poles, right?
Liability issue.
This is too heavy. I know what we can do. We can dub in some fun words to other songs.
Yeah?
Like we could turn this. This is not appropriate.
Oh, you don't?
No. We could do something like we'll put in the word fun for cry. Or no, we could like laugh instead of cry.
Uh-huh.
So like we play "It's My Party" and "I'll laugh if I want to."
We just gonna.
I don't know why he would.
You don't think that's a good idea?
We're trying to talk about
Troy,
the bus tour. And...
Roland.
Laugh Me a River?
Oh, Jesus.
It's gonna be a party song.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, you're ruining it.
Exactly.
Oh my God. Well,
I'm glad you got to the bottom of that.
so am I, because this is going to happen. It's our bus. It's our party bus.
Wow.
All the way. You think I'm going to fucking Austin, Texas with just a bunch of dudes?
That's confirmed bitches then.
The fuck is that about? Who would even think that?
Fuck
That single guys
Yeah.
are going to go all the way to Austin on a bus. I never would have agreed to that shit unless there were bitches.
Right.
And then he wants to shut it down. No, none of these bitches. We can't have bitches. No, I don't.
Why wouldn't he? What's the reason for no bitches?
What would be the reason? What is the logical reason that he would come in and say, well, you've been talking about the bitches, but here's why we can't have bitches.
I honestly know why.
Because I can't fuck them.
Yep.
And I don't want you to actually...
Really?
Well, he wants to break out. He's embarrassed.
Oh.
He has a brand new Herb Tarlick hairpiece.
Oh.
That he wants to show people.
That'd be good.
Looks like Herb Tarlick. I had nothing there.
I love how scared everybody gets. They check their emails and phones every 2 seconds now. Everyone in here is going, oh, did I get a message from...
Well, we're not
Yeah,
there.
bitches.
We're not on this bus tour to play.
I'm just super glad
Yeah, we are.
We're there to work.
We play because the play makes the stories for the work.
Yeah, but
You
we
gotta
can
live
find
a
other
life.
Story. We're out there to find America's story.
America's story is called Bitches.
That's right.
Yes.
I'm just psyched that he never told me no bitches. So I'm not. I mean,
Never
That's
told
true,
me.
You can have bitches.
I'm not in trouble on this one.
I will not be undermined
for once
by some homo telling me I can't fucking have bitches.
Is that what you think it is?
Yeah.
Homo thing?
Yeah. It's gotta be.
It's gotta be, right?
Why else would you not want to have bitches on a bus?
Maybe you didn't want a distraction for you guys.
Yeah, well, we'll be distracted by not having no bitches.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets worse. More of Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Coming up. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues right now. Right now. Right now.
We go to the bathroom together to catch up a little bit because Bob Kelly's going to be a father.
Yes.
Ah, yes. And
baby boy.
Yes.
So Bob Kelly's here.
What's up?
Where are you going to be performing there, Bobby?
Tonight, one show.
That's it.
Tomorrow, 2.
Oh, okay.
I do 2 on Saturday.
You might as well.
1 on Friday.
One on Friday.
It's such a smart idea.
Why blow yourself
they do that,
out like that?
8 o'clock show, 7:30 show on Friday. People just came from work. There's nothing worse than looking out at a crowd and they're fucking exhausted.
Yeah.
And they just, you see the dude yawn in the middle of your joke.
That's gotta be fucking
you see
frustrating.
The chick check her watch 9 times to like at 45 minutes. Is he wrapping up?
But you guys can't win because in the late show, they're all fucking drunk.
On Friday.
On Friday, right?
Yeah, but when you smush it into 9 o'clock,
right,
then you get some people.
Oh, you get a little bit of...
you get a little bit, they get a nap after the work.
You
They go
get a
home.
nice cocktail.
Yeah, the chick gets to go home and have some tea, wash her box. You know what I mean? Chicks aren't comfortable when they have dirty work boxes.
Really?
Yeah, when they've been working all day and they have to go straight from out to something from work and they get a hot box.
Right.
Bobby's right because you never did our NEW show. When did we start knowing you?
Serious. At XM.
No, I understand that, but how? Right away?
XM, yeah, right away.
Right away, yeah. Because we met, I think, during.
I was in the
time
car
off.
when you got booted with Norton.
Oh. Yeah?
Yeah, I wish I took a picture of that face.
Yeah,
that was not
we were
fun.
sad.
We were in a limo. We just had a great show. And then he got the call. We were in a limo. We just they took care of his corporate gig. It was awesome. A lot of money. And
Good
then
thing.
got the call.
Oh, that's hilarious, Bobby.
Yeah.
At NEW, when we were doing Afternoon Drive, we got to see all the women washing their boxes in between work and going to happy hour.
What are you talking about? In the bathroom?
We had a window. We had the greatest window in New York
forgot
City.
about that. Yes,
we
yes,
had the
yes.
greatest window. It overlooked this apartment with all the thin bathroom
It was
windows.
a big apartment building. Yeah.
And there was, how many? At least 10 floors.
Yeah.
And every day, guaranteed there was at least one.
It had the glass that was all like you couldn't see through it, but they would always open up their windows.
And you could see them
right
using the baby wipe, what it was meant for.
Oh, we saw
washing boxes.
I remember they would shave. We saw the shaving of the box, everything.
Yeah.
They didn't give a fuck. I guess they just assumed no one was looking around. I don't know.
We were.
We certainly were.
Oh, they probably don't care. After a while, you're like, I don't
That's
care.
true.
I don't care.
give
It's
a
just my
fuck?
box.
It was nice though.
Yeah.
And then at K-Rock, that big window.
Oh yeah.
Howard used to have it covered up, but we discovered there was a window behind there. We said, "Fuck that! We need that window." It was a giant bay window kind.
I remember
of thing.
that. And there was a girl across the way that used to change all
There was
the
a
time. I
few
remember
people
that
that used
one.
to get naked
She got on
over
her
there
exercise
too.
bicycle,
I
and then she would
remember.
fucking
She was a mess,
shower.
but just because she was naked, you just felt fucking like it was the hottest thing ever.
Right.
She was a mess of a.
E-Rock?
She had a mess of a body.
There was one from the K-Rock studio. There was one from the K-Rock office. And then until they
right.
demolished
Yep.
the steakhouse and those apartments across from XM, there was
Yeah.
one there too.
Yeah, there was
Oh, right, there was
And
one
then
across from
they
XM.
evicted everybody over there and demolished the buildings.
I forgot
Fucking
about that. You're right.
bitches. We may have
Yeah, it was
photos.
hot.
There's something hot about it. I don't care how ugly they are.
Yep.
But seeing tit when you're not supposed to see tit.
completely
Just the
agree.
secret fucking.
Completely.
I'm spying on you.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, that's like seeing like famous tit. Even though whatever she did a movie and you saw it, you could see it, but just seeing a tit slip out
Why is that hot?
because you're not supposed to.
Yeah.
It's like you get desensitized to the tit around you because you see it all the time. That's why I tell my wife not to walk around naked
Don't
all
walk
the
around
time.
naked?
Yeah, because I don't want to get so used to your tits. You're just like a roommate.
Becomes like an elbow.
Yeah, an elbow.
Anything. Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, you're right.
Unsexy.
And the tits now are getting huge too.
Are they?
Yeah, what's going on with the nipples?
They get a little weird, Bobby, when they get pregnant.
Oh, you're talking about your pregnant wife.
That's the question.
What's
I'll
going
help you
on?
out. The nipples get dark and big.
Yeah, they're big.
Because the kids, when they pop out, they can only see about a half a centimeter in front of them, so they need to see that target.
They got to bullseye them?
They got to bullseye them. So, women's
Is that why
nipples
they get darker?
dark.
Wow.
Really dark.
Crazy.
That's so fucking nuts. That there's actually a reason for it.
They go back, though.
They go back?
They go back.
I don't want them to. I like them big, fat.
No,
and
I mean, the
dark.
darkness goes back.
The darkness I like
the darkness of the nipple goes back.
I'm losing. I have bad vision too. I want
to be able to crawl up there.
We were discussing your fatherhood earlier.
Oh shit!
Because you're like a gadgets guy.
Yeah,
you're in trouble, man.
Oh, dude,
Have you gone through a Baby Gap or any of those places? Not Baby. Babies Are Us. Babies Are Us is the place. I said Baby Gap earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I started
Babies Are Us.
hyperventilating.
There's so much shit.
Dude, there's so much shit, but there's so much people. And then the people that work at the one, they don't know shit. They have a 14-year-old kid from fucking the Bronx working strollers. You're like, dude, which, yo, man, I don't know. It's like, what the fuck?
You know what? We should make a video. You fucking hyperventilating in that place because I forgot about this. There's a stroller section, and it's like picking out a new car, and every one looks good, and then you got to figure out why this one over that one and that one over this one.
But it's like picking out a new car if they forced us to put all the cars together, like Ford, Honda.
Right,
you know, like Honda. I'm just looking at Hondas.
Right,
And the
you could-
occasional trade-in.
You know, you're right, because if you go to a Honda dealership, it's down to 2 cars probably.
Yeah.
But if you put them all together,
man.
Like all the cool cars together, and they all do different shit. And they all have, and none of them. It's like, dude, there's one. It's like $1,000.
$1,000.
Wait, hold on, son.
All right,
big business. Man.
As you push it, it charges. Okay, so it has like it charges your iPhone or itself.
Only Bobby would find
I don't even
one that
know
he
that
charges an iPhone.
It has a button you push and it collapses automatically like a robot.
What
it
if
has
your kids
gears
still
in
in
it.
that?
It knows when there's something in the carriage.
Yeah, they got to
It
figure
will
that
not
out.
close, and then you can push the button. It opens back up. So you don't ever have to do anything. You push a button automatically, and it has headlights on it for nighttime. It has a computer screen on it.
What?
Dude, I want this carriage so bad. And she's like...
Of course he does.
What did I say earlier?
I tech Bobby.
Why would you want a carriage that you push a button and boom?
No, that's your thing. You like gadgets.
I'm a big
I don't like
gadget.
carrying around a lot of stuff, and I don't like the bells and whistles.
You're a gadgety guy.
Dude, I'm a big
That's where we're
gadget.
very different.
CES this week. I've been hard all week.
Oh, you went to CES?
No, it's happening.
just thinking
There's
about
all
it.
the shit that's going down.
We left Babies Are Us with at least 2 shopping carts completely filled, and then it turns out
babies.
Fast forward, I didn't use half the shit. Second kid, we didn't even go to Babies Are Us.
But you don't need a bassinet. Why do you need a bassinet?
Well,
and what the fuck is a bassinet?
Bassinet, you need a bunch of those.
Why do you need a bassinet?
You need a traveling
Oh,
one.
you have a stroller.
You need
What
one
is a
that's in the
bassinet?
living room. You need one to fucking put the kid in when you're eating on
What
your
the fuck is a
table.
bassinet?
It's a mini bed, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But if you have a crib, and then you have the stroller, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so the kid goes to the bed in the crib, right? And then you have the stroller, and then you have the bassinet, but then you have the bouncy chair.
You need a bouncy chair.
Why do you need a bouncy chair?
Do you got the one that fucking...
I never had a fucking bouncy
You
chair.
got the one that fucking rocks like a kangaroo?
I'm getting one that has
Or like a
5
treehouse? Treehouse mode?
Yes.
The fuck is that?
Yeah, it goes forward, backwards.
No, the one that's like it's automatic.
I got
There's
one.
I
got one with 5 modes that I'm getting. It has 5 modes.
Car ride?
It has
car ride setting?
Car ride?
I can finally talk to someone about this.
It's
Sorry.
fucking... It like
Give me
lets the
this
kid
one.
think he's in a
Yeah,
car?
Yeah.
Car ride.
It has car ride mode.
Yeah.
I think it has treehouse.
I have treehouse.
Kangaroo.
Is that where
There's
your
one-
best
there's
friend
one-
tries to have sex with you? Treehouse mode?
Kangaroo. Ocean waves.
I have that. But does yours play music?
Yep.
Really?
What kind of music though?
Does yours have an SD card so you can play?
Yep. Mine can pop my fucking iPhone in there. I don't have an iPhone. My wife's iPhone in there.
You can pop my iPhone in there, but I have an SD slot so you can actually pick a little thing.
What does yours look like?
A little.
I never thought they
track
were
list.
high tech in these fucking things.
Huh?
What does yours look like?
Mine
Does it look like it's from the future?
Yes. Looks like a baby pod.
Yeah, it's like a little pod like
Yeah.
this, and then
Yeah.
it kind of.
And you know what happens to these?
What?
You spend like around $600 on these, or $400,
Yeah.
and then around a year in, you throw them out because they don't use them anymore.
Why do you got your shit already?
Huh?
Why do you got your shit already?
I don't have it. I have it picked out
Oh,
for
you
the
got it all
registry.
picked out for the
Yeah,
registry.
my wife.
Gotcha.
My wife was going to buy all the shit. I'm like, no, you have these people buy it.
Oh,
true.
You have other people buy it.
For the
And I
first kid,
wrote-
second
I
kid, you're on
wrote-
your own. Baby shower.
We had to fill out the form for the registry, and she's like, "Thank you so much for checking it out. Whatever you can do." I'm like, "No. No, it should say
we need this.
Babies have a lot of shit, as you know, and you don't have to buy the most expensive thing like the $500 stroller that we're gonna get, but you should." Because we need it, but don't be the. I wrote, don't be the cheap prick that buys the recyclable diaper packages for
Right,
$19.99. Do you really want to be that guy?
I can tell you the
You're
stuff.
guilting people.
I can
Yes.
tell you the stuff you need and don't need. You need the diaper pail.
And
so your place don't smell like
I didn't even know
shit.
what a fucking diaper pill was until 2 days ago.
Oh yeah, you shove those diapers in that thing.
It's a trash bucket, Anthony. Look at me. This would be good for your house when you have parties.
Yeah, actually, you might be able to use this
we
one.
We don't have to see him floating in the pool.
You might be able to use this one, Ann, for real. You can put shit underwear in there.
Yeah, you can put little
Bloody fucking panties.
bloody panties and shit
Yeah.
like that. It's a trash can, a tall, thin trash can.
Tight seal, though.
Tight seal.
plastic seal, man.
I
They
like
don't
a
leave
good
anything
tight
open.
seal.
Push a button with your foot, it opens. You throw the dirty diaper in.
You push it
double-
down.
No, you don't not mine. Mine does it
what?
itself.
Like a garbage truck.
You put it in.
What do you mean yours does it itself?
You drop it in, right?
That's all you have to do?
And then when it closes, it pushes it down for you
Son
into the
of
second
a
container,
bitch.
and then
What
seals
kind of
it.
ghetto shit are you buying, Opie?
I'm only 3 years behind. That's
Jesus Christ.
They got even newer shit now.
Travis helped me out. Travis's wife.
Yeah. And then
Sounds
you
like
open
I'm
up the
sucking a
top
cock,
end.
but I'm eating a banana.
You open up the top. It's a big plastic bag filled with dirty diapers. There's a
Cutter.
Like link sausage?
a cutter. So you cut the bag, tie it. Yes.
Is it like
tie the
link
top,
sausage?
and then there you go. It's
I love
all
how
self-contained. You throw it down the garbage chute.
Such a guinea. Like
Why-
I'm making a sausage.
Hey, like sausage. Why aren't people using those things in like more pranks? Like throwing them at people and stuff.
It'd be
What,
funny.
diapers?
The rolled up ones, like sausage links.
It's a sausage. He's right.
Decorate
it's a
your
sausage
Christmas
link
tree with
filled
them.
with shitty diapers.
You know? Like Christmas decor, like garland.
That's the one thing I'm afraid of is
Yeah.
the baby shit.
Mm.
I'm really.
Well, you wrote me yesterday. I read the text.
I just don't know how much baby shit I'm going to be able to take because I'm a.
We know you're very sensitive.
Yeah.
When the only way I could explain it when it's your kid, it doesn't matter. But if I smell someone else's baby shit, it's horrendous. But for some reason, it's not the same when you know it's your kids.
Let's
but
see
I
if
did
that
tell you
works.
last
Smell my
night.
dick.
I did tell you last night though. What the hell is this? What? Oh, sorry, Joe.
Terrible.
Smell my dick. It's fucking genius. You like baby shit?
Hey, yeah, look at
Smell
this.
my dick.
How about this?
You do know that babies will shit all the way up to the back of their neck, right?
I'm sorry. What did you say to me?
That will happen.
Why did? But why?
It's
why?
a phenomenon no one has been able to figure out yet.
Not even the diaper people.
No.
They haven't figured out how to stop babies from shitting all the way up to the back of their neck.
It will go all the way to the back of their neck.
Remember when you rode your bicycle through a mud puddle?
I don't know what it
and
is.
you didn't have a rear fender?
That's one thing.
That's what they look like.
That's one thing they haven't figured out.
It looks like a Jackson Pollock painting.
Every once in a while, you'll get one that's to the back of his neck.
Yeah, fucking. I'm looking at clothes the other day too for this kid that grows out of it in fucking 2 weeks.
No
it's
joke.
like $60 for a sweater.
Yeah, because someone decided, fuck this. Why make it reasonable? This is a big business.
Everybody and their fucking mother has a baby clothing line.
Yep.
And it's really expensive.
You should have if you got a registry, pick out stuff that they could wear, 6 months, a year, all the way up to 2 years. Fuck it.
Looks like
you're
I'm
gonna go
watching
too
a
close
foreign
fast.
movie with the subtitles turned off. I have no fucking idea. what you guys are yapping about.
I told you last night, the only time
I hope you accidentally get one of these girls pregnant.
No!
That make me so happy.
No, once they have that period, I throw them out.
I think it's beyond amazing he doesn't have at least one out there.
Stop.
One's going to be knocking on your door, and then you're going to be confused because it's going to be a 17-year-old
I think
girl.
the fucking... I think the booze fights the fucking... I'll be all confused.
Hey, Dad. Come on.
Well, hey, come on in.
You like movies?
Yeah, I got a theater in the basement.
But when your kid is sick, then the shit really smells bad.
That'd be a great sitcom. Is just a guy like you forced to have a kid. Like just
Yeah, I fucking forced to have a kid. No. I'm hoping the booze or the fucking liver enzymes kill any sperm that I have.
That'd be a great reality show.
Would it?
Yeah.
Or the reality show of me
that.
not having a kid, acting like a madman every night of the week. I think I like that one better.
I like you having a kid and still acting like a madman. Like just a bunch of creepy pot smokers passing around your baby.
Yeah, that'd
you're
be
in
great.
a jacuzzi.
And then
Bring the
DCS
kid!
shows up.
Bring the
Hey,
kid!
what the fuck?
How many months
Where's
out
the
are
kid,
you?
Anthony? I don't know. He's playing with a gun upstairs.
Yeah, the kid's just playing with
just fucking twirling a gun around with his Legos.
They're just eating bullets.
Yeah.
Bobby,
my kid is 4. I think she's 4 months right now. Yeah, we're halfway through, man.
Boy,
4
boy or
months.
girl?
She's 4 months pregnant.
What do you don't call it a kid?
Nah, it's just a thing.
Nah.
Boy or
They
girl?
have that connection because
I actually read a whole article.
Boy or
girl?
Oh, sorry, dude. It's a boy. It's a boy. It's a boy.
Okay.
Hold on, before you move on to the next thought, this guy's going to back up my other thing. Ned Nut.
So you yell at the girls that come to your house?
Yeah, Bobby, you're in deep trouble. Opie's totally right. When my kid was little, he had an explosive diarrhea episode, and I had diarrhea coming out both legs and out the top of the diaper everywhere.
I don't know. They haven't.
What do you-
Not every time, but every once in a while you get one. Right up to the back of the neck.
Okay.
It's when they get sick.
Okay, here you go. You're at the mall.
Are you prepared for yellow and green poop?
I'm not prepared for poop.
It starts out as yellow, you know. Well, it starts out as tar
because it's
which is almost hard to, almost impossible to wipe off their tiny little.
I have those shits after a Guinness night. I do. I swear, it's like fucking tar. I've had to install air conditioning units on rooftops, and they got to seal it with this stuff called Karnak. It's like a big red can of tar, and you just smear it. There have been days where I've woken up from a night at Guinness, shit, and been like, I could seal a fucking AC curb with this.
It's like trying to get the.
I don't know if that's good. You actually shit your liver out.
Yeah, well, I wish. This is the shit that's like packing in there. Oh, my liver's got to look like an old fucking bong bowl that you find. Like a fucking pipe.
Your liver looks like a wild mushroom.
I got to ask Bobby about this, to retell the story he told us at the Amy Schumer premiere. I was dying, man.
I had the
obviously you're very close to having a kid.
Month and a week away.
So you're in the it could happen today zone.
I hope it does. I gotta go. I'm going away. I got 1 more week where I'm away. I hope that I just don't want to, have one of my friends. I don't want Norton, dude. Everything's all right, dude.
Don't miss me,
dude. Everything's good.
And I go to the hospital, and the kid grabs my finger. Oh, Dada. No. The first smile the boy has is at me. Then he goes. I have him chipping by the time you get home. Like when he's crying. Wow. I go, sis. Stops crying. His first little smile is up at me. I put my finger there, he just grabs it. And he can't smile unless I'm there. So the Kellys have to put in a picture of me over the fucking crib, like in the mobile. Calm the kid down when he's
mobile.
Whatever it is.
Bobby's in training, though. Bobby's getting ready for the baby.
Yeah, he is.
All sorts of stuff is going on.
This,
baby classes and whatnot.
Well, I didn't want to go to baby classes. I don't like going. Other couples annoy me. They want to be friends. And so she hired this doula to come. It's a doula to come to your house.
A doula.
That's what they call them, doulas.
Yeah, what are you fighting with swords or something?
Jesus. That was the first chip that I almost didn't mind.
It's terrible. So what's the doula do?
She comes
walks
in,
you through what to expect.
She walks you through from now until after the baby comes out. All the crazy vagina stuff, and she had first of all, she walks in. She's one of the most beautiful human beings I've ever seen. Black, mulatto, like Cosby kid, the good-looking one.
You lost Anthony 5 seconds ago.
No kidding.
She was gorgeous, just different genetics than me and my wife. Like, we're sitting lower in our chair, our shoulders are humped over. This girl was unbelievable. She sits down, and she
a moolah doula.
She takes out all her gear, and she goes through all this stuff.
Jesus.
And then she grabs my wife. She's like, "Okay, we're gonna do some exercises, some massages." So she puts my wife. My wife's she's in yoga pants and like a t-shirt. And she gets on the couch and she goes, "Okay, get on all fours." So she puts my wife on all fours on my couch. A very small apartment.
Sure.
It's not like we have a yoga room.
So now you got this hot chick and your wife's on all fours.
I got this chick behind. She gets on her knees behind my wife.
Oh.
And I'm sitting up. My junk is up by my wife's head.
Oh, what have we got here?
Then she grabs my wife's the sides of her hips and her ass, and she starts like massaging, but opening and like.
What the fuck is going on?
I'm not kidding, dude. My wife is.
She's opening up your wife's butt crack.
Yeah, just just opening it. And shit, like techniques I used when I was like 17, 18. You know what I mean? Like when you saw Prince and Apollonia, like, oh yeah, when you massage chicks. And my wife's like, "That feels good." And all these, both their voices went down.
Oh
and
man,
she's like, "Does that feel good?" And I'm like, she's like, "Yeah, that feels good." I'm sitting there and I'm like, Do I pull my dick out? Like, is
this
cool?
I think it is?
Is this cool? Is this okay?
Yeah.
Like,
turned on?
Like, I'm looking at her like, at any minute she's gonna wink and my wife's gonna go, "Happy birthday."
You're like, oh fuck! I thought you were a doula.
I was gonna pull my mediocre shiny dick out. I was fucking so turned on, and then she had me get behind her. And I was just staring at the girl's face as I'm rubbing my wife's ass.
Kind of a threesome thing going on there. Yeah.
It was so good. I had flop sweat. It was just this beautiful moment. And you know, those girls, the doulas, are kind of hippie people.
Yeah.
So there's that possibility.
So they're down for whatever.
Well, you know, it might be some tantric shit. No, this is good. I'm going to show you with my clitoris. If you could take out of my pocketbook. This is called a doula brush.
Right.
And I'm going to show you how I want the cervix to look. Come here, Bobby. Just stick your fist.
Oh, my God.
Do you have a nice body? She was smoking hot. Hot.
What does a doula do?
We're
Are they
talking
only
about
for
the doula.
are they only for pregnant women, or are they for like? Is it like a yoga thing for everyone?
Jim's like, can I hire one?
Of course I have to hire one. Can I hire that one?
That's the reason why he's asking.
Jim's going to hire.
Do they have to be pregnant? Are they? Do they know massage?
She walks in and goes, "Where's your wife?" Oh.
She'll show up. I'll be like, "I have a log. I'm trying to get out." I'll ask her to massage my tummy.
Doula.
Oh my God! Between us, we're in our 90s, and that made me laugh. But do they only for pregnancy, or are they for, what does exactly a medulla do?
I'm not a mud doula.
A medulla oblongata.
A medulla?
A medulla.
Whatever. I'm going to douche you. What do I know? Oh, is it? What is it?
It's like from this time until you bring the baby home.
Boy. Medulla oblongata. She does. Mama says.
Does she do anything after the baby's born?
She
Not
can,
really,
well,
right?
Yeah, no, she can come. They try. Look, all this stuff is a scam. I didn't know how baby stuff is all fucking a scam.
Yeah,
it's big business.
I don't remember any of this shit. I remember my mother was telling me she had me. I didn't know my mother was in like some fucking Catholic home, because my mother gave birth to my sister and me very young, so they just throw you in this home for unwed mothers.
Days.
Yeah,
you're a burden.
And you didn't go in the hospital. She went in the hospital by herself. Back in the day, nobody came with you.
No,
it was just wretched old nurses with hats.
Yeah,
and you gave birth, and then you were in the room, and then people could come.
Yeah.
After
the husband stayed in the waiting room, pacing.
There was no waiting room. You went
to the bar.
Oh, you went to the bar
or to the bar.
Yeah. There was no waiting room. Go bye. Right. See you later. We'll let you know if she lives.
That's crazy.
Yeah, there was. So what they do is they try to at the end. You know, I can teach you about breastfeeding, but I'd have to come back. And it's like you really don't. You could just tell me right now. I'm not that stupid.
Right, I'll remember.
And I can YouTube a fucking 12-year-old German girl. Fuck, what you want to do is get the breast.
Yeah.
But they teach you a little bit. They want to come back because they'll be part of your life for the next year if you let them.
Yeah.
Should.
They want to make sure the baby latches on good.
Latches.
That's right.
Gets a good latch going.
Yep, and the kid cries not there. Oh no, where's the? And they want the husband and the baby. That's what they want. That's why she's hot.
I get a good latch on the clit. I use my instincts from childhood, from infancy, to get that latch I used to get on a nipple to eat for actual sustenance. On the clit, I latch.
Yeah. You know what turns the girl on? It brings out her mothering instincts. If you suck her tits and you hold her tit with both hands, and you get her to cup your head,
and you knead it like a kitten.
Yeah, that really,
you like start doing like you're kneading dough with your hands.
And then and I'm wearing little shorts, and I kick my feet back and forth. Oh my God. And they look at me.
You gotta look up at him too.
Spray liquid shit on her leg.
Exactly, on her thigh.
Gotta look her in the eye too when you're doing it.
Like I'm feeding.
We should get Jimmy a pack and play.
I can't wait for you to have the now what moment. That is when you bring the newborn home, and now you don't have the safety of the hospital where they know what to do and they do everything for you.
Scary.
You're going to close that apartment door. You're going to have those balloons in your apartment, and you're going to look at Dawn.
Congratulations.
You're going to look at Dawn and go, holy shit, now what?
First of all, we're not going to have any of that.
No?
No. All our family is
we'll send you
in
some
Boston.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
You want some balloons?
No, I'm good. I'm good with the balloons. But,
some blue balloons.
Have you baby safed your house? Have you?
No.
Oh, that's
you got sharp edges. Yeah, it's later, right?
Nah, you don't need that shit.
I have a nice sharp drop down my spiral staircase. That I'm gonna have to fix.
You literally have a hole in your floor.
I just spent
spiral staircase is a hole in the floor.
I just spent $2,000 on redoing the whole area over there, so it looks cool. And I'm gonna have to fucking ruin that with some stupid baby gate.
God.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
What?
The whole looks cool shit goes out the window.
Oh, no.
My apartment used to look cool.
Oh, no.
Not so much right now.
Just baby toys everywhere?
Everywhere. We look like we're hoarding baby fucking
In
toys.
the corner on the wall is just a drawing. Just some crayon.
Do you have any marks on your couches?
Oh, God. Everything's ruined.
Oh, God. It's ruined.
Everything's ruined.
Everything's ruined.
I spent some good money to make my apartment look kick-ass.
Yeah,
Everything's ruined. That fucking beautiful chairs are now not so beautiful. My couch is like breast milk stains everywhere and baby formula stains.
I have a nice S in ballpoint pen on one of my movie theater chairs.
There you go. You know.
That's good.
And yeah.
If I had a kid.
Oh, forget it.
Yeah, that's just from people.
Your brother's
It was
kid?
from a date.
She's trying to write help. Helps.
All my
Helps.
all my accomplishments are now just tucked away in a.
Save me.
She didn't know how to write help. Helps. She's done a spell yet.
That's funny. All my accomplishments are just in a closet, way up high.
But you also live in an apartment, though. You're going to have. Hopefully, you move into a house someday.
I'm hoping.
And you get your office and you get your basement and
get all that back
where the kids can't go. Right.
I have a beautiful desk. It's just filled with toys and it's just piles of shit everywhere now.
Nobody mentions this shit to you when you say, I'm going to have a baby. Dude, it's going to change your life. You're going to be a better man. Things are going to be better. Nobody mentions all the other shit, the sleep, the house is ruined.
Right.
All the shitty trips to Disney World.
All your good stuff. Like you spent your life getting good stuff. Yeah. And then your replacement, as they've been called.
Yes, they are your replacement.
Just screws up your stuff.
You're bringing your replacement into the world.
I don't mind that.
No, but I mean, as far as your apartment looking cool, maybe for the first month, maybe.
Yeah.
And then
my apartment's a lot smaller than yours, as we know.
That's got to be good. Then.
You know, I have a duplex. I mean, it's
every inch is going to be.
Oh, if you saw my room now, there's a crib, and it's a fucking giant crib.
Yeah.
Like this is a mini bed.
Yeah.
Like there's no need. I don't remember having my own fucking bed crib. I was on the floor on a twin mattress with my mom and my sister in my uncle's room. There was 13 of us in a house.
And you turned out all right.
Not, well, I mean, close. We're right at the edge. We've been at the edge a few times, but I pull back at the last minute.
His family slept like fucking Charlie and Willy Wonka.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The fucking hole in the roof.
And then I guess your refrigerator has to turn into the Louvre for shitty artwork. Is that what happens with kids?
Yeah.
It's like everybody's house that has kids, you go over, they go to open their fridge, and magnets are falling off, and shitty little drawings are wisping their way to the ground.
That's the fucking best. What the fuck? That sounds like something comic. That's like a joke. I want to steal that.
That's like a joke. Take it away, friend.
Fucking brilliant.
And the kid doesn't care.
Shitty artwork.
The parents care about the art shit. The kids don't.
No,
so
they
what I
won't
did,
know.
and I get up way earlier than the rest of the house, so I fucking go around and I throw shit away.
Oh man.
Oh,
you'll learn that trick. Oh
Really?
yeah.
Not your kids' drawings, right?
Oh, some of them.
Not, just the ones that say to
Some
mommy.
of them.
To my mommy.
No, some of them. And then you start by throwing broken toys away, but then you realize the clutter's so out of hand, you just start throwing
You're
fucking
starting to do triage on the
really
fucking
nice toys away, and the kid doesn't know. Got to thin the herd, man.
Really?
Oh, or it gets out of control.
It'd be great if he was listening to this show when you came home. He's just fucking eyeballing it. Where's my shit?
How dare you?
Yeah, what do you think? I don't have ears?
Well, he says, "How dare you?" And he now says, "You got to be kidding me." And then we didn't have the right cheese yesterday, so he said, "Look what you did."
Holy shit.
Little Richie Rich.
Look what you did, he said yesterday, because we had the wrong cheese.
Here's my goal for that kid to start going, that don't make no sense.
I'm not letting. First of all, I told him Uncle Paul doesn't get to come over the house anymore. No.
Jimmy's great around babies, I gotta tell you.
Yeah, but not Uncle Paul. I don't want Chip. Edgar can go fuck himself.
Look at the baby. I like to touch the forehead.
The worst is yet to come. This is O&A's worst of 2013 so far. On the Opie and Anthony channel. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues right now. Yeah, now.
Oh, well, you got someone you admire has a message for you.
A message for me.
You want to guess who the admirer is?
Is it for me, or is it like...
Yeah, I'm saying this is all about you
like
right now.
Personal.
Huh?
To me, personally.
Personal to you.
Does this person say my name?
Yes.
Really? If it's who I think it is, no way.
Nope. It's not.
Fuck.
What?
I just like the chemistry you guys have.
We have really good chemistry.
Yeah. Is it who I think it is?
Nope.
I'm getting
Somebody who admires.
I'm getting very excited.
Nope.
Anthony admires.
It's someone I admire.
Someone you admire, but not that person.
It's not.
Nope.
It's not Tom Skerritt.
Oh, I know who it is.
Ah, Sam, I told you I have. We fucking read each other's minds.
I love that.
I know who it is.
Because you were scared that I was wrong, but I'm fucking right, am I?
Mm-hmm.
It's not Tom Skerritt. And I knew that would be who he was thinking.
Yeah.
Thus, then, why the brilliant chemistry?
Exactly. You try to get that with Bob Kelly.
Or the Who Kid.
Right.
Or both.
Oh,
I'm going to
damn.
just shout it out. I know who it is.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not privy to it, but I just know.
Well, no, I want it to be a surprise.
Okay.
Oh. Because that's why, even though you knew I wasn't going to pick who it was because I was going to say Tom Skerritt.
But there was a very good chance you could have picked who it was.
Oh.
Very good chance. Because it's not out of the blue. But I knew you would go Tom Skerritt.
I'm not looking.
All right. Ready? Are you ready?
All right. I'm ready.
Hi, this is Olympic gold medalist Michaela Maroney. I know Anthony is a big fan of my selfies. I'll have to take one just for you.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, boy. How creepy is that?
That's going to be playing the trial of Anthony Cunha. A friendly message turned deadly.
God, she talked to me.
Her fans,
I heard her through the radio.
Her fans are going to be pissed.
Yeah, they fucking are very...
her fans have been attacking you.
Very possessive of her.
We got a little more.
What?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Hey, this is Olympic gold medalist Michaela Maroney.
Chris.
Thank you, Anthony, for the sweet birthday wishes on Twitter. I marked them as a favorite, and then, of course, I had to block you.
That's funny.
I did wish her a happy 17th.
Yes, you did, which caused a bit of a stir.
It was
out
a
there
bit of a stir.
in the Twitterverse.
Wow, that's pretty good. How did that come about? E-Rock commented. I mean it this time. Wow.
I know. Yeah, she showed up yesterday.
Yes.
And we waited for a very long time.
Ooh.
And we were excited.
I bet.
And then we had to lie as to who you were.
He's on
Why?
Because there was no way we were going to take the chance to have this ruined.
Sure.
That they would look
we
it
mention
up.
the name or the show that they may be aware to.
Right.
So who'd you say Anthony was?
I just said Anthony. He works here at the company.
The company.
The company.
I'm one of the satellite techs.
I was ready to say I had a whole story that you were a sports broadcaster.
Ah.
Didn't have to go there.
Michaela Bavoni.
She was
His hands right here on my radio show.
How great is it? He works at the company.
The company.
And this is for you.
Oh!
That's it.
Wow. That's nice.
Wait,
Look at that.
She's making the face? Let me see.
No, she's just smiling.
We were expecting her to do so, but she was like in too good a mood.
Very cute here.
She wasn't?
She was. No, she was.
How does she look in
That's very
person?
cute.
She's tiny,
It wasn't
right?
as bad as TV was making her
Bad
look.
as TV.
No, remember we were looking. Her body was all weird on
She's
TV.
very cute. Look at that picture. What's that one?
This is the sign that she was holding in the photo for you. She signed it. Plus, she put on some lipstick and she kissed it for you.
Oh, I'm going to hang this in my basement.
Oh my God.
How creepy is all this?
That's good. You hang that up.
Look at Jimmy.
You hang that up.
You know,
it's from a
17 is
gold
completely
medalist.
legal in New York State.
I don't mean that. Nothing illegal. It's just in God's eyes, you're disgusting.
More awkward moments.
Can you turn your head and cough?
Epic fails.
That was a shitty joke that bombed.
And foul-mouthed rants.
Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Coming up. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far. Continues next. Opie and Anthony's worst of 2013 so far continues right now. Yeah, now.
Yes. I'm Sam Roberts, rolling on with the worst of 2013 so far here on the Opie and Anthony channel. And a big thing happened in 2013. 2013 was a very, very special year for the Opie and Anthony show because 2013 brought us Slavo! Yes! Eric Nagel, producer extraordinaire for the Opie and Anthony show, has gone by a lot of names. Most famously E-Rock, but he's also the Sex Bagel, and Hawk, and Sex Money, and Sex. Some people just call him Sex. Lots of different nicknames. However, his nickname that has stuck out so well in 2013 was created one day when Opie just decided to shout out the word Salabo. That caught on. We've had parody songs. We've had food products sent to us with customized Slabo wrappers. But nothing as big as the Hollywood community latching onto this nickname. What happens when an A-list actor like Kevin Pollak is sitting at home listening to the Opie and Anthony show, as all A-list actors do, and he cannot get this phrase Slabo out of his head, to the point that he's writing new songs. Yes, even Kevin Pollak has Salabo fever. Let's take a listen on the worst of 2013 so far.
O&A's worst of 2013 so far.
Mr. Pollak, how are you?
Pollak.
Not that I want to interrupt nature or nurture argument.
Yes. Yes. Stay tuned for our thrilling chicken versus the egg sequence. That we're
Nature or nurture?
Nature or nurture.
Yes.
Yes. Do I want to see a cock or do I want to eat a cock?
Ah.
Question. Face man.
Yes. What do you got going on, sir?
I'm actually calling in hopes of exercising a song from my head that I've not been able to get out of my head since Drunk Friday of wine or tequila and donuts.
Oh, tequila and donuts.
People
Friday.
still talking about Tequila and
That was a good
Donut
one.
Day that
That was
E-Rock
fun.
came up with. He thought it was going to be a fucking epic fail, and it turned out to be one of those moments that, people are still talking about.
Crybaby E-Rock.
And people still finding that show and going, oh my God, I finally
Yeah.
got to listen to that. Yes. What song is in your head because of that?
I love that the listeners are calling in saying, or emailing or whatever, you should do this thing more often. I agree with you. No, you shouldn't. Because it was so fucking rare and special. The idea that the notion even that you could do this on a regular basis is just insanity.
It is. You're absolutely right.
Yes, of
no
course.
way it could be done.
Yeah, no, it was insane. And unfortunately, I've ever since then, my girlfriend and I have been walking around the house singing this ridiculous song
Yeah.
that I now have to share with you. It's just a line, really, of a song, not a line, but it reverberates in my head, and I have to exercise the fucking thing out because it's driving me crazy.
I'd love to hear it.
All right. Hey, slobbo, drunk fucking donut eater. Hey, slobbo. That's it. That's all I got. But I can't
Slavo.
See, hey, E-Rock, you got to admit it, that it's not that bad now that Kevin Pollak is calling you Slabo as well. It hurt when I started, and then it kind of hurt even more when Roland started really pushing it forward. But now you got a big star that's calling you Slabo.
To song. In the song, Hey Mambo Italiano, I believe that's
That's exactly right.
that
That's
tune.
a great song.
Yeah, I know that tune, and E-Rock, come on, fucking guy was in Casino.
Are you
for the love
cool
of
with
God.
it? Are you cool with it now?
I'll take it as a compliment, but I'm not happy that it's expanding.
Yeah.
It's expanding. I'm going to
on.
get everyone that I meet for the rest of my life to memorize this song.
And how's that go again? I forgot already.
Hey, slobbo, drunk fucking donut eater. Hey, slobbo.
Fucking A Few Good Men, E-Rock. It's the Few Good Men guy. Fucking Usual Suspect. What the fuck are you talking about? Casino.
Come on.
Come on.
I'm taking it international. I'm telling you, right?
How great is that?
You are fucked beyond belief.
I officially believe that you do listen to this radio show when you're not here.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you've said it over the
Yes.
years. I didn't really believe it, but now I have to believe.
I got it in every car, every room. I can't live without it. And honestly, I had to do it. I had to call in. It was enough already. I've been singing this song for weeks now. It's driving me nuts.
Now, can we have you do it clean? Because I think we can maybe make a production piece out of this.
Yes, please.
All right, we'll shut our mouths so you get a nice, clean version out there.
Okay.
Go.
Here we go. Hey,
Nobody say anything.
Oh, Jimmy! Kevin.
Fucking donut eater.
Oh, sorry. I
Kevin,
talked. I didn't mean it.
Jimmy shipped all
I'm
over
sorry.
it.
Asshole.
I apologize.
He doesn't play well with others.
Now, go ahead. You go.
Okay, no. See, now it's a bit on me, and I can't.
No, do it. I will not speak.
No. I'm pretty sure. Kevin, dumb fuck to do it.
Kevin's been around a while.
Oh,
Who
yeah.
are you kidding?
And he has listened to the program.
Yes.
I just proving yet again that I am a devoted.
Exactly.
You got me once. Congratulations. Now I'm going to hang up. But I can tell you, listeners in the D.C. area, I'm at the Improv this weekend. You fucks.
Oh, nice.
DC Improv.
Very cool.
DCimprov.com, you sons of bitches.
Very nice.
Wait, I actually was not going to do it again. Because you wanted that audio just to smash E-Rock with.
No, you got to trust us on this one, Kevin.
I know. I know that we usually do things more than once, but I'm telling you, I won't do it again because I want you to get the audio to fuck with E-Rock.
Yeah, I think Jimmy means it this time.
I honestly do. I'm away from the mic.
Look,
I sense in my heart that Jimmy means it. I do.
Yeah.
But I think, Opie, you'll probably be the next one to interrupt.
No, I couldn't do that to you.
No?
Nope.
Because I think it seems like you got a nice go. All right, here we go. Hey, slob.
Oh, no. Oh, it's fucking Casino. He's in Casino.
I know.
Holy shit.
We love Kevin Pollak.
Kevin's great.
DC Improv this weekend. How great is that? He's walking around singing that song for you.
Slobbo.
I actually felt bad that I interrupted because I'm like, I would love to have that audio.
Do you understand, E-Rock, that Kevin Pollak is thinking of you somewhere in Hollywood?
Yeah.
Yes, that's great.
That's kind of cool.
Kevin Pollak. You know, I was watching Casino the other day, and he is a good actor, man. There's one little subtle scene where he's got to sign the paperwork.
Yeah.
And I guess the head of the union or whatever the fuck it is looking over his shoulder.
Yeah.
And he does this look like I sign here, like he doesn't quite know what he's signing, and he's looking. It's so subtle and just so fucking well done.
That's easy to do like this. What you like this?
All right, let me see, Jimmy. Go ahead.
Here.
Perfect.
Kevin Pollock's back on the line.
You nailed it.
Kevin.
Yeah, no, I blame Steve Jobs, that fuck, for making the iPhone so my ear can hang up on me.
That's what it was.
Yep, that's exactly what happened, Kevin.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
And was telling
you. I call back to make sure you guys understood.
Yes.
I said and turned into some freak. All right.
And I was talking about your acting skills.
Yeah,
in Casino.
I love that subtle little look you give when you're signing the documents, and you look up like, I sign here? Kind of a weird little like facial thing, but that was very good. You were very fucking good in that, in Casino, I must say.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. It's probably because I was scared shitless being in over my head.
Did you think you were in over your head? Yeah.
Oh, fuck yes. That's one of those jobs that the first week at least, every day you wait for someone to knock on the tread and say, yeah, we've made a horrible error.
Oh, fuck.
We thought it was Kevin Spacey. Could you come with that?
Oh, fuck.
Someone else we were looking for. Oof. Yeah.
But no, the best part was watching Rickles go after De Niro. That really was the thrill. As amazing as it was to act in the movie and work with Scorsese and De Niro and all the big shots, watching Rickles go after De Niro was by far the best.
And De Niro enjoyed it, right?
He loved the shit out of it. Oh my God! Because it turns out Rickles knew that De Niro had worshipped him since he was a kid. That part news got to Rickles, and Rickles basically knew he owned De Niro.
Yeah.
Where everyone else, they treat him with such reverence on the set. It's absurd.
And Rickles is just shitting all over him. That's great.
In the middle of a take. Is that the way you're going to do it? Like that? Well, I'm sure you know what you're doing. Go ahead.
Would De Niro laugh?
Oh, that huge De Niro mugging laugh.
Oh, shit. Yeah, that's great, man.
That's how you're going to do it? I guess you know, right?
I guess you know.
Yeah.
And Pesci got mad at him, you said, right?
Oh, Pesci was pissed, yeah. Well, because Rickles said he was so short he's going to ride him around the set like a Shetland pony.
Holy fuck.
In front of 200 people at the wedding scene, extras, and Pesci just didn't... Yeah, you're a fucking riot, Rickles. No, I get it. I'm a midget and you're a genius. Go fuck.
Was it awkward after that?
What's that?
Was it awkward?
Was it awkward or...
Oh, yeah, no, it was extremely awkward because Rickles wouldn't stop, so that made it more awkward.
Wow.
And they wanted to try to kiss him, come here, Joe, and it was just, and then you could just see that Pesci really, truly did want to rip off his head and shit down his head.
Were people laughing?
Everyone was laughing except for Joe.
Oof, wow.
I guess
Rickles... Yeah, it was awkward as fuck.
Did Rickles seem nervous? Did Rickles seem nervous around De Niro?
No, it was the weirdest thing in the world. Everyone else, you could hear their sphincter tighten when he walked by, but Rickles, for some reason, he just knew, I own this kid, and he was fucking fearless.
Wow.
Plus, I guess after Sinatra and being who you are for that, like he was so famous before De Niro ever was. It's just different.
Oh God, yes, yeah. I think that's it in a nutshell for sure. There's nothing that frightens him at this point. No, he told fucking Sinatra to fuck off. I mean, how?
Yeah. Wow, that's old school.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Pollock.
All right, thanks, guys. I really just need to get that out, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No worries. DC Improv for Kevin Pollock this weekend. Great club.
All right, miss you guys.
Thanks, man.
Take care, buddy.
Come back and see us. Kevin Pollock, everyone.
Yeah, all right. That's it for the worst of 2013 so far. The rest of 2013 starts Monday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern when O&A return live on the Opie Anthony channel.